Hello and welcome all the students. I know many of you will not be in the live discussion because maths exam is there tomorrow. So no issue. Many of you will be watching in the recorded version. So no problem. Now let us begin our discussion. So test 7 physics part was a bit more difficult. Yes, many of the questions were lengthy, but not all. Okay, not all questions were lengthy. Few questions were very simple, few questions were straightforward. So what you need to do in such papers, you need to identify those easy questions, simple straightforward questions, first attempt them. Okay, so first do the simplest one and then do the lengthy one. Okay, I'll go one by one in the sequence, beginning with the first question. Okay, here there was a curve also, graph in the first question. I think that graph is missing here. Anyways, let me read it. I'll take the graph from the actual paper. Just a minute. This is our test 7. Just opening it. So a mass of 5 kg is connected to a spring. The potential energy curve of the simple harmonic motion executed was given like, I'm just drawing the potential energy curve. Okay, that was given in the question. So this curve was like this. Here it was 2. Here was x is equals to 4. This is my x. This is my potential energy. And this maximum potential energy is 10 joules. Okay, this was given to us. The potential energy curve of the simple harmonic motion is executed by the system is shown. Okay, so this is a spring mass system. Okay, and here this potential energy versus x curve is given. Now here you see the mean position is not x is equals to 0. The mean position is x is equals to 2. Good evening everyone. Good evening Sarji. Long time. Yeah, we are back after, you can say, quite break, because Holi was also there, and this is our next discussion now after Holi. So what is given? So this is potential energy versus x curve for a spring mass system. This is for spring mass system. A simple pendulum of length 4 meter has time period of oscillation same as that of the spring mass system. What is the value of acceleration due to gravity on that planet? So what is the formula for simple pendulum time period? That is 2 pi root L by G. Now this is for another planet, so instead of G, I'll take G dash. Okay, and this is equal to the time period of this spring mass system. What is the formula for spring mass system? 2 pi root m by k. M is given to me 5 kg, L is given to me the length of the pendulum, G dash I know, K I don't know. How I can find K? I can find K using the graph. Okay, now here one thing to understand is x is equals to 0 is not the mean position. X is equals to 2 is the mean position. At mean position, potential energy is minimum. So this is my mean position. I'm highlighting it. This is my mean position. Amplitude means the distance from the mean position to the extreme, that is 2. So here my amplitude is 2. Maximum potential energy is 10. So half k a square. Maximum potential energy, that is my half k a square. Potential energy is half k x square. Okay. Maximum means x is maximum a. Half k a square is my 10. That we know. So from here I need to find the value of k that I can put here. So let us do it. Half k, what is a? A is 2, 2 square is 4 is equal to 10. 2 into 2, 2 into 5. Is it correct? Yeah. So k comes out to be 5. Now use this k here. Here this 2 pi is getting cancelled. I can say L by G dash is equals to m by k. What is L? What is L? L is 4. So 4 by G dash is equal to m. What is m? M is 5 kg. What is k? K is also 5. So I got from here G dash as 4. So on the planet, the acceleration due to gravity is 4 meter per second square. I have enrolled in the batch, eagerly waiting for April 13. Oh, great. I'm also waiting. So, do you know that how many students enrolled in Lakshya JEE 2027 English batch right now? I don't know the number. Okay, I don't know the exact number, how much it is, but I think it is a good number. Okay. Okay. Now, next question. The sun radiates energy in all directions. The average radiation received on the earth's surface is 1.4 kilowatt per meter square. What is this kilowatt per meter square? This is power divided by area. So this is my intensity basically. Okay, so this is the intensity that is due to the sun on earth. The average earth sun distance is this. Okay, the mass lost by the sun per day is, so what I will find, I will find in in one day how much is the total energy radiated by the sun, and that energy I will write as m into c square. M will be the mass lost. So basically I need the total energy radiated by the sun in one day. Okay, so what is this E? What is this E? Total energy radiated by the sun in one day. How I can find the energy? Energy is equal to power into time. Can I find the power? I know the intensity. Power is equals to intensity into area. Intensity is power by area. Okay, now see this. See this carefully. This is my sun. Here is the earth. Here I know what is the intensity. Here. So how this intensity will be related? The sun is uniformly radiating, okay, like a isotropic source, uniformly in all the directions. So sun is uniformly radiating like this, okay, uniformly. So the power from this sphere that will be coming out is same as the power generated by the sun. So power is P. Intensity will be power divided by area. Area means the area of this sphere. This power is distributed in this sphere. So the intensity here where the earth is will be power divided by area of this total sphere. 4 pi r square. I'm saying this is my r. So from here I can say power is basically I into 4 pi r square. What is my r here? This is my r. Sir, I can really say that I can able to understand English lecture more than Hindi lectures. Oh, great. That's great. Okay. So, the power is intensity into, now I need energy in one day. So, how will I find energy? Energy is equals to power into time. So, power into time. Time I need to write in seconds. Okay. Total seconds in one day. How many seconds? 86,400. Do that. So my power, that is I 4 pi r square into the time, that is 86,400. This is equal to my mass, the mass that will decrease each day, okay, of the sun, into c square. C is 3 into 10 to the power 8 square. Now you do the calculations and you find the value of m. Now let me do it. What is the intensity? This is 1.4 kilowatt per meter. I need to convert that to SI. Okay, so kilowatt, so 10 to the power 3 is there. So 1.4 into 10 to the power 3. So this is watt per meter square into 4 pi into r square. What is the r? This. 1.5 into 10 to the power 11 square. So 1.5 square is 2.25 into 10 to the power 11 square is 10 to the power 22. Yeah, 4 pi r square into 86400. Yeah, divided by 9 into this square. Okay, this square 3 into 10 to the power 8 square is 3 square is 9, 10 to the power 8 square is 10 to the power 16. Now, simple calculations we need to do. First of all, let us see how much 10 to the power will be. 16, here it is. Okay, this is 25 and 2 here also. 25 and 2, 27 minus 16 is 11. 27 minus 16 is 11. Okay, so 10 to the power 11, and now we have numerical values. Let me quickly try to do it. 1.4 into 4 pi, 4 into 3.14 into 2.25, then into 864, then divide by 9. Yeah, divide by 9, and this is 3.7 into 10 to the power 3. So 3.8 nearly. So 3.8 into 10 to the power 3. 3 plus 11 is 14. So finally I am getting 3.8 into 10 to the power 14. That is option 4. Clear? Sir, IIT question. Okay, this question was asked previously. I'm not sure, maybe. But this question is not difficult. Just you need to put E is equals to mc square. That's all. Find the total energy radiated by sun each day. Okay, from there you will see how much mass lost by the sun per day. Is question 2 from class 11th? No, this is from class 12th. From class 12th it is. Next, a transparent film of refractive index 2 is coated with a glass slab of refractive index 1.45. What is the now? This is a conceptual question. It's a good conceptual question of wave optics. You need to understand wave optics very nicely, then only you can do this. Not lengthy, this is not lengthy, but good conceptual. Sir, I also bought Lakshya JEE module with 16 sets of book. Is it enough for JEE Mains or should I need any other book? No, no other book, that is enough for JEE Mains. Okay, what is the minimum thickness of the transparent film to be coated for the maximum transmission of green light of wavelength 550 nanometer? Now, let me explain the concept behind this. First of all, let me show what he is talking about. So, we have a glass slab. Draw a glass slab first. Show a glass slab. Okay, so this is my glass slab. Then, over the glass slab, we are having a coating of a transparent film. Now, show a transparent film. Let us show with this color. Yeah, this is my transparent film. Okay, let me write here. This is my film and this is my glass slab. Now, light is falling like this, and what is mentioned? What is the minimum thickness of this so that maximum transmission of green light happens? Maximum transmission means no reflection. Understand it? Maximum transmission means zero reflection. Zero reflection. This is important to understand. Zero reflection means when the light, let us take the light is coming like this. Okay, so from this surface also some part will reflect, some part will refract. Okay, so this reflected, this refract. From here also some part will refract, some part will reflect, this reflects. Okay, so here this reflects like this. Now, the interference of these two, this one and this one, should produce a minima for green light. Interference of these two reflected from the top surface and from this surface should produce a minima, then only I can say that yes, the reflected light is not having any green color. Interference of these two should produce minima for green. Okay. Now you can say, what is the path difference? That path difference should be equal to odd multiples of lambda by 2, then we will say minima. I need minimum thickness, so I will say that is just equal to lambda by 2. Now, but there is one more catch here. What is that? See carefully. See carefully, one more catch is there, very important to understand. So right now I am in class 11th, I have an entrance level of idea in here. Now I have joined English batch for 12th, and I'm sure I can be disciplined. Can I get 99 percentile in JEE 2027 first attempt? No doubt about that. If you are disciplined, no doubt about that. Okay, so just you have to be consistent. Okay, everything else will be from our side. Okay, we will be putting efforts for you, but you have to be consistent. You have to attend each and every class nicely. You have to solve each and every DPP. You have to attend the marathons that will conduct for you, and other sessions, whatever sessions will conduct for you, you have to be present in that. If you do that, no doubt about that, 99 percentile is very easy. The problem is the consistency actually for all the students I am saying here. Okay, sir, when is the next live session? Next live session for this you are talking about the rank booster, that will be on Wednesday, next live session. Okay, okay, so these two should produce minima, but there is a catch. What is the catch? When reflection happens from a rigid boundary, there is a additional path difference of lambda by 2 or phase difference of pi that is introduced. Keep that in mind. When there is reflection from a rigid boundary, understand it nicely, this is important. Okay, so when reflection happens from a rigid boundary, rigid boundary means denser medium, that is denser medium, an additional phase difference of pi is introduced. This is important to understand. So this first light is reflected here, this is n is equals to 1, and here for this what is this? This is coating. Here this we are having n is equals to 2, and this is glass, this is n is equals to 1.45. So here this first reflection is from the denser. Here it is having an additional path difference, phase difference of pi, means a path difference of lambda by 2. So it is already having an additional path difference of lambda by 2. The second, it is reflected from a rarer medium, so no additional path difference. Now this path difference, okay, this going and this coming back. If this thickness is t, what is the optical path? Mu t. Going mu t, coming mu t, 2 mu t. 2 mu t, it is already, you can say this is my optical path. Already there is a lambda by 2 path difference that is there happening. Okay, now I need to introduce additional lambda, then they will construct destructively, because that will happen 3 lambda by 2 or lambda by 2 plus or minus whatever you consider. Okay, so that will be equal to my lambda. So don't say 2 mu t is equals to lambda, it means they are interfering constructively. No, destructively, because here lambda by 2 is also there due to my reflection from the denser medium. Please don't talk about your batch here, since it is serious situation for 12th and dropper students now. Okay, somebody is saying like this. Okay, somebody was asking about the batch, therefore I was replying for that. Don't worry, everything you will get. Okay, now let me explain this further. So from here we can find value of t, that we need to find lambda divided by 2 mu, just lambda divided by 2 mu. Now put the values. What is lambda? What is lambda? Lambda is 550 nanometer. So 550 into 10 to the power minus 9 divided by 2 into mu. Mu of what? Mu of this. Okay, n is equals to 2. So this is 550 divided by 4. How much it is? 137.5 nanometer. That is third option. Clear? This was good level question. This was good level question. I'll say conceptual level is JEE Advanced. Conceptually it is JEE Advanced level. Not calculations are not difficult in this. Okay. Next, a 120-degree sector of mass m is cut from a uniform disk of radius r as shown in the figure. Find its moment of inertia about center O about an axis perpendicular to the plane of disk. Okay, so now if this disk will be complete like this, what will be the moment of inertia about this axis? You will say complete disk, I know, that is mr square by 2. Now, what if I cut half? What will be the moment of inertia now? You will say mr square by 2 for complete. Half is cut, so half should, no, it will not be half. Why? So I am saying now my mass is this. This mass is m. Okay, so again it will be mr square by, because this mass is m, na, isn't it? Total is 2m, that is okay, but this mass is m, so it will still be mr square by 2. Okay, so symmetrically, if I even cut 120-degree sector, 120 degree is having mass m, not complete. If complete would be having mass m, then it would be 1/3 of that. But now this section only is having mass m, therefore the moment of inertia will be mr square by 2 only. That is option 1. Clear? Next, physics one shot. Which chapter? How to get your batch, sir? Please explain. So the link is there. Okay, so even you can open the PW app. Okay, there you can search whichever batch you want to join, the lecture JEE English or Prayas JEE English. Okay, and then you can Prayas JEE English. Okay, language is pure English. Okay, so make sure you consider that English also there. So there you can join. Tomorrow many students have maths exam, therefore they are not able to attend this live. 1/6 mr square laga diya. Yes, 1/6 you could have made if I will say that this total mass is m, and then you write the moment of inertia for this. Then you will say yes, it will be 1/3 additional factor will come, it will become 1/6. But I'm not saying this is m. I'm saying this portion is only having mass m. Then you have to take mr square by 2 only. Like many times I ask this simple question to the students. Okay, this is a solid sphere. About this axis, the moment of inertia of this solid sphere we know that is 2/5 mr square. What will be the moment of inertia of a hemisphere about this axis, solid hemisphere about this axis, which is having mass m? What is that? 2/5 mr square only. This mass is m, half. Okay, it will be 2/5 mr square only. Semiconductor is not uploaded till now. Yes, semiconductor I have recorded, it will be uploaded. Is that clear? So this total mass is m, its moment of inertia will be 2/5 mr square. Now this half is mass m, this moment of inertia will also be 2/5 mr square. Here this is my solid sphere, this is my hemisphere, solid hemisphere. Solid hemisphere. Next question, simple question, simplest question. The conducting rod of length 2L is rotating with constant angular speed omega about its perpendicular bisector. Okay, uniform magnetic field exists parallel to the axis. Parallel to the axis means like this. Okay. The EMF induced between the two ends, between this end and this end. Now between center and this other end we know that is b omega L square by 2, but between these two ends they will have the same potential, that is 0. Okay, so you can see that like with respect to center, if I say, okay, this is rotating like this. Okay, so which is positive, which is negative, let me see. So V cross B, I am taking V cross B dot L. So this is positive, V cross B. Okay, this is positive, this is negative. Similarly, this is positive, this is negative. Here, B omega L, whatever, if this length is L, B omega L square by 2 between these two. Between these two also B omega L square by 2. These two are at the same potential. These two are at the same potential with respect to center. So if you ask what is the potential difference between A and B, I'll say that is 0. So tomorrow we have math exam. So after our exam, we will watch recordings. Yeah, that is completely okay. I understand that. You can watch the recording. Next, two rings having mass m and 2m. Okay, so this is having mass m. This is having mass 2m. Although this is not specifically mentioned, but it should have been. Having same radius as having same radius are placed coaxially as shown in figure. Okay, means the axis is same. Coaxially means that if the mass distribution on both the rings is non-uniform, mass distribution is non-uniform, then gravitational potential at P is. So at P here I have to write the potential. So I'll say potential due to first ring plus the potential due to second ring. So let us take this as 1, this is 2. So here my total potential V will be equal to potential due to first plus potential due to second. How to write potential due to a ring on the axis of the ring? Now what is the potential? Minus Gm by R. For a point mass, if I write the potential, that is minus Gm by R. Now at this point, if I have to see whether it is this mass or this mass or this mass or this mass, all have the same distance? Yes, all have the same distance. So doesn't matter whether this is uniform distribution or non-uniform distribution. Okay, my V1 will be equal to G minus of G into the total mass divided by this distance. This is R, this is R, this is R root 2. Similarly, I write V2. There we need to take this distance. Okay, how much is this? This is 3R. So this is my 2R. This is R. So this is root of 5R. Root of 5R. So minus G, mass is 2M, root of 5R. Yeah. So just add, that will be my total potential. So V is equal to V1 plus V2. If I do V1 plus V2, it will become 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 5. First option. KQ for electrostatics. Okay, this is gravitational. That is gravitational. So take mass here and negative sign is also there. In a circular region of radius r, a uniform magnetic field points into the page and varies with this equation. The direction of induced circular electric field at a distance r by 2. At a distance r by 2. Okay, here how the circular electric field will be, whether it will be clockwise or whether it will be anti-clockwise. Now how we will find the total flux inside this. Okay, inside this circular region, differentiate that total flux. Okay, and that will give me the potential. That potential will be electric field into the length. This is how we do. Okay, now how I should write? I will find the flux. I'll differentiate the flux. Okay, this is my induced EMF, and this induced EMF will be my electric field into the total length. I'm just equating the magnitudes. I'll check the sign by Lenz's law. Okay, now how I'll write the flux phi. Phi I'll write as my magnetic field is B. Okay, this is my B. Area is pi r square. So pi r square into B. So when I do d phi by dt, that will be pi r square is anyways constant, that is dB by dt. Okay, so what is dB by dt? My dB by dt, if I do differentiate it, this will be 6 minus 6 t square. Yeah, and we need to find at t is equals to 1. So at t is equals to 1, this is coming 0. dB by dt is 0 at t is equals to 1. It means this will also be 0, d phi by dt. It means this is equal to 0. It means this is equal to 0. It means my electric field is 0. So my E is, no electric field is induced. Yes, no electric field is there at t is equals to 1 because dB by dt is 0 at t is equals to 1 second. Will you complete all physics chapter one shot before April attempt JEE? Yeah, all one shots will be uploaded before April attempt only. Is NCRT Pitara available in JEE English batch? Okay, it's not there. Okay, if you see the details what is provided there, okay, you'll go to the batch. So NCRT Pitara is not there. Next, a coil of resistance R connected to an external battery is placed inside an adiabatic cylinder with a frictionless piston. Now adiabatic means no heat will be lost to the surrounding. Whatever heat will be generated by this resistance, that will not be lost to the surrounding. Then fitted with a frictionless piston containing an ideal gas, okay, a current that is A naught into T, okay, it is varying with time. This current is varying with time, flows through the coil. A naught is a positive constant. For time interval t is equals to 0 to t is equals to t naught, the piston goes up to a height h. Okay, how much is that? This is given. There is no change in internal energy for this gas that is inside there. Now, understand this. Whatever heat that will be generated in the spring, in the what should I say, resistance. So heat generated, how it should be utilized? It should be utilized by changing the change in the internal energy delta U plus work done against the, you can say, my atmospheric pressure W plus increase in the potential energy of the piston, okay, that is my mgh. This is how it should be utilized because there is no loss of the heat energy, okay. And is there any other way the heat can go? No, okay, only these three things here how the heat can be utilized. Now see carefully, this is 0. Why is 0? It is given to us. If you ask me what is W, work done against atmospheric pressure, that will be my P naught into the volume, it will go up. But the problem is P naught is not there in the options. Is P naught there in the options? Is atmospheric pressure mentioned anywhere? If it is not mentioned, consider they are considering that to be 0. Okay, so this is 0 because here pressure is 0. Outside pressure is 0. That is not mentioned in the question. Therefore, you should understand if it is not mentioned, that is 0. Next is mgh. Yes, it will go up above height h, so this part is mgh only. Heat generated will be integration of I square r into t dt. This is how power is I square r. Okay, I am writing heat generated as integration of p dt. What is power inside resistance? I square r. Like this. R is my resistance. Okay, now put the things. I is my A naught into T right here. So it is A naught square T square R dt. From 0 to T naught. Take the constants out. A naught square is a constant, R is a constant. Pull that out. So this is A naught square R into T square integration is T cube by 3, 0 to T naught. So T naught cube divided by 3, and this is equal to mgh. So from there I'll get my H as E naught square R T naught cube divided by 3 mg. Third option. Is this clear? Is this clear to you? Okay, great. Next. Okay, this is a simple question from magnetic field. Let us read it out. ABCD is a square of side 4R. ABCD, here the side is 4R. And EFGH is a square of, square loop of side 2R. This is 2R. The loop carries a current I. The magnetic field at the center of the loop is. So here we are having two square loops. Now you may say, sir, we are having two square loops also, but we are having these sections also. But due to these sections, the magnetic field at center is 0. Okay, this current carrying wire is passing through the, you can say, point O, where we need to find the magnetic field. So this will also contribute 0 to the magnetic field. This will also contribute 0 to the magnetic field. Now only square loops are there with us. Now first of all, let us find what will be the magnetic field due to a square loop. So this is a square loop I am taking of side A. What will be the magnetic field at center? Symmetrically, I am taking, like, let us take the current is like this I. Okay, now here each side will be contributing equally. I'll find due to one of the side, multiply that with 4. Is that clear? Okay, so saying that 126, that is 97.62 percentile good. 97.62 percentile is certainly good, but you need to improve a bit more. Okay, so get 99 percentile. Okay, you will get a good college. देखकर लग रहा है कि बन जाता, but test में नहीं बना. No problem. These tests are there to learn actually. Okay, it's not that you are getting a rank or your final rank here. Okay, so when you solve these questions during the exam, you might have, during your practice, you might have missed few of the question. No problem at all. Now understand. Okay, if you get a similar question, you will be easily be able to solve. So this current is moving like this in the circular loop. What I will do, I will find magnetic field due to one of the side at center, multiply with 4. Okay, each side is contributing equally. Let us find due to this side. So how much? First of all, find the two angles. This is 45. This is 45. The perpendicular distance is a by 2. So write the magnetic field mu naught I by 4 pi into the perpendicular distance, that is a by 2, into sine of phi 1 plus sine of phi 2. Remember that formula. This is due to one of the sides. I need due to the complete loop, multiply that with 4. Clear? This 4 is getting cancelled. So this is, here we will get root 2. So this will become 2 root 2 mu naught I by pi. And A is also there. This is my B. And as I considered this, so here it is inside the plane. Now I'll write due to each of this. Due to smaller loop, the magnetic field is out of the, due to the smaller loop. Okay, I'm considering this inner loop as 1, outer loop as 2. So my B1, what is B1? That is out of the plane, k cap. So 2 root 2 mu naught I by pi into, what is the side? Side is 2r. So 2r k cap. Now write B2. Due to the outer loop, the side is there 4r, and as this current is going clockwise, so the magnetic field is going inside the plane, minus k cap is the direction. 2 root 2 mu naught I divided by pi into, what is the side? 4r. Total magnetic field is B1 plus B2. So simplify it further. what we will get? This is root 2. From here we will get root 2, yes, and from here we will get 1 by root 2, yeah, minus 1 by root 2. So this will become 2 minus 1 is 1 divided by root 2. What is the direction? Direction is out of the plane, dot. So out of the plane, dot, that is fourth option. Yes, due to the outer one the side is there greater, okay, the magnetic field will be lesser. Due to the inner one the magnetic will be greater, okay. So final resultant should come out of the plane. ये बन गया था. Oh, great, great, that's good. Next, a particle of mass 200 mega electron volt per second square collides with hydrogen atom at rest. Now this is also conceptually good question. So what is happening? This is a hydrogen atom and this is another particle coming with some velocity, let us take v. Here this mass is given to us in mega electron volt per c square. Okay, so let us take here this mass is m. It collides, this was at rest initially. This is the condition before collision. What happens after the collision? Soon after the collision the particle comes to rest. So this particle comes to rest after the collision and this hydrogen atom recoils and goes to its first excited state. So it goes to the first excited state. Initially it was at its ground state, okay, and certainly it is going with some velocity, let us take v dash, some velocity v dash, and now it is at first excited state. Now two things as it is collision. First is the conservation of momentum. Initial momentum is towards the right of this particle, let us take it as p. Final momentum, this is at rest, this is only having the momentum towards the right, it should be equal to p. So it is having a momentum in this direction p. That is there, I conserved the momentum. Next is the energy. What is the energy here? P square by 2m. Where this energy is going? Two ways it is going. First is the excitation here. How much energy went there in excitation? 10.2 electron volt. You know, first excited state, if you have to go from ground to first excited state, you need to spend 10.2 electron volt for a hydrogen atom. Plus the kinetic energy here, what is that? P square divided by 2 into mass of the hydrogen atom. Understand this equation clearly, nicely. See it again. See it again, this is important. Good, okay. Now, you know, I can write kinetic energy as P square by 2m. So don't get confused how I am directly writing. This is the kinetic energy, P square by 2m. Here I consider the mass of this. When I am writing kinetic energy of hydrogen atom, I took the mass of the hydrogen atom. Now solve it. Take this whole to the left. So I can write it like this. P square by 2m I am taking common and this is 1 minus m divided by mass of hydrogen atom and this is 10.2 electron volt. See it. See it now. Is this okay? Yeah. Now put the values. Mass, this is my m. What is mass of hydrogen atom? Now this is the mass of hydrogen atom. This is my mhe. Put it. So P square by 2m is my kinetic energy of the particle and that is the value of n is. Okay. The initial kinetic energy of the particle is n by 4. Okay. I need to find the kinetic energy of the atom. Okay. I am taking this as my k. So from here, if I write this equation again, okay, I am writing here. So this is my k into 1 minus mass, that is 200 mega electron volt per c square, and this is 1 giga. 1 giga is 1000 mega. So divided by 1000, and this is 10.2 electron volt. So this is 5. So this is 4 by 5. So yeah, so 5 by 4 into 10.2, that is how much it is? 51 by 4. This is 51 by 4 electron volt, n by 4, n comes out to be 51. option 3. Clear? Next question. A bead slides on smooth parabolic surface in xy plane where x is along horizontal and y is along vertical. So this parabolic is smooth. Smooth means no energy loss due to friction. The bead is released from point P. What is the speed of the bead when it reaches origin? So when it reaches origin, what is the speed? There is no energy loss due to the friction. Conserve the mechanical energy. Initial kinetic plus potential is equals to final kinetic plus potential. So if I take this total height as h, okay, so my initial potential energy is mgh, kinetic is 0, is equals to final, my potential is 0, I am taking this as surface reference, okay, the kinetic there half mv square, simple. So velocity is root of 2gh. I need what is h. Here my x is equals to 2, what is y? 2 into 2 square, y is my 8. Y is my 8, it means this is my 8. Now put 8 root of 2 into 10 into 8, that is root of 160, or I can say 4 root of 10. That is the first option. Repeat kar dijiye sir, JEE previous question. Which question you are talking about? This question? I should repeat or the previous one? You want this question to be repeated or this question? This question is simple only. Here potential energy, okay, plus kinetic energy. Kinetic was 0, okay, I am conserving the mechanical energy. Here kinetic is 0, potential is mgh. Here kinetic is half mv square, potential is 0. Equating the two things, simplifying, we got the velocity. Next question. Yes, 10. Oh, you want question number 10 to be repeated? Okay, see here collision is happening. So first what I am doing is conserving the momentum. This was the before collision condition, this was after collision. This is before collision, this is after collision. So before collision the momentum is, I am taking the momentum of this particle as p towards the right. After collision this particle is at rest, so momentum p should be due to the my hydrogen, okay, I am writing hydrogen atom, okay, what I am writing, this is hydrogen not helium, I wrote He there, so just write H, not He, this is H atom, not He, yeah, this is H, now it is fine, okay. So that momentum will be due to the hydrogen atom P. First is, this is the momentum conservation. Next is energy. Here we have kinetic energy, how much? P square by 2m. This is the energy. Now this energy is utilized how? First is, it goes in excitation. Here the my hydrogen atom was at ground state. Here my hydrogen atom is in the first excited state. So that energy will go 10.2, that is due to the excitation. Ground to first excited, ground we have minus 13.6, first excited how much we have? Minus 3.4, okay. So subtract that 10.2 in excitation from n is equals to 1 to 2. First thing. Second is the kinetic energy of this. Initially it was at rest, okay. Now the kinetic energy of this is p square by 2m into mass. P square by 2m. We write kinetic energy as momentum square divided by 2 into m. So this kinetic energy is equal to 10.2 plus this kinetic energy of hydrogen atom. Now just simplifying this equation, putting the values of mass, this was the mass of particle, this is the mass of the hydrogen atom, putting the values, we got the answer. Okay, I hope you got the explanation. Next, waves. A standing wave is maintained in a homogeneous string of cross-section area S and density rho. It is formed by superposition of two waves traveling in opposite direction, this and this. Okay. Here amplitudes are different, they are traveling in opposite direction but their amplitudes are different. Amplitudes are different, it means nodes will not have displacement 0. Okay, nodes will not have displacement 0. The total mechanical energy confined between sections corresponding to adjacent antinodes is. So these two waves are traveling in opposite direction. I need total energy. I will say energy of this wave plus the energy of this wave. Just add the two energies. Simple thing. Next important point to understand is confined between the two sections corresponding to the adjacent antinodes. Now adjacent antinode in a standing wave, when a standing wave is like this, okay, this is one antinode, this is second antinode, so this distance is how much? Lambda by 2. So the distance between the adjacent antinodes is basically lambda by 2. So I need in a section of length lambda by 2, how much energy is there? How much energy will be there? Energy due to the first plus the energy due to the second. Okay, so energy due to the first plus the energy due to the second. How we write intensity in a traveling wave? Half rho a square omega square into V. This is the intensity. How we write power? Power is intensity into area of cross section. Here area of cross section is given as S, so multiply that with S. This becomes my power. How we write the energy? Power into time. So energy is power into time, velocity here into time. So velocity into time becomes my length. Velocity into time becomes my length. So this will become half rho a square omega square S into the length. How much is the length? Lambda by 2. Put here lambda by 2. Half length is equals to lambda by 2. And lambda is not as mentioned, it is in the terms of k, and I know lambda is equals to 2 pi by k. So lambda by 2 is pi by k. So energy is half rho a square omega square S into pi by k. This equation we got. Write E1, write E2. For E1, this due to this wave, my amplitude is small a. For E2, my amplitude is 2a. Okay. So when I write here, it will become a square plus 2a square there. Okay. That will become 5a square. So 5 by 2. Let me write complete, because many of you will watch in the recorded version, so you'll get a complete understanding. So what is E1? E1 is half rho, amplitude is a, so a square omega square S pi by k, plus E2 is half rho, amplitude is 2a there, so 2a square into omega square S into pi by k. Okay, so here a factor of 5 by 2 will come, that is option 3. Clear? This I was taking as 1, this I was taking as 2, even E2. Adding the 2 got the answer. Next question is, how bubble of initial radius r is slowly inflated with its radius becoming 3r. If the surface tension of the film is T, how much work W is required? Work done is equal to increase in the surface energy. So work done is equal to increase in the surface energy, that is T into the increase in the surface area. This is how we will write. Okay. Now W is equals to T into surface area. Surface area we write for a sphere 4 pi r square. Now, but it is a bubble. It is a bubble. So for bubble we have two surfaces, inner and outer. So twice of that, 8 pi r square. So 8 pi into final r is 3r minus 8 pi into initial, it is r. 8 pi r square t into 9 minus 1, that is 8. So this becomes 64 pi r square t, that is option 3. Easy, straightforward question it was. Next, figure shows two capacitors C1, C2 with 10 volt battery and terminal A and B earthed. The graph shows the variation of potential as one moves from left to right, then the values of C1 by C2 is. I am starting from here. So first This is the increment of 10 volt. I am moving across a battery from negative to positive. Okay, this is a 10 volt battery, therefore this increment of 10 volt is there. Then potential is constant, yes, in between here the potential is constant. Then there is a drop of 6 volt due to this capacitor. So this plus minus, this is 6 volt across this capacitor. Then there is a drop of 4 volt due to this capacitor. So this is plus minus, this is 4 volt. Two capacitors in series have the same charge. Yes, they have the same charge. So C1 into V1 is equals to C2 into V2 because Q1 is equals to Q2 because they are in the series connection. So C1 V1 is equals to C2 V2. So C1 by C2 is equal to V2 by V1. V2 is 4, V1 is 6. This is 2 by 3, that is option 2. Easy question, not complicated. Just by looking you can solve this question. Next question. Two cylinders fitted with pistons are placed as shown, connected with string through a small tube of negligible volume. Okay, like this. This tube is having negligible volume, it is mentioned, are filled with a gas at pressure P0 and temperature T0. So at initial condition, the pressure is P0, temperature is T0. The radius of smaller cylinder is half of the other. Okay, here this radius is R, this is R by 2. If the temperature is increased to 2 T0, find the new pressure of the gas if the piston of bigger cylinder moves towards left by 1 meter. Piston of bigger cylinder move towards left by 1 meter. It means this piston will come here. Okay, this piston will move here. So this will become 2 meter. Finally, this will come here, this piston will come here. So this distance will become 0. Number of moles of the gas will remain same. So P1 V1 by T1 is equal to P2 V2 by T2. Just consider the moles of the gas. What is initial pressure? Initial pressure was P0. What was the initial volume? Initial volume was due to this part and due to this part. How much is this volume? Pi r square into 1 plus how much is this volume? Pi r by 2 square into 1 divided by T1 was T0 is equal to finally pressure is, let us take P2. What is the final volume? Finally in this section there is no gas because this piston came here. Okay, this volume will be there only. How much is this volume? Pi into r square into the length is 2. So pi r square into 2 like this divided by the final temperature, that is 2 T0. Now cancel. What can be? This T0 is getting cancelled. Pi r square 1 plus 1 by 4 is 5 by 4. Okay, there we'll have 2. Pi r square is getting cancelled. So this 5 by 4 will come here and this 2 will be there and this 2 is getting cancelled. Pi r square is also getting cancelled. P2 is 5 by 4. Yeah, 5 by 4 P0, that is fourth option. You see the fourth option? See the fourth option is 5 by 4. Clear? Now this discussion is for this rank booster series test 7. Okay, so we are not solving any question here. Okay, so we are not solving any question here. This is specifically for the rank booster series. A hollow conducting sphere of inner radius r and outer radius 2r is given a charge q. Okay, given a charge q as shown in the figure. Then, okay, this is inner radius. Okay, hollow conducting sphere. This is hollow from inside. Okay, so here we are having the sphere, metal part. It is. Okay, this is hollow from here. what it is now? Inner radius r and outer radius 2r, given a charge q, then the potential at A, B, C and O. If you give a charge q, where the charge will come? Full charge will come on the outer surface. So the charge is only there on the outer surface, like this. Now it behaves like a hollow sphere, charge q on the outer surface and these 3 points inside. Everywhere the potential will be same. Potential inside a charged, you can say uniformly charged shell is same everywhere. So I will say A, B, C and O all will have same potential. Next question. Find the force experienced by semicircular rod charged with a charge q. Okay, this is a semicircular rod with a charge q placed as shown in the figure. The radius of the wire is r. Okay, radius of the wire is r and the infinite length of charge with linear charge density lambda is passing through the center. This is an infinite length. Linear charge density is lambda perpendicular to the plane of the rod. Now see this. This is a semicircular section and here you can say going inside, coming out is my infinite rod which is having charge per unit length lambda. Due to that rod, at any part of the ring, if you ask me what is the electric field, what is that? 2k lambda by r. Now this is a infinite wire at a distance r. What is that? Capital R. The electric field is 2k lambda by r. Okay, this we know. Now due to this electric field, at any section theta, if you take a small charge dq which is making angle d theta here, the force will be in this direction. How much? Electric field, that is 2k lambda by r into the charge dq. This is the electric field. From symmetricity here I can say the vertical components will add, the horizontal components will cancel. I will only consider the vertical component. Okay, so this is theta, this angle is theta. The vertical component, this is my dfy. The horizontal component is my dfx. The vertical component will add, so only I will integrate vertical component. So my force will be actually integration of only the dfy, vertical component. What is that? 2k lambda by r dq sine theta, vertical component sine theta. So 2k lambda by r dq sine of theta. Clear? Now put what is dq there and everything else. 2k lambda by r, that is constant. Okay, sine theta is variable. Okay, so we will integrate. What is dq by the way? dq, charge of this small section. Now what is the charge per unit length of this ring? Charge per unit length is charge divided by length of the ring. Length is pi r. So this is charge per unit length into the length of this section. How much is the length of this section? It is making angle d theta. R d theta is the length. R d theta. Okay, so this is my charge per unit length into the length. I got the charge dq there. R got cancelled. So dq is basically q by pi d theta. This is my dq. Now put dq here and then further integrate it. So 2k lambda by r is constant, taking that out. Integrating dq, that is q by pi d theta. Sin theta is also there. Sin theta d theta. Angle goes from 0 to pi. Q by pi is also constant. I can take that out. Sin theta integration is cos of theta. Limit goes from 0 to pi. That will give us 2. So this will become 4k lambda by r q by pi. Okay. Now if you put k as 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught, so we will get 4 will go Yes, 4 will go. Lambda q divided by pi square epsilon naught r. Next question. Choose the correct ray diagram for a thin equiconvex lens, okay, which is cut like this. One thing to understand is, if you cut a lens like this, what will happen? Power will decrease or increase? Power is 1 by f. 1 by f using the lens maker formula, 1 minus mu minus 1 into equiconvex lens I am talking about, okay, 1 by r1, 1 by r2 they will use, so it becomes 2 by r there, okay, so 2 by r there, but it is cut from the middle, so only instead of this 2 we will have 1. It means my power is decreased, so power due to this decreases. If power decreases, means the band it can provide, or the if power is higher, it means more it can converge. If the power is lesser it will converge. Lesser it will converge means from this cut part it will cross the principal axis farther away, okay, because it is focusing lesser, it is converging that lesser. If it is converging that lesser, it will pass after, okay, and here if the focus is there, okay, it will pass before. So third is the correct ray diagram. So just a conceptual thing you need to understand. The wire shown in the figure has uniform cross section, okay, x is equals to 0 to L, the resistivity is varying like this. What we need to find? The potential difference V is applied across the wire. We need to find the resistance, the current density, the electric field. Now let us check. First of all, let us find the resistance for this. Resistivity is varying uniformly from 0 to L like this. So at a distance x from here, I am taking a small thickness dx and considering the resistance of this dx part as my dr. What that will be? Rho into length divided by the area of cross section, and that is considered as A. Rho L by A. Simple. What is rho? Rho is this at a distance x. Put it there. So this will be rho naught L divided by L plus x, 1 divided by L plus x dx. Integrate it to find the total resistance. Why I am integrating it like this? Because all the resistances are in series, just add all them. Add, I need continuous addition, it means integration. Integrate it, so this will become rho naught L by A ln L plus x. X goes from 0 to L, so this will become 2L divided by L, so that is ln 2. So rho naught L by A ln 2. This is my resistance. And potential that is applied is V. Resistance of the wire is rho naught L by A ln 2. Oh, first is correct. I can check for others also. Current density in wire is variable inside the wire. No, same current is passing like this. So, same cross section area is everywhere. Current density is current by area. It will be same everywhere. It is incorrect. Electric field we need to find. How to find electric field? J is equals to sigma E. I know this formula. Sigma is 1 by rho. So E by rho. Electric field is J into rho basically. So electric field is J is I by A into rho. What is I? I is V by R. So V divided by R into rho by A. What is R? R is this, put it. V divided by R is rho naught L ln 2 by A. This becomes my R into rho by A. Rho is this, rho naught L divided by L plus X. Rho naught L divided by L plus X into A. A will get cancelled. So this is electric field we are getting. Now if you put X is equals to 0 there, is it matching? No, it's not matching. If I put X is equals to 0 there, it's not matching. or it is matching. No, it's not matching. If I put x is equals to L there, if I put x is equals to L there, is it matching? No, still not. So both are incorrect. Clear? Moving ahead to question number 20. So this paper was a bit lengthy, therefore it is taking some time for the discussion. But anyways, let us continue. A slightly conical wire of length L, radii A and B, is stretched by two forces, each of magnitude F, applied parallel to its length, okay, in opposite direction and normal to end faces. If Y denotes the Young's modulus, then extension produced is. How much extension will be produced? Now, if it will be a, you can say, uniform wire, okay, of having uniform cross section, I will be directly saying that delta L is equals to FL by AY. But here the cross section is changing. So what I will do, at a distance x from here, I will consider a small section of length dx, and I will write how much will be the elongation in this dx. Okay, I know that my Young's modulus is equals to stress divided by strain. Strain we like this, we write like this. Stress is force divided by area, like this we write. Okay, so we write my what is delta L by L is equals to F by AY. Okay, L will go on the other side, like this we write. Now for this small section of length dx, if I write the elongation as my delta L, okay, the elongation in this dx as delta L, that will be how much? F into the length is dx, divided by area of cross section. Okay, how much area of cross section? How much will be the radius? How the radius will go? A radius is varying from A to B linearly. So if at a distance x you ask my radius, ask me the radius r, I'll say it as A plus B minus A divided by the total length here into x. Is this fine? Is this equation right? Put x is equals to 0 there, r is a. Put x is equals to B, L there, r is equals to B. Yeah, this is correct. So area of cross section pi r square. So pi into this square. This is my A plus B minus A by L into x whole square, okay, into the Young's modulus here y. Yeah, now this equation is proper. What I need to do? Integrate it to find the total elongation. So this is what we need to write here to find the total elongation. So just write integration of delta L, my dl is my total elongation delta L. Now simplify this. How I can do this? F by y into pi, that is constant. 1 by x square. Yeah. 1 by x square integration is minus 1 by x. X, this is my A plus B minus A into x by L. It is correct like this? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Divided by the differentiation, that is B minus A by L. B minus A by L. B minus A by L. And then put the limits from x is equals to 0 to L. From x is equals to 0 to L. Okay. So this is F divided by y into pi. If you put x is equals to L, it will become B. If you put x is equals to 0, it will become A. So this will be 1 by A minus 1 by B into L divided by B minus A. So this will become FL by AY into B minus A will get cancelled, AB. Yeah. So this is FL divided by Y by AB. Clear? This was a bit lengthy because of integration. Next question, question number 21. A nucleus disintegrates into two smaller parts which have their velocities in ratio 3:2. The ratio of their nuclear size will be. Nuclear size means the ratio of radius. Now, velocities given. Now, this was, you can say, bigger nucleus. It disintegrates into two parts, this one and this one. It is, the velocities are in ratio 3:2. It means it is moving like this 3v, it is moving like this 2v. Momentum is same in magnitude, okay, because initial total momentum was 0, final total momentum will be 0. If this mass is m1, this mass is m2, I'll say 3v m1 is equals to 2v m2. So my m1 by m2 is equals to 2 by 3. I need the ratio of radius. I need what is r1 by r2. How we relate radius? Radius is r0 into a to the power 1 by 3. Okay, so it will be a1 mass number of the first one to the power 1 by 3 into the mass number of second one into the power 1 by 3. a1 by a2 ratio will be m1 by m2. So this is m1 by m2 to the power m1 by m2 to the power 1 by 3. Okay, what is that? 2 by 3 to the power 1 by 3. 2 by 3. So x comes out to be 2. This was a simple question. Next is 100 gram of water at 20 degrees Celsius is mixed with m gram of water at 80 degrees Celsius in a calorimeter. No heat loss, means calorimeter is not taking any energy. The temperature of mixture at 40 degrees Celsius, the temperature of mixture is 40 degrees Celsius. Find the value of m. I'll say heat lost by this water will be equal to heat gained by this water. Which water? This is gaining the heat. So heat lost by this water is same as heat gained by this water. Clear? How much will be the heat lost by this? M into C into delta T. What is delta T? It is going from 80 to 40. So 80 minus 40 is equal to heat gained by this. Mass is 100. I am writing in gram. Okay. M into C into delta T. It is going from 20 to 40. So 40 minus 20 is 20. C got cancelled. M into 40 is equal to 100 into 20. Clear? 2 M comes out to be 50. Clear? This was simple, basic question. Very easy. A bar magnet is held perpendicular to uniform magnetic field. Okay, so this is my uniform magnetic field and my bar magnet is held perpendicular to this. It means it is like this. If the couple acting on the magnet is to be halved by rotating it, then the angle by which it is rotated is. Now how much is the torque here? Torque we know that is mb sin theta. This is the torque. So initially my torque is how much? 90. Angle is 90 here. So that it is m into b. Now it has to be rotated such that the torque becomes half. My next torque, let us take if I rotate it by some angle. If I rotate it by some angle such that finally it makes an angle theta with the magnetic field. My torque here tau 2, that will be mb sin theta, and this is half of the initial torque. Okay, that is my mb. It means my sin theta is 1 by 2. It means theta is 30 degree. This angle is 30 degree. How much angle it is rotated? 60 degree. Initially it was 90. Finally it is 30. So the angle rotated is 60 degree. Clear? Next question. The electric field intensity produced by radiation coming from 200 watt bulb at a distance 2 meter is E. So here some power is coming from this bulb. If you ask me what will be the electric field intensity here. Total intensity is power by area. This is the intensity. If I take this distance as r, so in total intensity will be power divided by 4 pi r square. Okay, so the electric field means he is talking about the magnitude of the electric field. So this is the total intensity, and intensity I'll write as half epsilon naught E naught square. This is how we write the intensity. Okay, so this is my initial condition. Finally, the electric field intensity produced by the radiation coming from 50 watt bulb at the same distance. Initially it was 200 watt. Now it is made 50 watt, distance is the same, means power is getting 1/4. If power is getting 1/4, my electric field will get 1 by 2, isn't it? Electric field will get 1 by 2. So P dash is equals to P by 4. My E dash will be equals to E by 2. Okay, X should be equal to 1. Root of 1 by 4 is 1 by 2. So X is equal to 1. Can you please take a marathon class covering all topics, theory plus PYQs? Yes. Yes, we are planning to take. We will take that. Don't worry about that. Okay, we will take. A point, now last question, this is last question of the discussion. 0.20 kg pellet moves rightwards at 30 meter per second on a smooth table. Okay, it is moving like this with 30 meter per second velocity. The mass is 0.20 kg. It embeds into a 0.2 kg block that is moving towards left with 30 meter per second. So there is a block, this is moving towards left with velocity 30 meter per second and mass is also the same. Find the percentage loss in kinetic energy. This is an inelastic collision, okay, it embeds into that. This is an inelastic collision. Finally, they will move with a common velocity. How much that common velocity will be? So this is the initial condition. Final condition, this block, and okay, you can say it embeds into it, this pellet, okay. They are moving towards, let us take with some velocity v. Both mass, so total mass will be 0.40 kg. Conservation of momentum, total initial momentum, how much it is? Towards the right 0.2 into 30, towards the left 0.2 into 30, 0. Total momentum is 0, so total final momentum also has to be 0. It means this velocity is 0. If finally the velocity is 0, initially there was some kinetic energy, finally there is 0 kinetic energy. How much is the loss? 100%. So the loss is 100%. Okay, the percentage loss is 100. 100 is the answer. Is this clear? Okay, now I'll invite Gaurav sir for the chemistry portion. Certainly physics portion was a bit lengthy, but you need to select the easy questions. Okay, so there were sufficient easy questions in this discussion. So if you skip 2 to 3 questions, the paper is manageable. Okay, now let us see if Gaurav sir is ready.
Yes, guys. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Sumit sir. And hello, my dear students. And yes, obviously, many of you will not be here today. I completely understand that. You must be having and preparing for your class 12 paper. Let me set that comment screen so that I may read your comments. Just give me a second. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you. So, obviously, most of you will be listening to this in a recorded format, although this is a live session, but obviously, you have your class 12 mathematics paper today. So without further ado, let me start with the discussion of chemistry. The paper was quite doable. I hope you have attempted it. Although you are having your mathematics paper tomorrow, again and again, this is the third time I'm telling so, because I do not want you to go off track tomorrow after finishing a mathematics paper. Obviously, if you have not attempted this paper, first attempt the paper and then go and check these discussion, because these discussion is only going to help you once you are completely through with actually the attempt part of it. Because after attempting, getting into a proper explanation and understanding the fact that where you were going wrong or where you were going right, so those analysis only matters once you have attempted this paper at least once. So I hope I'm audible. Am I joined by some of the participants, some droppers maybe? Yes, I mean, there are few people, but okay. So I know this will not be a very active discussion because people are having their paper. So that's why actually I'm missing my side of dopamine, because you guys make what a teacher, um, how a teacher is going to perform in class is basically decided by the students. So keeping in mind that all of you will be seeing this recording to the best of your efficiency, and it will be helping you to the maximum extent. So let me start the discussion. The first question is from, you can say it's from practical organic chemistry. You can even say it is a simple mole concept. So let us read the question. The question says, you have 1 gram of silver salt of an organic acid. Now that this organic acid is dibasic, as in it has a capacity to give 2H plus. So can you say that whatever be the acid, let us represent the carbon chain as R, and this carbon chain is having 2 hydrogens which can be removed as H plus. So how this salt will look like after removal of H plus? This carbon chain will have 2 minus, and once this organic anion will make a salt with silver cation. I hope you can do the crisscross method and you can easily find the formula of the salt. That will be Ag2R, because my organic part is having 2H plus, so the anion will be having 2 minus. Obviously this part is clear. So this will be my silver salt of that carboxylic acid. Now the question is saying, once you are strongly heating, so when on thermal decomposition of the silver salt of carboxylic acid, we are obtaining silver. And how much silver we are obtaining? We are obtaining 0.6 gram of silver. Now we have to determine the molecular formula of this salt. So the molecular formula, okay, you have to determine the molecular formula of the acid, as in we do not want this, we want the formula of R with 2 hydrogens, because obviously we know this R is having 2H plus, so R with 2 hydrogens. So ultimately we know, we should know the molecular formula of that compound, and obviously we are given with options. So what we can do, we can just apply mole concept. So let us do that mole concept. So what that mole concept tells you, sir? This is just simply applying principle of atom conservation. Whatever silver I have over here, the complete silver is going over there. So 1 mole of this will have 2 moles of silver. Yes, some other things will also be produced, because this is not getting balanced. I do not know what will happen to this part on heating, but whatever it will be, ultimately whatever silver it has, according to principle of atom conservation, atom cannot be created nor can be destroyed. So complete silver will be going over here. So let me do only the stoichiometry over here. That means 1 mole of this salt will definitely create 2 moles of the silver. I do not know how much moles of this silver salt of carboxylic acid I have. So let's say I have n moles. So if one is giving 2 moles of silver, then n moles will give 2n moles of silver. And I guess moles of silver is already given to you. Sir, weight is given, but we can calculate number of moles. How? Given weight, which is 0.6 upon molar mass. What is molar mass of silver? That is also given in the question. It is 108. Yes, it is given 108 U, but molar mass is mass of 1 mole substance, so it will directly become 108 grams. So this is moles. So this is how you calculate N. So value of N will be 0.3 upon 108, or simply 1 upon 3 3 ja 9, 3 6 ja 18 with a 0. So the number of moles is nothing but 1 upon 360. So we know how much moles of this salt of carboxylic acid we have. Now because we know moles, what is already given to us? The weight. Weight of this compound, weight of the salt is given out to be 1 gram. So weight we know, moles we know, so we can calculate number of molecular mass. How? Because we know number of moles, which is nothing but 1 by 360 is equal to weight, which is 1 gram upon molecular mass. Now what will be molecular mass? Sir, molecular mass of R we have to find. So let us say molecular mass of R is R only. So this is R plus silver. We are having 2 silver. So what is silver? 108. So 108 into 2 is 216. So we can see clearly find R. So R plus 216 is equal to 360. That means R is equal to 10 minus 6 is 4, 5 minus 1 is 4, and this is 1. So R is 144. Now what is my acid? Sir, add 2 hydrogens, so add 2 over here. So the acid will have a molecular mass of 144 plus 2, as in 146. Now we just have to check in the option that who is having molecular mass of 146, and obviously clearly 4 carbons. So obviously what is the maximum number of carbon you have? If we check the molecular mass of C5H6O5, C5 is 12 5 ja 60 plus 6 plus 16 5 ja 16 5 ja 80. So 80 and 60 is 140. Yes, definitely this is 146. So your option will be clearly option 2. I hope we are clear with this. Moving to the next question. Now let me just sip some water. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope we are done with the question. Now moving forward. Actually, I was eating an elaichi, so the elaichi got stuck. Moving to the next question. The next question says, noble gas are named because of their inertness towards reactivity. We definitely know noble gases have stable electronic configuration, so they do not react. But you have to select the incorrect statement. Now such questions are very much asked in JEE also, because they always ask you to read the theory. Once you read the theory, reading will definitely require time also, and theory reading will also help us, will also help the NTA and the examiner to judge whether the student has mugged the concept or have had the pretty decent enough theoretical concept. So if you have conceptually read the theory, then these theoretical questions will be very easy for you, else they are very challenging. So which is incorrect? The first statement says noble gas have very high melting points. Sir, we know they are generally gases, and gases have very low melting and boiling points. So obviously this is incorrect. So obviously I've got the answer, but let me check because we are practicing. So noble gases have weak dispersion forces. Yes, they are just attracted by weak van der Waals London dispersion forces, which are very weak. So this is correct. So not an answer. Noble gases are sparingly soluble in water. Yes, because they are not polar, so they are sparingly soluble. And noble gases have large positive values of electron gain. Yes, why? They will gain electron if they have stable electronic configuration. So if you want them to gain electron, you have to ultimately give energy so that the outermost electron can be excited. So that becomes an endothermic and highly endothermic process. I hope we are clear with this also. Moving to the next question. The next question says the compound with molecular formula this, obviously it is having nitrogen, so it will be an amine. We are having options also. It reacts with benzoyl chloride, that is, it is reacting with Hinsberg reagent to give, obviously we know it forms benzene sulfonamide. Let it, whatever the molecular formula is, let it be, because we know with Hinsberg reagent benzene sulfonamide is formed. Now the question is saying now that formed sulfonamide is insoluble. If it is insoluble in alkali, that means it is having no acidic hydrogen. That means this should be a 2-degree amine, because 2-degree amine reacts with Hinsberg reagent, but after reaction it is not left with any acidic hydrogen. No hydrogen is now attached with nitrogen, and therefore it do not behave as an acid, and therefore it cannot react with base and form salt, because salt are soluble. But if you will not react, then organic compound are not soluble. That means it is not soluble. That means it is a 2-degree amine, a very famous Hinsberg reagent application. So you should be a 2-degree amine. This is a 2-degree amine, so it can be your answer. This is 1 degree, so no. This is 1 degree, so no. This is 1 degree, so no. Now, if you just know the concept, then this is how you can make the answer correct. Moving to the next question. The next question is from biomolecules. Now, deliberately I'm doing this, that I'm taking questions from biomolecules which will force you to ultimately go back to your NCERT. Even during the previous mock test, I have given that NCERT page of essential and non-essential amino acids, of the list of vitamins. So this is again the question from the list of vitamins, and if you have definitely read that, until and unless you learn those table by heart, such questions will not be possible for you. And if you do that, such questions will definitely give you 4 marks without much of a effort. Now, if you just know that what is the famous water soluble vitamin, sir, vitamin C, and this vitamin C is nothing but it is ascorbic acid. That means if you just know few things from the table, so 4 is R, so 4 is R, 4 is R, 4 is RC. If you just know one of the few things, although as a religious, as a disciplined student, you should learn the complete table of NCERT. I've already given that table in the previous mock. But if at all you have some basic idea of NCERT, such questions will be easily doable. I hope we are clear with this also. Moving to the next question. A basic question, a basic ideology from alkyl and aryl halide, which tells you that if you have an aryl halide, although this is an iodine, so I'm not crossing it, I'm just mentioning that iodine with a general symbol of halogen. Now, there is an halogen, but we know aryl halide do not undergo substitution reaction. Why? Because benzene ring itself is electronegative and they have a partial double bond character. So aryl halide do not give substitution reactions. But here I have a benzylic carbon over which is stable. If a free radical or a carbocation is formed, such carbocation are very stable. Now, if it is subjected to NBS, what is NBS? N-bromosuccinamide. Then it is a classic case of allylic substitution, because such reaction takes place in what medium? Such reaction takes place in presence of sunlight, and therefore what type of fission happens? Sir, homolytic fission, and homolytic fission will create a free radical at the benzylic carbon, which is stabilized by resonance. So what will be your A product? Sir, A product will be clearly and beautifully aryl halide over here. This CH3 becomes CH2 and it will be substituted by the bromine given by N-bromosuccinamide. Now, after that I am exposed with a nucleophile, sir, Na plus. That means I have this CH3 sulfur with a negative sign. Sulfur with a negative sign in fact is a better donor, so it will rather do substitution reaction, and this SN reaction, this will be an SN reaction, and this SN, it can be an SN1, SN2, because it is 1 degree also here. Carbocation is stable also because no solvent is mentioned, so I'm supposing it should be an organic solvent, so it should preferably be SN2. And what will be formed? Sir, aryl halide do not give, so this iodine will remain as it is, but this CH2 will now be substituted by this sulfur, which is itself having a alkyl as in methyl group. So this is just like an ether, but this ether is formed, is the functional group like oxygen. You have sulfur, but sulfur has a relatively high reactivity of giving electron, because oxygen being electronegative will hold the electron, but sulfur, if having electron, it will have a higher tendency to give those electrons, so it will be a better donor. Now just check the options. Obviously you can see okay, there is no carbon over here, so I'm sorry, this will not be yes, option 1 will be your answer. I hope we are clear. Moving to what we have done this, so moving to the next question. Yeah, moving to the next question. The next question says, you have to tell the hybridization of central atom, that is of nickel over here and zinc over here. Now, discussing the hybridization of zinc is quite easy. Why? Because we know zinc is 4s to 3d10. The oxidation state of zinc is clearly +2 because ammonia, amine, is a neutral ligand. So oxidation of zinc will be Zn +2. So Zn+2 will have an electronic configuration of 3d10. So no d orbital is available. So no forced pairing obviously will take place. And therefore, what will be the hybridization? sp3d2, because coordination number is 6. So I need 6 orbitals. So outer orbital complex will be formed. So hybridization will be sp3d2. Now, talking about nickel, nickel also has oxidation state +2. So for nickel also 4s electrons will be gone, and nickel what are left, because nickel has atomic number 28, so 8 electrons in the d subshell will be left. Now just draw these 8 electrons. So 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Yes. Now it may confuse you because in general ammonia, as in amine, is a strong field ligand. For most of the metal ions, ammonia act as a strong field ligand. Even if you do not, although this is a factual science that with Ni+2 ammonia do not behave as strong field ligand. But even if you do not know this, then still with Ni+2 ammonia do not behave as a strong field ligand. Even if you do not know this fact, still let's say you thought that ammonia is a strong field ligand and you will try to pair this electron. So even if you pair this electron, still you are not going to find 2d d orbitals in the inner subshell. So in order to form inner orbital complex, at least I need 2d, because otherwise in case of coordination number 6, what is the hybridization that is also famous? It is d2sp3. So 2d you are not even finding, and because so this will give you a hint also that no forced pairing is taking place. So I'm writing that thing also, that with Ni+2 ammonia act as or behave as a weak field ligand. Thus crystal field splitting is not that high, therefore it will also form a outer orbital complex, therefore its hybridization will also be sp3d2. A very beautiful question, although very easy, but still a tricky one for few of the students, those who are not familiar with the concept. I hope we are clear with this also. Moving to the next question. The next question says, now it is again a question from general organic chemistry, but from the practical organic side of it. So the question says in Carius method. Now intentionally I'm doing this. In the January attempt, in each of the session, there was a question from practical organic chemistry which just required you to do the basic into divide calculation of percentage. So that's why when I am religiously just following the trend, so that it is definitely going to help you for your April attempt. Now the question says in Carius method for estimation of halogen, 0.45 gram of organic compound. So this is the weight of organic compound you have. It gave 0.36 gram of AgBr. So just do the stoichiometry for AgBr. If we had 1 mole of AgBr, if you would have produced 1 mole of AgBr, how much mole of bromine you will be having? You will be having 1 mole of bromine. Talking in terms of weight, so what is 1 mole? 1 mole is obviously molecular mass is given. That means 188 gram of AgBr will give us, bromine is 80, will give us 80 gram of bromine. So 1 gram of this AgBr will give you 80 upon 188 gram of bromine. But how much of AgBr we are obtaining? We are obtaining 0.36 gram. So how much bromine actually we are obtaining? This much. So this is the weight of bromine present, and this weight is coming from where? This weight is coming from this much of organic compound. So what is the percentage of bromine in this organic compound? Now this is just simple mathematics, so let us do that mathematics. So your percentage of bromine will be weight of bromine upon weight of organic compound into 100. Now, a simple into divide will actually give you a percentage of somewhere around 34%. You do not have to do the exact calculation. Just do the basic approximation also, and I hope you will be landing up with the answer. I hope we are clear with this. Yeah. So finally we have got some participants. So yes, A is the answer. सर आज फुल सिलेबस टेस्ट में 34 मार्क्स ही आए, रोज 60-70 आते हैं बेटा. इफ यू आर अ क्लास 12 स्टूडेंट देन दिस यूजुअली हैपन नॉट विद यू, विद मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, बिकॉज वंस यू गिव योर थ्योरेटिकल बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशन पेपर ना, द टेम्परामेंट फेल्स. दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव deliberately done and customized these 12 mock tests in such a way so that we'll be giving you buffer time for your board examinations as well. And if you are disciplined enough, yes, time management you have to give your paper tomorrow. After that, as soon as you come back, maybe have a sleep of 1-2 hours, wake up and then attempt the paper, because once you start attempting again na beta Piyush, obviously the rhythm will come, but it will take time bhai, है ना. So just hold, keep working, whatever you are doing, do it. Rhythm will be coming back. क्या करूं? So rhythm, I hope I answered Piyush. Okay, you are a dropper. Then you must have done something horrible. Horribly, you must have spent your holy horribly in a best possible way. I know it is not a horrible word which is going well with best possible scenario, but I mean, just do not take it as a pain, beta. In fact, for a dropper, I would rather say if some certain things are happening to you, give it a pause, go back for a 1 day, maybe 1 day break, maybe 1 day holiday, then come back and then restart. So you just need a pause. If at all you're a dropper and this thing is happening to you, then just take a pause and things will be again shaping up. But for that, you have to, after that 1 day break, again come back. So if that is a scenario, just take a break and then come back to the basics. I hope we are good. Sir, class 11th wasted. Is 1 year enough? Yes, Sohan, not one. I still remember back in 2006, I have given my 12th examination. During our time, JEE Mains was called AIEEE. So let me tell you, I was a MP board student. So on 17th May, I clearly remember I have gone to Kota back in 2006. So 17th May 2006. I was an MP board student, so 11th, 12th, I haven't studied anything. Still, with a time span of like 9 months, I scored, my AIR was 6,000. So if I can do it, many of my students have also done it. So 1 year is not sufficient, it is more than sufficient. In fact, all the class 12 students are generally a better performer. Droppers, generally, the percentage of droppers getting successful, although is quite large, but a good performer, a good scorer, the high percentiler are generally freshers. So do not worry, you just have to be focused. So Piyush is saying, sir, कर ले, उसको notes कर लूं, percent है. बेटा हो जाएगा Piyush, just take a break, then come back to your basics, everything will be done. Sir, class is 1 year. Yes, beta. Sohan, I already asked. Perfect, beta. Moving forward. Now, I hope we are done with this question. Moving forward, the next question says, the compound A, B, C in the reaction sequence are. Now, because you are having a good help of the option, so let us just explore the question and we'll be taking help of options to decode the answer. So this is nothing but alcohol. Alcohol once react with HBr. Sir, we know this is simple SN2, because this is 1 degree alcohol, 1 degree carbocation is not stable. It is not at all stable. So what is going to take place? Simple SN2. So I'll have a 2 carbon and bromine will be substituted. So this can be good, this can be good, this can be good. Okay, all the options are giving you that. So A can be anything. Now, after reaction with magnesium, Grignard reagent will be formed. So 2 carbons, magnesium will come in between because it is a divalent metal. So this will be your B, the Grignard reagent. Ethyl magnesium bromide. This is diethyl, so no. Ethyl, yes. This is something twice, so not possible. So obviously with Grignard reagent, we know either it is option 1 or option 3. Now, Grignard reagent when reacts with CH3CHO. Now we know the carbonyl carbon of aldehyde is obviously polar, it is delta positive, and Grignard reagent will make this carbon electron rich, so it becomes a nucleophile. So this nucleophile will rather do nucleophilic addition, and double bond O will become single bond O minus, and post hydrolysis it will become an alcohol. So I have this CH3, which is the methyl group connected to the carbonyl carbon. This is the carbonyl carbon. Double bonded O will become OH. This carbon is having one H, and it will be added by this ethyl group. So this ethyl group will be added due to the presence of Grignard reagent. So this forms the 3 degree alcohol, because this forms the 2 degree alcohol. I beg your pardon. This forms the 2 degree alcohol. So let us check. No, this is a 3 degree alcohol. So gone. So obviously option. This is a 3 degree alcohol. This is a 2 degree alcohol. And what is this? CH2CH3. We are asked A, B, C. So A is this alkyl halide, B is this alcohol, B is this Grignard agent. Okay, this is misprint, beta. This is just a misprint. This is not asked. You are just asked the alcohol. So option 3 will be your right answer. I hope we are clear with this. Just let me check. Yes. So option 3 is your right answer. Moving to the next question. There was a printing error. I hope in your paper you would be seeing the correct question. Moving to the next question. Sohan is saying, sir, what I should study and from where? Sir, please guide me. Beta, if you are comfortable in English language, then I guess I have communicated this quite a long number of times that we are already posting one shots of all the possible chapters of physics, chemistry, mathematics. Most of the chapters are already there. Some of the chapters will be following before your April attempt. All the chapters of physics, chemistry, maths will be posted free in the one shot Elevate JEE crash course series. You have already enrolled for the rank booster batch, so these tests will help you to know that what chapters you need to revise. So go to the one shot series, revise the topics, and obviously then try and attempt more and more question by observing these, by attempting these mock tests as well. So beta, this is a very clear picture. So I mean, I hope I have answered. The only point is, now you do not have to think of working. Actually work. Do not plan. Obviously plan, but just plan for an hour, maybe 2 hours, and then start implementing that plan. So because you are here, so start working, my friend. Sir, H2O is there. Where H2O is there? Where H2O, beta? Okay, this is hydrolysis, beta. After Grignard agent, hydrolysis will turn that O minus into OH. Okay, yeah. So sir, now I am in class 12. Then Sohan, if you are in class 12th, obviously go for the Vishwas Divas opportunity of getting a heavy discount on all the PWJE courses. So we have PWJE English courses for class 11th Arjuna, class 12th Laksh, and droppers Prayas. So do join that so that we can be doing this regularly. The batches are starting from the month of April, so do join it ASAP. Else you can do everything for free also, because all the one shots for mains are already posted in the PWJ English YouTube channel. So moving forward now, perfect, yeah. Now the next question says what is the major product of the following reaction? Now deliberately I have taken this question because even NCERT signifies and pressurize on the fact that sodium borohydride is a very selective reducing agent. It is a very selective reducing agent, and rather it reduces what does it reduce? It reduces all the carbonyl group aldehydes and ketones to corresponding alcohol. Whatever the pi bond is just broken, and the pi bond is the valency is substituted by hydrogen. So NaBH4 precisely selectively only reduces aldehydes and ketones, not other carbonyl compounds. But yes, The reason I've deliberately taken this question is because mains have started using selective reduction nature of sodium borohydride, that it also reduces some few more compounds. What are those? These are nothing but nitrogen double bonded with carbon. So your NCRT also name them as imines, which are intermediate formed during stiffen reduction. Now these are things which are there in NCRT. So because these are imines which also have very high electron density, so they are also reduced by sodium borohydride. And what does this reduction do? Sodium borohydride is a very mild reducing agent. It just break one pi bond, adds hydrogen. So if that pi bond of N double bonded carbon is broken, so you get NH and CH. So what amine, what are you going to get after reduction? Sir, corresponding amine, because it is a substituted imine, so you'll get a 2-degree amine. So let us check the option. Yes, this alcohol is right, carbonyl is not correct, this alcohol is right, this alcohol is right. But over here, the double bond is there, so no, you are not an answer. Yes, you can be an answer, but you are wrong. Yes, both are reduced. This is reduced to corresponding 2-degree amine, and this is reduced to corresponding alcohol. So option 3 becomes a beautifully correct answer. I hope we are clear with this also. Moving to the next question regarding revolving around the basics of atomic structure. Now we are asked about the nodes, so let us revise. What nodes are? Area where probability of finding electron is 0. There are two types of node. One is radial node. When you move radially from the nucleus, you find these nodes where probability of finding electron becomes 0. The statistical formula for calculation of radial node is through quantum numbers, and the formula is n minus l minus 1. There are also one more nodes which are called angular nodes. The statistical formula, now these are not derived formula. The statistical formula for calculating angular nodes is L. If you add them up, you get your total number of nodes. So total nodes will be equal to radial node for plus angular node. So if you add them, L will get cancelled. So formula of total node will be nothing but n minus 1. I hope you are clear with this. So radial node for 2p. For p, L is nothing but 1. So radial node will be 2 minus 1 minus 1. That means radial node will be 0. And total nodes will be n minus 1. That means 2 minus 1 as in 1. So first will be 0. That means 1 is R. And 2 is 1. That means 2 is P. So 1 is R. 1 is R. And 2 is P. Only one option you are having. So ultimately, just by calculating radial nodes, you have got your answer. Your answer is yeah, definitely, yeah. Dhatan, perfect bhai, perfect. Sir, अगर आज का break लिया तो कितना नुकसान होगा? Piyush, see, why I said break ले? Ultimately, even you are saying no, sir, पहले आया था and you are a dropper. That means you have not been obstacled, you have not been hindered by your board examinations also, but still you're saying that your numbers are coming less. So that's why I'm saying take a pause. I'm not saying padhna chhod de, break pe chala ja. The only point I'm making over here is because you have not got a change, so things sometimes become monotonous. So take a break for a day. I'm not saying take a break for the coming days, just a day. That too because you're saying anyway you're working, but still you're getting lesser marks. So that's why I'm saying take a break, because that pause will help you to recollect yourself, recollect your thoughts. Maybe with a 1 day break, you'll recollect. I'm not saying take a break and go for shopping. Take a break, sit, talk to your mother, talk to your father, talk to your siblings, while, or talk to anybody, talk to anybody. Talk to anybody, I'm saying. Whoever you feel, after talking, you feel that you are introspecting yourself. It will actually help you to come to a solution. So I'm not saying take a break, because sometimes pause is the best medicine. So that is what I meant. Moving to the next question. Yeah. So Sohan beta, I already answered na. We are already there. We are already there with the one shots. You can either watch it for free for the 2027 paper also, that is for next year also, because whatever chapters are there, you, let's say you spend for completing one chapter of physics, chemistry, maths, or completing one chapter properly and then attempting questions, attempting PYQs is not a 1 day job, my friend. If you just make a timetable now, it will be taking at least 9-10 months to do it properly with proper attempting of questions. Yes, you will be facing doubts. Those doubts you can always post. I mean, for beta, see, for personalized experience, you can always come and join us in our live batches, which are already live. But if you are feeling that you are more comfortable online, YouTube, then everything is free also. So now it is your choice. I hope we are clear. Now it is your choice. हाँ beta, obviously they are our colleagues, our very famous colleagues. So obviously we know each other, but obviously everybody is busy for your help. Therefore, we try to engage ourselves for the betterment of the students. Otherwise mingling around. So coming to the question says, although we have done the question, but still for checking we are doing it. Orbital angular momentum of an electron in 2p orbital. And option 4 is saying angular momentum. So what is the difference? Orbital angular momentum was conceptualized by quantum theory, which said that orbital angular momentum is nothing but under root of L into L plus 1 into h upon 2 pi. While angular momentum was conceptualized by Bohr theory, which were just considering orbit. So angular momentum essentially is just conceptualized with the Bohr model, which says that angular momentum is nothing but multiple of h upon 2 pi. That means n times of h upon 2 pi. So I hope we are clear with this. For 2p, value of L is 1. So 1 plus 1 becomes 2. So root 2 into h upon 2 pi, because I have 2 over here. So this 2 will become root 2. So it will be h upon root 2 pi. This will be root 2. So this is h upon root 2 pi. That means third will be s. And for 2p, principal quantum number n is 2. So orbital angular momentum as per Bohr model will be 2h upon 2 pi. That means it is simply h upon 2 pi. That means it will be simply h upon 2 pi. That means 4 will be q. So 4 is definitely q. Therefore, we have successfully attempted this question. I hope we are clear. Yaksh is saying, sir, is this concept of nodes and that graph syllabus of JEE Main? Beta, graph node is a syllabus for JEE Mains. Mains love asking about nodes. But yes, for the probability distribution graph, they are actually advanced topics. So not very much asked by mains. So, but I guess there were 2 questions, although if you just know that what are nodes, you can do that graphical question also. But yes, specifically that graph questions are meant for advanced, not for mains. You're right with that point. Chalo. Sohan, if you have purchased, beta, whoever is best for you will always be there. So do not worry, Sohan. Okay, moving to the next question. The next question is from, you can rather say it is from salt analysis, although salt analysis. So this is qualitative analysis, although even in the mocks I'm deliberately doing this also, that I'm including one question from salt analysis. In the previous mocks I have given you the slides where I have distinguished the group reagents for the cations, but there are some properties of certain confirmation test also. So in order to accommodate those famous confirmation tests, some famous properties, I have included this question. Now you have to select that out of these which are correct. The first statement is carbon dioxide is a colorless and odorless gas, which is a fact regarding carbon dioxide. You should know it. And whenever carbon dioxide is produced, it creates brisk effervescence. This thing is already there in NCERT also. You must be knowing it from class 10th also. So which turns lime water milky. Whenever you pass CO2 in calcium hydroxide, you get calcium carbonate, which makes lime water milky. So yes, this is definitely correct. Now H2S is a colorless gas. Yes, H2S is also colorless, but sulfur has a very characteristic smell. It has a smell of rotten eggs. So definitely a property of H2S, and it turns lead acetate paper black. Why? Whenever you have sulfide ion, it reacts with lead, and lead sulfide is formed, which is not a soluble salt. It is a black precipitate. So definitely this is also correct. And option B is also linked with option C, because option C is just discussing about the color of BBS, which is definitely black. So all the three options are correct, which makes option C as your right answer. I hope we are clear. Now, sir, reading NCRT for salt analysis enough, as I have almost left this chapter. Beta, NCRT do not have salt analysis. It is there in NCRT lab manual, so all the salt analysis detail. That is what I'm telling you. If you have been in these mock tests in the you just need to learn the group reagents for anions and cations. So in order to just learn the group reagents, what are cations belonging to what all groups and how they are precipitated, what are the group reagents. Even if you know this much, along with what you are saying, the NCRT logics which discuss and relate to salt analysis, that much is more than sufficient for JEE Mains. Yes, you are right, but do that categorization, the cations, what are the group reagents, to which group they belong, which I have already explained with detail. I have given you the complete picture also. So at least just go through the previous mock test discussion, so you will be finding those. If you have joined the WhatsApp channel, all the mock test discussion, the PDF of these notes are also provided to you. So if you have joined the PWJ English WhatsApp channel, it will be given to you free. So just join that group, you will be getting all these lecture notes, and go through all the salt analysis question that I have discussed. I have deliberately discussed in the mocks. At least just do them and you will be done with the JEE Mains question. That's it. Now, moving to the next question. The next question is from chemical equilibrium. The question says the dissociation equilibrium of gas AB2 can be represented like this. Okay. Now the question says the degree of dissociation is X. Now, whenever degree of dissociation is written, we have seen such a question in the previous mocks also, because students make mistake a lot of time. Whenever degree of dissociation is mentioned, always do stoichiometry with respect to 1. As in, always do stoichiometry with respect to 1 moles of the reactant. So what I'm trying to tell you, just let me explain. So degree of dissociation is X, and X is very small, as in reaction is not at all moving forward direction. That means degree of dissociation is very small. The expression relating the degree of dissociation X with equilibrium constant Kp and total pressure. So the total pressure of the system is assumed to be P, and the options are given to us. Now, just let me write the reaction. So reaction is, I have twice of AB2 in equilibrium with twice of AB and B2. So at time t equal to 0, if I want this to be 1, let me personally take what is the number of moles that is present. So 2. So let me take 2 moles initially, because value of K do not depend upon initial concentration, although initial concentration will determine the rate of reaction, but the value of equilibrium constant K has no impact from whatever amount you are taking initially. So whatever stoichiometry is there, if it is 1, take 1, if it is 2, take 2, if it is 3, take 3. Why? Because then whatever degree of dissociation you will be having, it will be with respect to 1, because 2 will be coming out. See, what I'm telling you is, at whenever equilibrium is reached from 2 mole, how much I am supposed to dissociate? So 2x. Why I'm saying 2x? Because if you take 2 common, it is 1 minus x. That is the point I'm making. Whenever degree of dissociation is given, you should always get a factor 1 minus x. Why? Because x is moles dissociated upon moles taken initially. Sometimes moles dissociated, moles taken initially, people do it randomly. So therefore I advise that whenever degree of dissociation has to be placed in a question, always do with respect to 1. How come 1 is going to come? Once you assume whatever stoichiometry is there, you take that many moles only. Sir, but initially taking number of moles will change the value of K? No. Value of K do not depend upon the concentration of reactant species taken. It only depends, it does not depend, it only depends upon the temperature. Yes, if you take more of the reactant, rate of reaction will increase. But here, this is not discussing about chemical kinetics. This is discussing about equilibrium constant. So equilibrium constant has no impact. I hope I've discussed it 2 times, so it is quite clear to all of you. Now just do the stoichiometry. If 2x of this is broken, then 2x of this will be produced. If 2x of this, because 2 will produce 2, so 2x will produce 2x. So 2 produces 1, so 2x will produce x. Now I hope we are clear with this. Now these are the moles of mixture at equilibrium. But sir, we are given the total pressure, so let us find the partial pressure of each component. So can you tell me what will be partial pressure of AB2? Yes sir, from Dalton's law we know it is mole fraction of AB2 into total pressure, which is given out to be P. In our case, total pressure at equilibrium is given out to be capital P. So what will be what will be mole fraction of this AB2 component? Sir, moles of this, which is twice of 1 minus x upon total moles. What are total moles? So let me calculate total moles over here. So moles total is nothing but this plus this plus this. So 2x will get cancelled. So this is nothing but 2 plus x. So this is nothing but 2 plus x. So this is mole fraction of, this is partial pressure of AB2. Now, what about partial pressure of AB? So partial pressure of AB will be 2x upon 2 plus x into P. And what about partial pressure of B2? This B2, it will be x upon 2 plus x into P. Now, let us use these partial pressures and put in the equation of equilibrium constant in terms of partial pressure. So we can directly say Kp is nothing but partial pressure of AB, how much? Raised to the power 2, because you have a square over here, into partial pressure of B2 raised to the power 1 upon partial pressure of the reactant, which is AB2 raised to the power 2. Now this is a tedious task which you have to do. So what is partial pressure of AB? 2x. 2x upon 2 plus x into P whole squared, whole into what is partial pressure of B2? B2 is x upon 2 plus x. So this is x upon 2 plus x into P raised to the power 1 upon what is partial pressure of this reactant AB2? This is twice of how much? 1 minus x upon 2 plus x into P raised to the power 2. Now, therefore, I can say Kp is equal to P, this is P square, so this is P square, so P square is cancelled. I'm just left with 1 P into, let me formulate this for x. So this is x upon 2 plus x. What about this one? Let me use another color. This is 2 plus x squared, so this is also 2 plus x squared. But here I'm left with 2. Here I'm left with 2x squared. So over here I'll be having 4x squared. After that, this I've already taken, this I've already taken. Yes, in the denominator I'll be also be having 2 into 1 minus x squared. So 4 into 1 minus x squared. So this 4 and 4 will get cancelled. So what I have to do, I have to express I have to express the degree of dissociation x with respect to Kp and P. So let me put x on one side. So this is nothing but Kp is equal to P into x cube upon, in the denominator I have 2 plus x and I have 1 minus x squared. Now because the question is also helping you with the fact that it is saying x is mathematically very, very less than 1. It is saying x is mathematically very, very. So now that approximation will help you to do a theoretical approximation as well, because x is very, very less than 1. So if x is subtracted from 1, it will create no difference. This will be approximately 1 only, because 1 squared is 1. And if 2 is added with a very small value, that will also make no impact, so it will rather be 2 only. So therefore the whole process will become quite easy. So we can say Kp is nothing but total pressure into x cube upon this denominator has now approximately equated to be just as 2. So x is nothing but twice of Kp upon total pressure raised to the power 1 by 3. Now this becomes very easy, I hope. So twice of Kp raised to the power 1 by 3. So you definitely have option 3 as your right answer. I hope we are clear with this. In question 12, class 11 based. Acha, is question 12th class 11th based? Question 12. No, beta. I mean, sometimes even JEE does it. Even sometimes JEE asks such questions which ultimately, if I would have this question in JEE examination, I would not attempt it. Although I have got the answer. But if at all I have done such questions initially, because in my chemical equilibrium classes, if you see the one shots also, for such cases we have generalized certain statements for x and we have memorized those conclusions. So if at all you have invested that much amount of time in your studies back at home, then you may do such questions in lesser amount of time. But for that you need more of input once you have worked sufficient enough back at home during the practice sessions. And if not, for a general case, I'm telling you, you should not attempt such questions in the first go. First attempt the easier questions. So JEE is not always a paper of selection, it is actually a paper of rejection. So such questions you should first reject and then come back to them if you're having time left with your attempt. I hope we are clear. Generally you should not attempt such questions. Now coming to the, because anyway they are going to give you 4 marks only, not more than 4 marks. So I'm getting some machhar over here. So let me switch on the all out, which I've done. Let me sip some water and then we'll start with the next question. Those of you who are here, please attempt. Yeah. Okay, so let me see the next question. This is question number 13th. I mean, of the 25 questions of chemistry, this is the 13th question. For a reaction this, when the concentration of B alone is doubled, T half does not change. Array, it is saying T half is constant. So, sir, but we know T half depends upon initial concentration, but no. For first order reaction, we definitely know formula of T half is ln 2 by k, which is independent of initial concentration. So this is actually helping us to know that with respect to B, order is, it is a first order reaction. Now let me read the next part. When concentration of both A and B are doubled, so we know rate of a reaction is directly proportional to concentration of reactant raised to the power x and concentration of another reactant raised to the power y, but that y we have already formulated is 1. So question is saying that if you double concentration, so A becomes 2A and B also becomes 2B, then rate is increased by a factor of 4. That means rate is becoming 4R. So if we just divide this 4R by R, so this is A raised to the power x and B raised to the power 1. So obviously you can see R gone. So here I have 4. Here I have 2 raised to the power x and 2 raised to the power 1 because B will be gone. So this 2 will make this as 2. So X is also nothing but X is also 1. So this is simple basic, which says the order of reaction is, so overall order will be 1 plus 1 as in 2. And we definitely know for a second order reaction, rate is equal to rate constant K into concentration raised to the power 2, because we are discussing of the unit, because the question is just asking you unit of rate constant. So rate constant is this. So what will be its unit? Unit of rate is mole per liter per second, and unit of concentration is mole per liter, but because it is squared, so this 2 will be going and this mole per liter will be going. So unit of this K will be nothing but liter upon mole into second. So liter per mole per second, that means option 2. I hope we are clear with this. Sir, I have actually did not go well in 11th in JEE level, but I can get good percentile, like 99 percentile, if I be consistent. Yes, beta. Yes, Ekaf. I'm not saying there is a very less possibility. There is a very 99% chance that you will be scoring 99 percentile if you are disciplined enough. Just don't do glamorous thing any day. Just do the average thing, but do it regularly. Study, let's say study for a fixed amount of hours, but do not alter those hours. If at all it is getting impacted, then recover it in the next day. So don't have any backlogs. Whatever you're doing, do it regularly and everything will be done. I'm 99% sure that you will be landing up with more than 99 percentile if you are disciplined enough. Okay, moving to the next question. The next question says again from organic chemistry. So in mains also, sometimes organic chemistry helps like anything. Just you have to be comfortable with NCERT logics. The question says A is reacting with chlorine in presence of sunlight. So this is nothing but allylic substitution. If it is alkane, so it is an allylic substitution. You get alkyl halide. After aqueous KOH, you get an alcohol. So C is definitely an alcohol. And oxidation of alcohol is giving you aldehyde. That means it is a 1 degree alcohol. So 2 carbon alcohol will be CH3, CH2, OH. So this shall be your ethanol, will be your C. So your B will be a chloro substitution. Why chloro substitution? Because this is allylic substitution. This is definitely going to add chlorine. Add as in substitute chlorine. Now who undergoes allylic substitution? Alkanes. So this must be a 2 carbon alkane. So I hope it is clear. So ethane, ethyl alcohol, ethane, ethyl chloride and ethyl alcohol will beautifully. Yes, Dathan. Perfect, bhai. Moving to the next question. The next question is just chemical bonding basic. Chemical bonding basic tells us that structure of orthoboric acid and metaboric acid. Now, orthoboric acid, I hope it is a very famous acid. We definitely know boron when connected with 3OH. H3BO3. Now this is definitely an acid, but a very famous point for this acid. This is an acid? Yes, this is an acid. What is its, how many H plus it can give? People say 3, answer is 1, because these 3 hydrogens are not even released. Yes, boric acid, orthoboric acid is an acid because one, it is present in water. Being a Lewis acid, it asks for the lone pair of oxygen atom, and then oxygen donates electron to boron and takes away electron of hydrogen. So H plus is released, but that H plus is given by water. And you get this boron with 3 OH and the third OH minus is of water. So you get that anion with the release of 1 H plus. So it is an acid. It just gives 1 H plus, and that H plus also do not belong to this orthoboric acid. That H plus is this BOH, this H3BO3 forces water to release H plus. So what is the basicity of this acid? 1. So what is this orthoboric acid? Obviously this is your orthoboric acid, this is your orthoboric acid, no. This is inorganic benzene, so no. So obviously these two can be our answer. This is diborane. So definitely this is metaboric acid, which is nothing but HBO2, a very important and famous compounds of boron. I hope we are clear with this. Now, moving to the next question. The next question is again from chemical kinetics, and such question find application in your class 12 boards also, but definitely mains and advanced also loves them. So please attempt this one. By the time I just read, Ekav is saying, I bought Laksh batch module as it is enough for JEE Mains. Laksh beta, you bought Laksh English or Laksh English? Ekav, you bought Laksh English or Laksh English? I mean, I will be seeing you in my class, or you will be in another Laksh batch. I mean, whatever it is, you will be given the best of the opportunities from the world of PW. But just because I'm there in front of you, so I'm asking you. Okay, so by the time you answer, by the time we move to this question, the question says, again we have to give the expression of rate law. So for that we have to analyze. So for the analysis, experimental data is given. Concentration of A and B are 0.1 and rate of reaction is something 6 into 10 raised power something. So let me focus on the value. So it is 6. For such questions, always try to see that one of the concentration of one of the reactant must remain constant. So yeah, over here B is constant. So if B is constant, then B will be getting cancelled. And what are we doing with A? Concentration of A is increased 4 times. So when concentration of A is increased 4 times, what about the rate? This is okay, make the same power. So this will rather become 24 into 10 raised power minus 3. So I am focusing on 24. So rate has 24 by 6 is how much? Sir, 6 4s are 24. That means if you increase if you make the concentration 4 times, rate also increases 4 times. That means for A, the order will be 1, because 4 raised to the power 1 is 4. I hope we are clear now. So A is done. Concentration of A in the rate expression will be, concentration power will be 1. Now, what about B, sir? So let us go to that experiment where A is constant. So you can find A constant somewhere. Yes, sir. We can find A constant to be here. So over here A is constant. So let us focus on B. So B is changed from 0.2 to 0.4. So that means how much it is doubled. So this is made by a factor of 2. Now, what about rate, sir? Let's say this is 10 to the power minus 2. So let me make this also at 10 to the power minus 2. So this is 28.8. So I am comparing 28.8 with 7.2. So can you tell me what is happening, sir? It is also becoming 4 times. Why 4 times? 7 4s are 28 approximately. So this is also 4 times. So once I am doubling it, rate is getting 4 times. That means 2 raised to the power 2 should be 4. That means with respect to B, the power should be 2, because 2 raised to the power 2 will be 4. So overall order will be 3, but we have to just write the rate expression. Obviously this is not the rate expression. A raised to the power 1 and B raised to the power 2. So A raised to the power 1 and B raised to the power 2. Option 4 will be your clear-cut answer. Yeah, easy. Perfect. I hope we are good with this also. Now, moving to the next question. The next question says regarding the chemistry of chemical bonding of generally molecular orbital theory is valid for homonuclear diatomic molecules, not valid for heteroatoms. But we can generalize MOT for heteroatoms as well, because for heteroatoms, like for carbon monoxide, for carbonyl group, for carbon monoxide, What is the difference, sir? When linear combination of atomic orbital take place to form the molecular orbital, the energy of combining orbital are not equal. In fact, the energy of combining orbital are dissimilar. Therefore, the LACAO, the linear combination of atomic orbital that used to take place in case of homonuclear diatomic molecule, will not take place in heteronuclear diatomic molecules. Although we generalize for hetero molecule also, that if number of electrons is more than 14 or less than 14, more than 14 go for oxygen electronic configuration, less than 14 go for nitrogen electronic configuration. But for carbonyl you should know the exact configuration, although for this question you can do this without that also, but because it is a very famous point, actually it is loved by advance, so I'm telling here also. Now, what is the MOT, energy level diagram, for carbon monoxide? Sir, first of all, sigma 1s is filled. After that, sigma astic 1s is filled. After that, sigma 2s is filled. Now, sigma astic 2s energy level becomes very, very large. So rather, before filling sigma astic 2s, the bonding orbitals are filled, bonding molecular orbitals. So pi 2px equals pi 2py is filled first. After that, sigma 2pz, and now comes the anti-bonding molecular orbital, that is sigma astic 2s. Post that, pi astic 2px and pi astic 2py, and at last sigma astic 2pz. So this is the actual energy level diagram for CO. Now, carbon has how many electrons? 6. Oxygen has how many electrons? 8. So 8 plus 6 is, sir, 8 plus 6 is 14. So let us fill those 14 electrons. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, 9 and 10, because these are degenerate. So Hund's rule says first singly filled, then pairing will take place. After 10, this is 11, 12, and this is 13 and 14. So what is the next molecular orbital that is unoccupied? So this is the unoccupied molecular orbital, which is nothing but pi astic 2px and pi astic 2py. Now, after knowing this theory, go to coordination compounds, and with through coordination compounds we know that whenever this carbonyl group acts as a ligand to any metal cation, then first it makes a sigma bond. But there is a synergic bonding which tells us that a back bonding of pi bond also takes place. That is, the fully filled d orbital of the metal cation will in return give back bond, give pi electrons to the to the carbon of carbon monoxide. But these lone pair of electrons of the metal cation will go where? In the empty orbital. So which is the next possible empty molecular orbital of this carbon monoxide? Sir, pi astic 2px and pi astic 2py. So it is nothing but pi astic. So where it is going to go? In the pi astic, pi anti-bonding molecular orbital, anti-bonding molecular orbital of carbon monoxide. I hope we are clear with this. Sir, you didn't write sigma 2s, okay? Sigma astic 2s, I didn't write. No, beta, here it is. There is sigma 2s, beta. See, okay. At least just let me, if you just check my chemical bonding one shot, beta, I have discussed this in very and proper detail. Here also I'm telling you, but here obviously the representation is quite clumsy. So obviously this is sigma astic 2s. Actually, for anti-bonding, the value is increased for sigma 2s also. I have deliberately filled this sigma 2s after filling bonding molecular orbitals. Why? Because LACAO is not same. Oxygen is having less energy, carbon is having more energy. So dissimilar, or this similar linear combination of atomic orbital is taking place. That's why whatever basic molecular orbital theory energy level diagram you know is not followed for carbon monoxide. People ratify, but actually this is the actual molecular orbital diagram for carbon monoxide. I hope I am clear with this. Dathan. Okay, good. Namaste, sir. I was following with your chemistry lectures and question solving, sir. I got 92 percentile, aiming to get 92. Thank you so much, sir. The T for your unending support, beta. I mean, thank you for those words. As I was saying in the beginning of the this live session, that I will be missing such dopamine. So thank you, because a teacher gets its food, its mental food, once it is successful in helping even one student. So Padmaja, thank you beta, thank you very much. Dathan is saying, sir, anti-bonding 2s has higher energy than bonding 2p. Yes beta, and you only think anti-bonding will have higher energy. Why? Because oxygen has lower energy, because oxygen is having 8 protons. So oxygen atomic level diagram, atomic orbital will have lesser energy. Carbon atomic orbital will have higher energy. Once they will have Lakao, whatever whatever overall energy that will be coming out, that will not be coming out as per basic MOT that we know. So yes, in case of CO, the energy of this sigma astic 2s is even higher than any of 2p, either pi 2p or sigma 2p. Right, Dathan? I'm making sense? This energy level diagram you have to learn. Making sense? Chalo. Moving to the next question. That was also a good topic. I mean, if you just go to the coordination chemistry basic, it is a very doable question. But the discussing the complete MOT through chemical bonding also was an extra mile that I have walked. Although if you do not walk that for your mains level of question, it is good. I mean, it is okay. But for that molecular orbital diagram, you should know for good questions. Perfect. That. Now, coming to the next question. The next question says, in which of the following groups all the compounds and ions have linear shape? Now, this is just chemical bonding. So definitely I know this ICl2, the iodine, will have many lone pairs. So okay, so because this, let me check first NO2. So nitrogen with a double bond O, and then this nitrogen with a coordinate bond, only one electron will be left. So although this shape will be linear, but here I'm having an option of NO plus. So this NO plus will definitely be linear. Although NO2 will also be linear, because lone pair provides that much of repulsion. Single electron do not provide that much of repulsion. So even it is NO2, if you will say NO2 is also linear, but NO2 plus is definitely a linear complex, a linear compound. So this is definitely linear. Now thinking of azide, because azide is there in 2 options. So this is called azide ion. So what is azide ion? 3 nitrogens. So 1 nitrogen at the center, 2 nitrogens over here. So let me remove 1 electron of nitrogen. Why? Because obviously nitrogen has 4 orbitals, so 4 bond it can always form. 1 electron gone. Let me give that extra electron to this nitrogen. So nitrogen is having 5 electrons, so got 1 extra, so become 6. So making 2 bonds. So octet of this is complete. This is also complete. So but this makes the molecule, this makes the N3 group neutral. We know N3 has 1 negative charge, so I have to give 1 extra electron. So that extra electron I am giving to this 3rd nitrogen. So this will also become like oxygen. So it is also forming 2 bonds. So its octet is also complete. So with respect to central atom, you tell me how many bond pair it is making? 2. How many lone pair it is having? 0. So what will be its steric number? So 2. So hybridization will be sp, and it will be just a linear shaped ion. So this is also linear, this is also linear. So these both are linear. Let me check for I3 plus. So again, removing 1 electron from the central iodine. So iodine have 7 electrons. So 1 gone. How many left? 6. 1 this, 1 this. So out of 6, 2 are used. So how many left, sir? 4 electrons are left. So this is 1 lone pair, this is another lone pair. And these are, okay, this is I3 plus or I3 minus? This is I3 plus. Okay, so nitrogen is having 7, 1 gone. So plus having 6, so 1, 1. So here, this nitrogen is having bond pair. I guess this is I3 minus. Let me check the, beta. There is a correction. This is not I3 plus, this is I3 minus. I'm sorry. So because this is a printing error, this is I3 minus. I'm sorry. So iodine having how many electrons in its valence shell? Sir, 7. So once it will attain one more, it will become 8. So this rather have 3 lone pair, that means. So what is bond pair? 2. How many lone pair it is having? 3. So steric number will be 5. And because steric number is 5, so what geometry you will think of AB5 structure? So what is AB5? One lone pair, second lone pair, and third lone pair of this I minus, and in the equatorial plane, and one up, one down. So this is trigonal bipyramidal, but the equatorial position is occupied by lone pair. So the above iodine and the lower iodine will experience similar repulsion, and therefore it will also acquire a linear geometry. A very good example. Yes, I'm sorry, there was a printing error, but in your paper there will be no error, I guess. This was a printing error during the making of the slide. So I hope we are clear that this is I3 minus, and therefore option 2 will be your right answer, because here ICl4 plus will not be linear, here SO2 will not be linear, and over here, yes, both of them are linear, but talking about shape of SnCl2 is invalid. Why? Sir, because this is an ionic compound. This is an ionic compound. Tin chloride is, although, okay, leave about applying Fazan's rule. Do not apply Fazan's rule. Ultimately, tin is carbon family. So Kashi Gai Shankar Parvati. So CCl2. Tin is like CCl2. So carbon will have one lone pair, as an SN will have one lone pair. So 2 bond pair and 1 lone pair. This is also bent. So in all the options, you have one molecule which is not linear, and only B option you're having. But yes, there was a printing error. This is not I3 plus, this is I3 minus. I hope we are clear with this. Now, moving to the next question. The next question says, what is the amount of CaCl2 whose Van 't Hoff factor is given? Sir, its Van 't Hoff factor must be 3. No, because for dissociation, Van 't Hoff factor is 1 plus 3 minus 1 into alpha. Can alpha, which is degree of dissociation of every electrolyte, has to be 100%? No, sir. So although the question is not supplying you with the value of alpha, it is directly telling you that alpha is not 100%, something less. How much less? So that the total value of I is coming out to be 2.9. So why bother? I value is directly given. Dissolved in 4 liter of water such that its osmotic pressure is 1 atm at 27 degrees Celsius. Okay, so what is the amount? And option is there in weight. So applying the formula of osmotic pressure, we know osmotic pressure pi is equal to Van 't Hoff correction factor I into CRT, where C is number of moles, where C is concentration, where C is molarity. And we know this concentration C is nothing but moles of solute upon volume of solution in liters. This will be equal to pi upon I RT, and we just have to calculate. Okay, number of, okay, so let me just find the number of moles first. So number of moles of CaCl2 will be equal to osmotic pressure pi into volume in liters upon I into R into T. So putting values and calculating number of moles of CaCl2, pi value is given out to be 1 atm. Remember, pressure is in atm, volume is in liters, so perfect. Upon I value is directly given, so it is 2.9. R in atm liter is how much? 0.0821. 0.0821. Or I'm giving you a trick also. Once you are calculating approximately, because options are already there, you can take it as 1 by 12, because 1 by 12 is approximately 0.08. So that will help you in the calculation. And into, okay, one more multiplication, the temperature, but in Kelvin. So 27 degrees Celsius is 300 Kelvin. I hope we are clear with this. We can find number of moles. The moment we have number of moles, so we know number of moles is equal to weight into molecular mass. So let me calculate molecular mass of calcium chloride. So 40 and 71. So 174 is, so this is nothing but 111. So weight is whatever number of moles of CaCl2 you will calculate, multiply it by 111. Whatever weight you will be getting, that weight will be coming in gram. Now the basic into divide you have to do. Let me help you with the answer. The answer will be option 2. That means 6.21 will be your answer. Into divide you have to do, guys. I hope we are clear with this. Moving to the next question. The next question says, following are the limiting molar conductivities of the given electrolytes, and you have to find the limiting molar conductivity of this weak electrolyte. This is nothing but an application of Kohlrausch laws, which says that whatever electrolyte you are, either weak or strong, it doesn't even matter. What doesn't even matter? The limiting molar conductivity of any electrolyte is equal to summation of molar conductivity of the constituent ions it is producing. Now, the limiting molar conductivity of H2SO4 is given out to be X. According to Kohlrausch law, limiting molar conductivity of H2SO4 will be equal to limiting molar conductivity of the constituent ion. The first ion is H plus ion. H2SO4 gives how many H plus ion? 2 H plus ions. And limiting molar conductivity of what is the anion, sir? S sulfate ion. So how many sulfate ion? 1. H2SO4 will give 1 only. So summation of limiting molar conductivity of the constituent ions is equal to limiting molar conductivity of the electrolyte, and limiting molar conductivity of this electrolyte is given out to be X. That means this value is given out to be X, which is your equation 1. I hope we are clear. Now, next part is, okay, let me take this pen only because this is giving me H plus. Now I need acetate ion. Okay, so limiting molar conductivity of potassium acetate will be limiting molar conductivity of acetate ion, which is CH3COO minus, plus limiting molar conductivity of potassium ion, and this value is given out to be Z. And last is one more limiting molar conductivity is given of K2SO4. So for K2SO4, limiting molar conductivity of potassium ion, but how many potassium ion? 1 K2SO4 will give 2, plus limiting molar conductivity of sulfate ion. How many sulfate ion it will give? 1. So this value is given out to be Y. Now I have 3 equations, 1, 2 and 3. And what I need, what I desire, actually I need limiting molar conductivity of H plus, and I need limiting molar conductivity of CH3COO minus. Only this thing I need in the right hand side. So how can I formulate this thing? Sir, option 1 is having H plus ion, but I need only 1 H plus ion. So let me multiply this reaction by half, because half will destroy this 2 and I'll be having only this H plus ion. Now, what else I need? I need acetate ion. So I need exact this thing. So I'm multiplying it by 1 and I'm adding both of them. Now, but I do not want this guy and I do not want this guy. So because this is multiplied by half, so half of this I do not need and 1 of this I do not need. If I'm having this reaction, in order to obtain half of this and 1 of this, I have to multiply this reaction also by 2. But now I have to add both of them, and with them I have to subtract the third one. That means mathematically what I have to do, add both of them. So X by 2 plus Z, and subtract the third one, which is Y, but Y by 2. So Y by 2. So this will be the limiting molar conductivity of acetic acid, a direct application of Kohlrausch law. So X minus Y by 2 plus Z. X minus Y by 2 plus Z, a very beautiful question, a very logical question, a question that is much deserving for your JEE mains. I hope we are clear with this. Now, going to the numerical value questions, the first question says how many total number of substituents are present in the following compound. Now this question is tricky because language is tricky, else question is very doable. Now what are these substituents? Sir, we know once we get an organic compound, substituents are a synonym of branches. So ultimately the question is asking you select the main chain and you give how many number of branches you have, that's it. So the question is only tricky because it is playing with your emotions. So let me make the main chain for you. Sir, This is a junction. I mean, there is no functional group. So over here I am having 1 2 3 carbon. Over here also I am having 1 2 3 carbon, but this carbon is having one extra branch. So rather I will go with this 1 2 3 4. After that I have 3 carbons at the top, 1 2 3 over here, but going straight will give me two branches, as in one of this methyl, one of this methyl. If I go upside, I'll have only one branch. So what does the rule says? That you have to pick, if number of carbon atoms are same, then you have to go to that branch which is offering you more number of branches. So rather I'll go straight away. So that means the dots will give you your main chain. So what are the number of branches? So this will be the first branch. This will be the second branch, which is nothing but ethyl. This is a complex branch of 3 carbon having another branch of bromine. This is a branch of methyl, and this is also a branch of methyl. So how many branches I have? 1 2 3 4 5. So how many substituents I have? 5. So what will be your integer type answer? Definitely 5. Now moving to the next question. The next question is from ionic equilibrium. Although a very doable question, and such questions have came in the January attempt also. People say मैं ionic छोड़ दूंगा, but why leaving such questions? They are not very difficult also, they are quite doable. Let me do it properly for you. So the question says a buffer solution is prepared by mixing 0.2 moles of acetic acid. So I am having acetic acid at time t equal to 0. How many acetic acid? 0.2 moles. Okay, sir. Now I'm mixing this acetic acid with 0.2 moles of sodium acetate. So I'm mixing it with 0.2 moles of sodium acetate, as in CH3COO-Na. Obviously we know I have a weak acid and salt of weak acid and strong base. That means this is definitely a buffer solution. What buffer, beta? Acidic buffer. I hope everybody is fine with it. Now the question further says that when 0.5 moles of NaOH is dissolved in buffer, then pH is obviously pH will change. Why? Because we are adding strong base. So once I add strong base, let me use different color for base. Once I add strong base as in NaOH, how much NaOH I'm using? 0.05. 0.05 moles of NaOH I'm adding. Obviously 0.05 as in 5 rupees, 0.2 as in 20 rupees. So 20 rupees of acid and salt you're having, and 5 moles of base I'm adding. Now base, because it is a strong base, so it will force the acid to react. It will not react with salt, but it will definitely react with acid. So once CH3COOH reacts with the base, salt will again be formed. Yes, water will be forming, but we are not bothered with water because it is a neutral solvent. So it initially at time t equal to 0, when you have done nothing, you are having 0.2 moles of this, and initially you have added 0.05 moles of these. So once neutralization will take place, this will be gone. Okay, this is more of larger amount. So 1 will be reacting with 1, so 0.2 will be reacting with 0.05. So how much will be left? 0.2 minus 0.05. I'm sorry. That means 0.15 will still be left. This will be gone and this will be produced. So how much of this will be produced? 0.2 of salt was already present. Okay, over here it was not 0 because initially the salt also you are having. So because extra of the salt is getting produced, how much? 0.05 moles. That means the total value will be 0.25. I hope we are clear. Now this is quite easy. So after that, let me apply Henderson's equation for you. So we know for acidic buffer, pH is equal to pKa plus log of concentration of salt, because that will decide the concentration of the anion and concentration of the weak acid. pKa is given out to be 4.76, this of acetic acid, plus log of what is the concentration of salt. Let me write it as 25, and of acid is 15, because decimal will be getting cancelled. So 25 upon 15. So 25 upon 15, as in simply 5 by 3. So this is nothing but log 5 minus log 3. Log 5 is given, log 3 is given. So log 5 minus log 3, as in subtract them. After subtracting them, add with 4.76. Now answer you should report in 10 to the power minus 2. So make no approximation, because then 2 decimal places you have to jump. So that means you have to report answer till 3 integers. I mean, so let me give you the answer also, although into divide you will be doing. So yes, answer, when you will solve it, you will get 4.98 something into 10 raised to the power into, okay, this will be your answer. So once you convert it into that form, it will be 498 point something into 10 raised to the power minus 2. So your answer will be 498. Now into divide you have to do. I hope I'm making sense with the logic. Please make note that such Henderson's equation application you have to know. Even it is ionic equilibrium, you have to know such concepts. Moving to the next question. The next question says, calculate volume of in liters of 0.2 molar KMnO4 required to react with following mixture. This is okay. The reaction is happening in acidic medium. So we definitely know KMnO4 in acidic medium will oxidize other and will reduce itself. So in acidic medium, it reduces to Mn plus 2, where valency factor, this is going from plus 7 to plus 2. So valency factor will be nothing but 5. So number of gram equivalent of KMnO4 will be equal to number of gram equivalent of first compound plus number of gram equivalent of second compound, because both the mixture will react. Now, so what I'm doing, I am applying law of equivalence, because this will help me not to balance the reaction, because we just have to do the volumetric analysis. No actual balancing is required. This is the profit of applying law of equivalence, where you do not have to balance the reaction unnecessarily. So what formula of gram equivalent you will use for KMnO4? For KMnO4, what is mentioned? It's molarity. So rather, what formula you should use? Molarity into volume into valency factor. Now this is the formula I will be using for KMnO4. Now coming to the first, this is my first compound, which is KHC2O4. Now this is KHC2O4, as in potassium bioxalate, and this is H2C2O4, which is oxalic acid. Now valency factor, if it is behaving as an acid, then here valency factor is 1 and here valency factor is 2. Definitely correct. But sir, KMnO4 is not a base. Even if you are KHC2O4 or you are H2C2O4, oxidation state of carbon is same, and an oxidizing agent will convert this carbon as an, okay, let me see, I'm having extra page or not. No. Okay, so let me do it over here only, that even if I have H2C2O4 or I have KHC2O4, the oxidation state of carbon, if you calculate, will be same. And what it will be? It will be plus 3. Just check for anybody. Plus 2 plus 2x minus 8 equals 0. So 2x equals plus 6. That means x equals plus 3. So it is plus 3 for both the cases. And when it undergoes oxidation, it converts to CO2, where oxidation state becomes 4. So try to calculate valency factor from plus 3 to plus 4. How many electrons are getting transacted? 1. But one molecule of either of them has how many carbon? 2. So it will be multiplied by a factor of 2. So valency factor for both of them will be 2. Valency factor for this guy will be 1 and this guy will be 2 once they are reacting with a base. Then they will act as an acid. But with KMnO4, KMnO4 will always act as an oxidizing agent, and here carbon has to reduce, and both the carbons are in plus 3 oxidation state. So for both of them, valency factor will be 2. So what formula we'll use? Number of moles of 1 into valency factor of 1, which we have already designated as 2, plus number of moles of 2 into valency factor of the second compound is also 2. So I'm directly writing that formula. Now Molarity of KMnO4 is given out to be 0.2. Volume we have to calculate. Valency factor is 5. What about moles of first? So this is 128. If you just calculate the molecular mass of this, because this is weight, so weight upon molecular mass will give you moles. So potassium is 39 plus hydrogen is 1 plus carbon is 12. 12 into 2 is 24. 16 into 4 is 64. So this is 40. So obviously, I guess this is around 128 only. So number of moles of first is 1. So this is 1 into 2 plus. What about this one? This is carbon. So this is 24 and 64. So 80. 88 plus those, so this is 90. Molar mass is 90. That means 180 upon 90 is 2. So its moles are 2. So 2 into 2. So 2 into 2 is 4 and 4 plus 2 is 6. So this becomes, volume becomes 6 upon 5 2 are 10. So that means 1. So your answer is clear. Answer is, no, the calculation is not very difficult. It is also, answer is option number 6. I hope we are good. Yeah. Deepen sir, just ending. So thank you. So, sir, I have bought Lux English. Okay. Slow clap for Ekaf. We are having our buddy who will be there with us for the complete year. And I promise, Ekaf, we will be meeting after 1 year with your result in your hand. So, moving forward to the next question. Sir, I'm in class, by the way. So, who is by the waying me? Sir, can you teach how to balance redox reaction? Mr. Varun Agarwal. By the way, Varun, if you are in class 10th, by the way, you can go to One Shots series. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. Beta, Varun, go to One Shots. The Elevate JEE Crash Course One Shots are already there. Go over there. The chapter name is Mole Concept and Redox Reaction. Go to that chapter. I guess it is a 5-hour lecture. After 2-hour or 3-hour, mole concept will be done and redox will be started. So just invest 15-20 minutes and you will be clear with the balancing part. Okay, Varun? Chalo. Now, the next question says the magnitude of work done by gas that undergoes a reversible expansion along the path ABC shown in the figure. So this is obviously, sir, for a PV curve, for a pressure volume curve, what is work? Sir, you don't have to apply any thermodynamic formula. This is just area under curve. So this is nothing but a square. So I have to add the area of the square and the area of the triangle. Sir, this class 10th mathematics we have to do. But just one thing, deliberately the question has tricked us. The origin is not 0 0. It is 2 2. That means, just this basic visual mistake you should not do. This 2 2 is not randomly written. It is changing of origin. So this is nothing but 6. That means this is also nothing but 6. So for the rectangle, it is 6 into 6 as in 36 plus. This is nothing but 12 minus 8 is 4. And this is obviously 6. So half of base into height. That means 6 2 12 is 12. So 12 plus 36 as in your answer is definitely 48. So but unit, beta, unit of volume is meter cube, which is SI unit. Unit of pressure is Pascal, which is SI unit. So if you multiply SI unit, what unit you will get? Sir, SI unit of work is Joule. So you do not have to bother about the unit. Answer will be clearly 48. I hope we are clear. 9 Guruji, beta, if Guruji bhul jayenge, to Guruji jayenge kahan? Guruji can't forget. Kala, I remember you. And beta, you are not present. So you bhul gaye. How can I bhul gaye? Sir, when you study chemistry, it's actually our brain doing chemical reaction to remember. Beta, yes. This is a point of, see, beta, how you practice maths? You practice questions, no? Once you know the logic of a mathematical operation, you put headphone in your ear. While just listening to the music, you can repeat the process. That's how you used to practice. The similar type of questions. So ultimately over there you write and practice. Here theory you don't write, but you can at least iterate with your mouth, read them aloud. How you remember your songs? You write them and learn them? No, you just mingle them, you just sing them, and the subconsciously they get inside your system. So that much of effort you have to do, my friend. Kahan se class le rahe ho, sir? बेटा मैं कमरे से क्लास ले रहा हूं. So, silent boy, let me come back and finish off the fifth question. Deepen sir is waiting. To question number 25. Question number 25 says, how many of the given species will behave as an electrophile? Now, what is an electrophile? Electron loving species. So, electron loving species will be electron deficient. It should be electron deficient. So let us check electron deficient species. Yes, sir. This is dichlorocarbene, although you can find those two lone pair, but don't make mistake, because carbon is having 4 electrons in its valence shell, making 2 bonds, so it is having 6 electrons, so it is electron deficient. So yes, it is an electrophile, although it is not having positive charge. NH3 is having lone pair, so no, it is in fact electron rich, so it will be loving nucleus, so it will be actually a nucleophile, so not an answer. Yes, this is also an electrophile. No, this is nucleophile. This is also nucleophile, because boron is a Lewis acid, so this is also electron loving. AlCl3 is also electron loving. Bromine electron has been snatched, so this is Br plus, so this is definitely electron loving. So how many electron loving species I have? 1 2 3 4 5. So your answer will be beautifully 5. Thank you. That was my time. And Deepen sir, over to you. गुरुजी खाना बना रहा था. Okay, okay. हाँ, okay, beta. So have your dinner, beta. It was a good discussion. Most of you must be giving your mathematics examination. You'll be seeing this in the recorded version. So this is it from the chemistry side. I know Deepen sir is ready, so I'm just ending from my end. Deepen sir.
So hello, hi, good evening everyone. I hope you all can hear me properly. Just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible? The screen which you are seeing right there in front of you, I hope it's properly visible. Give me a quick response. I think it is properly visible and I'm clearly audible. We can see some students still online despite having India New Zealand its final match of T20 World Cup 2026. Great, great. So despite that match, a lot of students are there. Good to have you all. Good to have you all, students. So let me read the comments. I think comments will be enabled so that we can hear you all. So I can see some comments. Yes, yes. Great, great. Good to have you all. Definitely. I too am eagerly waiting for you all in our batches, Arjuna, Laksh and Prayas. For 2027, we have launched our batches. The PWJ Pure English program has initiated. So for 11th, we have Arjuna. For 12th, we have Laksh. For droppers, we have Prayas, the program. And do remember, okay, watching in split screen. Avoid doing that. Once you join the program, avoid doing that. As of now, it could be considered to be okay, but avoid doing that. If you are somewhere, stay there. Be there in the moment. Be there totally in that mood. So either go and watch the match first, watch this recording, or maybe watch this lecture first and then watch the highlight. Somebody is saying मैंने match आज तक नहीं देखा. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly okay. Good to have you all. So let's get started with this session, with this discussion. I hope you know we have already started our batches. A lot of things are already going on, and don't forget the PW Vishwas Divas offer is going to end very soon. So I hope you have made the purchase. With that, let's get started. Rank booster mock 7's analysis is what we'll be doing in this session. Mathematics section I'll be taking with Sumit sir and Gaurav sir must have dealt with physics and chemistry, and you must have gotten clarity on all the questions. So shall we get started with our discussion on mathematics? And remember, if you haven't attempted this mock yet and you're watching the solution right now, please don't do that. First of all, attempt the mock, then do the proper analysis. Analysis means go through all the questions, then go through the wrong ones, watch the solutions, and even for the right ones, look for the solutions. If we are suggesting something better, try to adapt to that. So with that, shall we get started, students? Great, great. So good to have you all. First question for the day we'll be beginning with. I hope you all can see a question right there on the screen. What does it say? There are sets U, A, B and C. So there are these sets and they are asking you B dash intersection C dash. Let me have more clarity on that. So this is your set Q. Okay, perfect. I will say set A, B and C are basically quadratic. So if I could solve these quadratics, the job will be done. So when I think of solving this quadratic, I think it will be done by what? 40 it is, right? So I think 10 plus 4. So when you solve this quadratic, what is it? It is x square it should be what? It should be x square plus 10x. I hope it's visible. The part of the screen where I'm writing all of this is properly visible to everyone. And this ends with this 40. So from here, when you solve this quadratic, the two roots you receive are going to be, I hope you're understanding, splitting the middle term I'm doing, minus 10 and minus 4. Everybody got that? So if I talk about set A, it will be having elements minus 4 and minus 10. Correct me if I'm wrong. So these two elements will be there in this set A. Everybody got that? Can I move ahead from here? Now, let's talk about set B. I hope you all know. This is something you all must have been doing a lot many times. So yes, even if you don't know it, minus 2x, minus 3x will do the justice here. And if you are watching it on the split screen, keep writing the score in 5 to 10 minutes with that frequency. Please do that. Maths is a subject where you can clearly see it as a triangle, but still you have to prove it. Okay, that's totally fine. Now moving ahead with this, I can clearly see the two roots are going to be plus 2 and plus 3. So with that, set B can be defined with the two roots 2, 3. Everybody got that? And how do we define set C? So I'll say 17, right? 60, if I could break into something, I'll say 12 into 5 will do the justice here, splitting the middle term. Sorry. Yes, it is fine because 12 plus 5 is 17. So I think there is something wrong here. Because if I do 12 and 5, no, that's a problem. So I think 20 and 3, yes, that will be better because sign will be creating some problem here. So I think 20 into 3 is 16, 20 minus 3 is 17. So I'll be having the right sign as well. So this I'll be writing as x squared plus 20x minus 3x minus 60. Did you all get that? And when you look at these numbers, minus 20 plus 3. So minus 20 plus 3 will be your set C. So set C will be minus 20 and plus 3. Everybody understood these three quadratics. That's good. Thank you so much, Akanksha. 203 in 15 hours. That's brilliant. Amazing, amazing. Tell me if Sanju hits the century. I'm eagerly waiting for this guy to hit a century. Right? He is a veteran like us. So here A, B and C. Now, how do I solve this? B dash intersection C dash. But remember, the universal set is given there. So you need to be careful with that. So if I create that universal set, I hope you are understanding, will be taking the help from the Venn diagram here. So I have this, then you can have the set B. Do we have anything common between A, B and C? So between A and B, there is nothing common. Do we have anything common between A and C? There is nothing common between A and C. But between B and C, there is something common, which is 3. So I'll be drawing it like this. I hope you are comfortably fine with whatever I've done so far. Everybody understanding this? This is how we are drawing this entire Venn diagram. So first of all, let's talk about set A. So this is set A, which contains minus 10 and minus 4. Set B contains 2, 3. So this is 2, this is 3. That's your set B. And when we talk about set C contains minus 20, 3. So everybody understood that. Now, when you talk about the universal set, so universal set had minus 20, it had minus 10, it had minus 4, it had 2, it had 3, it has 4 as well. So that 4 is nowhere in A, B and C. So I'll be writing it outside. Did you all get that? I think now if you understand the basics, here you could crack it within seconds. What do I need? I need the intersection of B naught and C naught. So where do I find B naught? So if I look at B naught, I hope you are understanding. Even if you wish to apply, you can apply De Morgan's law as well, which is studied in mathematical reasoning. Or if not that, you can simply see it like this. That's if we apply if we don't want to apply De Morgan's law, we could simply use this technique. B naught. What is the meaning of B naught? So the region where B doesn't exist. So if I talk about B naught will be minus 10, minus 4, 4 and minus 20. Everybody got that? And when I talk about C naught, this region here will be C naught. Everything except for C will be C naught. What do I need? Sir, we need the intersection of B naught and C naught. So everybody got this approach, what I'm discussing or trying to discuss over here. So I need the intersection between B naught and C naught. So if I now talk about intersection of B naught and C naught, everybody getting this? Everybody with me on this? Even if you look at the options, you'll get the complete clarity. I repeat, this entire region is B, so that I need not include. This entire region is C, that I need not include. But apart from that, everything else is B naught and everything else is C naught. Everybody getting? This is the region which is also belonging to B naught, but that is there in C, so I'll not take it. This too is something which is there in C naught, but it belongs to B, so I'll not include it. So if I talk about the common part between B naught and C naught, the intersection, that will be -10, -4 and 4. So it is given in option C, that is third option will be the correct answer. How many of you got this? Do write it in the comment box. From here, can I move ahead? Did you all understand the solution, the approach, everything? Now here, let's solve the next question. Yes, we do categorize the questions. I'll definitely say this was definitely an easy question. Look at the second question. The number of integral points. Integral points means both the coordinates should be integral. Exactly in the interior of the triangle with vertices 0, 0, 0, 21 and 21, 0. So let us try a triangle here. So if this is considered to be the y-axis, let's call it the x-axis. I hope you are fine with that. So here, if I could draw a triangle 0, 0, that's origin, 0, 21 and 21, 0. So this will be a right angle triangle like this. I hope you are getting it. So this point, if assumed as 21, 0, this point here will be 0, 21. Everybody getting that? And this third vertex is clearly 0, 0. If I talk about this straight line, can you help me with this equation? In intercept form, if I were to write the equation, x upon 21 plus y upon 21 is equal to 1. So this straight line, if I were to write its equation, will be x plus y is equal to 21. Sir, why are you finding the equation of this straight line? There is a very simple reason because of which I'll be identifying a lot of things. What do I mean by that? Please pay attention. Let's say I draw a line which is parallel to the x-axis, but on the y-axis it is passing through 0, 1. So when I make this line which is passing through 0, 1 parallel to the x-axis, where does it intersect this line? So if I pass 1 here in place of y, I get x as 20. So this point is going to be 20, 1. I hope you got my point. I'm trying to show you a symmetry here. Great. Thank you so much, the person who is putting the score, but stay focused here. Keep doing that, but stay focused here. Have you done 25 questions of these today? Sir, have you done 25 of these questions today? No, I haven't. Not today, Amit. But you should have done it before watching this session. Now from here, if I go back to this, let me draw, give me a second. Let me draw a line parallel to this line, which on the y-axis, let's say, is passing through 0, 2. You will get a complete, decent, structured clarity now. So with that, if I pass 0, 2 here, it will be 21 minus 2, that is clearly 90. That is 19, 2. I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to give you here. One more clarity you can have. Let's say if I draw a line which is parallel to the y-axis and it passes through 1, 0 on the x-axis. I hope you can see this. So where does it intersect this triangle here, hypotenuse here? So if 1, 0 is passed, I hope you clearly are making a great sense here that, sir, here it will be 1. That means y will be 20. Sorry. If x is replaced by 1, y will be 20. Yes. So are you now able to understand what is going to happen here? Great. Good to have you in Laksh. We'll definitely be studying together. Yes, definitely. Now, moving ahead with that. Now, if I try and tell you one basic operation, will you not be able to write the final answer? I am trying to make you understand that here there is no integral point, because corresponding to this one here, I'll be having 0, 20. So there is 0, 20, then 1, 20. So there is no point. But if I talk about the next line parallel to it, there will be 1 point. Then here there will be 2 points. So I hope you have seen the pattern. I'll be having 1 point here, then I'll be having second point here. That means 2 points here, then 3, then 4. How many points here will be inside this region? So I repeat, here it will be what? 2, 19. Sorry, yes, 2, 19. So I hope you are understanding. If it is 2, there is 1. So if it is 20, there will be 19 points inside it. Everybody got that? So 1 plus 2 plus 3 until 19 is what we need to do. Everybody understood that? Why am I adding these numbers? Why am I adding these numbers? Right. Great. Thank you so much, Akanksha. Now let's focus here. I hope everybody got this idea, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 until 19. So with that discussion coming into picture, I think this is nothing but sum of first and natural numbers. So 19 natural numbers gives you n plus 1 divided by 2. That is clearly 190. Option B will be the correct answer. Everybody understood that? Again, will you classify it as an even moderate question? Easy, clearly easy it was. Can we look at the next question for the day? Third question, what does it say? If the roots of this equation be imaginary. So whenever somebody says that this quadratic is having its roots to be imaginary, that means its discriminant will be negative. Its discriminant should be negative means what? I'll say b square. So b square will be c square here. Minus 4ac. So that will be minus 4ab or 4ba. So that I write as 4ab. And this should be negative. From here, I can conclude one more thing, that c square should be less than 4ab. I hope you understood this conclusion which we have drawn. No confusion on that. So remember, this is a result which we have received here. Apart from that, we are asked for all real values of x, what about this expression? It is greater or lesser than what? Okay, let's try and use the conversion of this expression into perfect square. If I could do that, I think we'll be in a better position. Great, Zayan. Let's focus on that. That's perfectly fine. Now you're getting into that debate and making it unnecessarily, move on from there. So here, if I try to convert it into a perfect square, what do I do? Can we not try to make it a perfect square? What do or how do I do it? So first of all, here, the problem is this 3b square x square, right? So if I take this 3 common from here, will I be in a better position to draw or create something? So let me take this 3 common first of all. So when you take this 3 common, what am I left with inside? So it is b square x square, then it is 2b c x, and there you have 2c square, but I have taken 3 common. So here, when you take 3 common, it is 2 by 3 c square. Correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody got this? Everybody understood this? Or instead of this, what I do here is, I don't write this here, I'll keep that outside. What? The part which is written as 2c square. So I'm keeping this part 2c square outside. I hope everybody got this. Now, everybody with me on this, no confusion on that. It is still 3b square x square plus 6bcx plus 2c square. This is still that expression. But now, if I try to convert it into a perfect square, I hope you all can see that b square x square will be bx whole square. This is 2 into bx into c. I hope you can see 2ab. So I need b. B is c square. So I need a c square here. Everybody got this? Everybody got this? So technically, I have added 3c square to this equation. So if I have added 3c square, I got to subtract 3c square. So when you subtract 3c square, this is how you keep it balanced. This is still the original expression. Everybody understood that? Now, from here, I think the job is done, because here, this is a plus b, a square plus b square plus 2ab, that is a plus b whole square. So this results into 3 times bx plus c whole square, which is a perfect square. 2c square minus c square is minus c square. Everybody got that? Now, on this expression, we need to put our comment that what could it be? I'll say a very basic idea you need to understand here is that, sir, since it is a perfect square, this will always be non-negative, which means I can always say that 3 times bx plus c whole square is always greater than equal to 0. Do you all agree with me on this? But if I subtract c square on both the sides, I can have this like this, I can have this like this. Everybody got this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Everybody with me on this? Now pay attention to the data which I'm going to share with you now. Here, if I multiply this inequality by minus sign on both the sides, I hope the sign changes. So with that, I'll be having minus c square greater than minus 4ab. It should be greater than minus 4ab. Everybody getting that? Right, so it should be greater than minus 4ab. So with that coming into picture, I hope you are understanding. This is greater than minus c square, and we know minus c square is greater than minus 4ab, which means eventually this expression is greater than minus 4ab, and this expression is nothing but this, which is this. So we can conclude that this expression is greater than minus 4ab, and according to that, option C needs to be marked. Everybody understood that? Can I move ahead from here? All the participants who are watching and understanding it. And will you call it even a moderate question? Can you not? Or will you not call it even, again, an easy question? Can I move ahead from here? All these students. Now, let's focus on the next question for the day. Theta be the acute angle between the tangents to this ellipse and the circle at their point of intersection. Great. So if I first of all try and find their point of intersection, we know x square plus y square is 3. Right. So we know y square will be 3 minus x square. That value I substitute there. I hope you are comfortable with that. So here it is x square by 9 plus that y square, I'm solving both of these curves. So y square, if I replace by 3 minus x square, that becomes 3 minus x square is equal to 1. Did you understand this part comfortably? I'm solving both of these curves to find their point of intersection, because at their point of intersection, we are drawing the tangents and then something related to that tangent is needed to be discussed. Everybody with me on this? So from here, what I do next is I need to simply solve this. So this 3 when goes to the other side, x square by 9 minus x square. So that is clearly minus 8x square by 9. So it is minus 8x square by 9. But what do we have on the right hand side? So 1 minus 3, that's minus 2. So this gives you x square to be this 2, this is 4. So this is 9 by 4. Everybody got that? So from here, please understand, the point of intersection is in the first quadrant. So if it is in the first quadrant, instead of taking plus minus 3 by 2, I'll be taking plus 3 by 2. Everybody got that? So I'll be taking the value of x as plus 3 by 2. Although minus 3 by 2 will also be a point of intersection, but we need not take that because first quadrant is mentioned. Now, if I replace x by 3 by 2 in either this or this, I'll get y as well. So I'll be replacing x by 3 by 2 here in this equation. I think that will give me y. So 3 by 2 square is what? X square, we all know 9 by 4 plus y square is equal to 3. So y square will be what? 3 minus 9 by 4. So this is 12 minus 9 by 4. 12 minus 9 is clearly 3. So this is 3 by 4. Again, this is 3 by 4. So y could be plus minus root 3 by 2. But it is in the first quadrant. So y I'll be taking as plus root 3 by 2. So the point of intersection we receive as 3 by 2, comma, root 3 by 2. First of all, give me a quick confirmation. Did you get that? Did you all understand this? Now from here, what is next? Theta be the acute angle between the tangents to this ellipse and this circle at their point of intersection. Now if I wish to find out the slope of the tangent, because m1, m2 if we receive, I can find the angle between them. That is something really simple. So there are two methods. I differentiate them, and in the dy by dx, I put this coordinate here in this dy by dx and in its dy by dx, so that I get m1 and m2. Or the other method is t is equal to 0. I hope you remember both of these values or both of these methods. So whichever you wish to use, you can use. So let's say we use t is equal to 0. I hope you are comfortable with that. So when I wish to use t is equal to 0, I write the equation of the tangent to this curve at this point, because this point lies on this curve. So if a point lies on this second degree curve, which is an ellipse, I can write its tangent's equation by t is equal to 0, where all I need to do is replace x square by xx1, y square by yy1, and that's it for this scenario. So with that, I'll say for ellipse, the equation of the tangent is going to be, I hope this particular part you have understood. Or if you don't use this part, you can use differentiation. You find dy by dx, and in that dy by dx, you replace x and y by these coordinates, you get the slopes. I hope you have understood both the methods. Let's use differentiation as well. So if I differentiate this, this will be 2x by 9. This will be 2y. 2 dy by dx is equal to 0. Everybody got that? So from here, I think this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. So we receive dy by dx. This x by 9 when goes to the other side becomes minus x by 9. And when this y goes there, it becomes minus x by 9y. That is the value of dy by dx. But if I find dy by dx at this point, let's call it p, right? So if I now wish to find dy by dx at, let's say, p. So if I pass on these points, x 3 by 2, so x should be replaced by 3 by 2 and y should be replaced by what? Root 3 by 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. Y needs to be replaced by root 3 by 2. Give me a moment, students. I just need to fix the AC here. It's getting a little hotter here. Okay. So resuming this session we all are having right now, everybody watching and understanding this. So when you get these values sorted, I think you get the final answer. 3 and 3, sorry, 2 and 2 are cancelled. So this is 9 root 3, right? So this, it is minus 3 by 9 root 3. So this 3 cancels this 9. It leaves you with another 3. So this is minus 1 by 3 root 3. Everybody understood that? This is minus 1 by 3 root 3. Correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. So this will be your m1, the slope of the first tangent. Can we not call it m1? Now let's talk about m2. For m2, I'll be differentiating this. So the derivative here is going to be 2x plus 2y dy by dx is equal to 0. So from here, I'll be saying that dy by dx is going to be what? Minus 2x upon minus 2y. 2 and 2 are basically cancelled. So with that, minus x upon y. But if I find dy by dx at this point P, if I find dy by dx at this point P, I'll be getting the M2, the slope of the second tangent. So M2 is going to be what? Minus x upon y. So minus 3 by 2 upon root 3 by 2. So this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. Minus 3 upon root 3. If you simplify this, you get it as minus root 3. So M2 you receive as minus root 3. First of all, give me a quick confirmation, all the participants who are watching it online. Did you understand this solution? Can I move ahead from here? So we got M2, we got M1. Correct me if I'm wrong. If we did not calculate M1 correctly, it was minus x upon 9y, right? Minus x upon 9 by y. And when you replace minus 3 by 2, root 3 by 2, 2 and 2 are cancelled. This is 3, 3, that is minus 1 by 3 root 3. So we have M1 and M2. Now, if I wish to figure out the angle between these two tangents, all I need to do is M1 minus M2 divided by 1 plus M1, M2. Do you remember that? Now, after substituting these values, can you not figure it out by yourself? Can I leave that part up to you? I hope you will do that calculation. Basic calculation is there, but some under root, with that under root, it will still get simplified and you'll find the answer. Can I skip that last final part where you just substitute these M1 and M2 and find the final answer and mark the correct option? You simplify that and you get tan theta. You will get tan theta only. You need not even find the theta. You will get whatever expression you get, whatever final answer you get will be your final answer. Everybody understood both of the methods, derivatives or even the coordinate geometry, whatever you use, right? So even if as per the syllabus JEE says that tangents are removed, you can clearly see the derivative part is getting used and it is amazingly beneficial. With that, I'll still say this is easy, but you may call it moderate because of the length, but still it is not something very lengthy in nature. Let's focus on the next question. Equation of the straight line passing through origin. So that passes through origin and it is perpendicular to these lines. Okay. Okay, I hope you have understood this. Now from here, one of the methods is that, sir, if options are given, why can we not use it in trial? First of all, the line must pass through origin. Technically, all the three options, three of these options, all are passing through origin. X minus 0 by 1, y minus 0 by 1, z minus 0 by 1. So all of them are passing through origin. So that's okay. But if I use this set in trial, if I, let's say, go ahead with option 1. So option 1 is having the direction ratios of the line as 1, 1, 1. Now, if two lines are perpendicular, A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 is 0. So if I use that, 1 into minus 3 is minus 3, 1 into 2 is plus 2 and 1 into 1 is 1. So that gives you 2 plus 3 and that is 3, so 0. So this line is perpendicular to this, but as per the condition given in the question, this line should be perpendicular to this line as well. So when I apply that data, 1 into 1 should be 1, 1 into minus 3 is minus 3 and 1 into 2 is 2, and as per that I get this line perpendicular to both of the lines. So option A will be the answer. Will you not say amazingly easy if you know the basics? Sir, we are the students of 12th board. We don't want to understand these short techniques. We want to learn the entire method, which I will not be sharing, but I'll be describing the method. If you want to go with that longer approach, what you'll say is that, sir, line passes through 0, 0, 0. Let's say the direction ratios of the line are A1, B1, C1. Then with this, you'll get an equation in A1, B1, C1. With this, you'll get an equation in A1, B1, C1. And there, you will find A1, B1, C1 in terms of ratios. Because two equations are there and three variables are there. So, you'll find the ratio of A1, B1 and C1. And that will turn out to be 1:1:1. So, through that method also, you could have done it. But I wouldn't suggest you to do it. I hope with the options, this was even better and easier. So, easiest question of this paper. Can I move ahead from here? Solve this differential equation. यही किया था रेस्ट में. Great. यही किया था टेस्ट में. That's brilliant. काला कद्दू. Good to have you back. Solve the differential equation. This differential equation, something you, even when you look at this, you get this idea that what is needed to be done. Linear differential equation, right, students? So how do we solve this? Everybody with me on this? First of all, divide both these sides by x square minus 1. So when I divide both these sides by x square minus 1, can somebody write the score for me, please? Today it's the final between India and New Zealand. So I'll be really happy and grateful and obliged if you tell me the current score which is going on. of the score of the match which is going on between India and New Zealand. So it is x square minus 1 whole square. Give me a quick confirmation. This is how it will look like. dy by dx 2x by y x square minus 1, and this will be 1 by x square minus 1 whole square. Everybody got this? Now from here, what I do is I can clearly see that, I hope you remember this, dy by dx p of x into y, and this is q of x. So how do we find integrating factor? Integrating factor is always e to the power integration of, which I'll not be able to write there. So I'll be finding integrating factor here, or rather, can we do it here? So integrating factor is given by e to the power integration of this p of x, which is 2x upon x square minus 1. I think our job is done, because here, if I assume x square minus 1 as t, so 2x dx will be dt. So this is dt upon t, which is ln mod t. So this should be e to the power ln of t, which is x square minus 1. Everybody with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Can I move ahead from here? Now, one thing you need to understand, e to the power ln of something, that means this something needs to be taken into picture. So I'll be taking this x square minus 1, where I'm assuming that x square minus 1 is kept positive by taking the certain fixed values of x, so that x square minus 1 does not go negative. Everybody with me on this? Now from here, we need to write the solution. How do we write the solution of a differential equation? Sir, you write y times integrating factor, that is x square minus 1, is equal to integration of q of x, which is 1 upon this, into integrating factor. So x square minus 1 upon this will cancel one of the factors, and you will be left with 1 upon x square minus 1. Can I write 1 as 1 square? Now, can you not help me? Can you not help me? Thank you so much, Kala Kattu. 231 on 5. Great. Perfect. So 1 upon x square minus a square. And for that, we all know 1 upon 2a ln x minus a upon x plus a. Right? If I look at the options, if I now look at the options, I think option B, y x square minus 1 by 2 ln x minus 1 x plus 1. I hope you have understood it. Why am I saying here 1 by 2a? So a is 1 ln mod of x minus a, that is x minus 1, x plus a, that is x plus 1, plus c, of course. And on the left hand side, you are having y times x square minus 1. Everybody understood this? Again, will you call it even a moderate question? Easy, amazingly easy. Everybody understood this? Now, from here, when I move ahead, we see the next question. We need to find the maximum value of this function in this interval 1 to 10. I'll differentiate it. So when you differentiate this function, what you get is 3x square minus 24x plus 36. Correct me if I'm wrong. 3x square minus 24x plus 36. Then once you have found f dash x, you put it equal to 0 so that you can find the critical points. So once you start solving it for the critical points, I can take 3 common. So I'll be left with x square minus what? Minus 8x plus 12, right? So for 12, it should be minus 6 and minus 2. I hope you have understood it. Yes, easy question, amazingly easy. So I'll say x square minus 6x minus 2x plus 12. So from here, the two critical points are going to be 2 and 6. Now, all you need to do is, you needed to find its maxima. Do one thing. Or rather, what you can do is, instead of 2 and 6, you can work out one value as well. You can find out f double dash x as well, which is going to be 6x minus 24. So that you can eliminate one of these values, so that you don't have to solve the entire expression. So 6x minus 24 for 2 will be negative, but for 6 it will be 0. So 6 will be the point of inflection here, but 2 is giving you a negative value. That means at 2 you can have a maxima, but here this needed to be figured out between closed interval 1 and 10. So you will find 3 values. Which 3 values from here, students? You will find f of 1, you will find f of 10, and you will find f of 2. Out of these 3 values, whichever is the greatest will be your answer. That's good, Kala Kaddu. So the greatest or the maximum of all these 3 will be your answer. So will you do it from by yourself? Okay, so Kala Kaddu is saying 177. Kala Kaddu, why are you not telling your name? Can you not tell us your name so that I'll be pronouncing your name correctly? Right? So 177. I hope you'll do it by yourself. You find these 3 values, whichever is the greatest or maximum will be your final answer. I hope this again was something terribly easy, amazingly easy. From here, when you look at this question, we are given f of alpha, where alpha could be any real number, and we are asked what will be f alpha inverse. I hope you understood this. So one of the methods is that you find F alpha is given, then you find its minor, then cofactor. Then after cofactor, what you do is take its transpose so that it becomes adjoint. Then you find its determinant and then divide the adjoint by its determinant. There you get A in F of alpha inverse, the inverse of this matrix, which would match with some of these values. Or rather, you could go ahead with the hit and trial method, whatever it is. I hope you have understood it. So both of the methods are there. You follow the standard approach, or you could use the hit and trial method. So let's say here, first of all, I take a shot and I'll try and use the hit and trial method. So if I try and use the hit and trial method, let me try and write f of minus alpha. So this is f of alpha, which is cos alpha minus sin alpha, that's 0. This is sin alpha, cos alpha, that's again 0. This is 0, 0, 1. So that's your matrix F alpha. If I take F of minus alpha, let's say for a while, so all alphas are supposed to be replaced or substituted by minus alpha. So cos is even function, so this still remains cos alpha, but this becomes sin alpha, sin being odd function, this still stays 0. This becomes minus sin alpha, this still stays cos alpha, this becomes 0, this 0, 0, 1 does not get affected. Now let me try and have their product. I hope you know the matrix multiplication. How do we do it? So I'll take rows from here and columns from here, and that's how I'll define its product. So it will be cos square theta, everybody listening and understanding, minus sin square theta in 0. And cos square theta minus sin square theta is cos 2 theta. Everybody listening and understanding that? I repeat, correct me if I'm wrong, this is f of minus alpha. F of minus alpha means what? Cos alpha minus of minus sin alpha. And yes, sin alpha minus sin alpha, cos alpha, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. I'm just checking it whether we have written it correctly or not. So I think it's correct. But now when I check it further, I hope you can see cos square alpha. Sorry. I did it with the row. I'm really sorry. Row and column. So cos square alpha plus sin square alpha plus 0. So that's 1. I hope you could check it. Now the second, this row and this column. So it is cos alpha sin alpha minus cos alpha sin alpha plus 0. So that is 0 plus 0, that is 0. And here when you check it with this third row, so 0, 0, 0, because these two zeros and this 0, so this will be 0, right? Let's check it for the second row. Second row, first column, so it is sin alpha cos alpha minus sin alpha cos alpha, that is 0 and 0, so it will be 0. I hope you are understanding what I'm doing. Sin alpha, sin square alpha, cos square alpha, 0. Sin square alpha plus cos square alpha is 1, 1 plus 0 is 0. For the third, two elements are 0 and the third is again 0, so that is again 0. I hope you are understanding it. Okay, so India scored 255, that's fine, that's good, that's great. Now from here, with the third row, I think 0, 0, 1, it is 0, 0, 0, so this will be 0. With this 0, 0, 1, this is again 0, 0, 0, so this will be 0. With this 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, so it will be 0 plus 1, that will be 1. So I think with this product, I got an identity matrix. So this definitely will be its inverse. So instead of this, let's say if this was the option, will you try all of these? No. I just took a guess, but yes, because of sin alpha and cos alpha, sin square alpha plus cos square alpha could be 1. And that's where I took a guess. But yes, if it is not supposed to be done, you'll follow the standard approach. What? You'll find all the minors, the minors of all the elements. Then you'll go with the cofactors. You'll introduce the signs. Then you take its transpose so that it becomes the adjoint. Then you find its determinant. You divide that adjoint by its determinant. There you get F inverse, which will be this only. Everybody understood that? Perfect, perfect, great. Tomorrow is board, so I wish you all the very best. Yaksh, if you could get benefited somewhere with this lecture, do watch it. We'll be really happy. From here, when I go ahead, what do we see? And if you are really concerned about board, Yaksh, then right now, prepare for board. We have released a PDF of all the formulae for your revision. You can download that PDF. For that PDF, the link for our WhatsApp channel is given in all our videos. You can follow our WhatsApp channel. There, the PDF is uploaded. You can download it and you can revise all the formulae. Not just that, we have released 2 videos on our PW English medium channel for your 12th board exam as well. First live video got released 2 days back. There, we revised your entire maths, 12th boards maths. And the second lecture got released yesterday where we discussed a lot of previous year's questions. with the title The Most Probable Questions, because this exam, board exam, is absolutely predictable in nature. I'll say so, right? So with that, let's talk about the next question for the day. And yes, if I do comment on the previous question, it was again an easy one. You won't even call it a moderate one. If without repetition of the numbers, 4-digit numbers are to be formed. Great. Okay, Akshita Raj. Why are we having this yo right now? So 4-digit numbers are there with the number 0 to 3, 5. Then the probability of a such number divisible by 5. So for probability, we'll talk about that probability later. But how many 4-digit numbers can be formed? So if I talk about the sample space, I need to form 4-digit numbers, right? With these digits 0, 2, 3, 5. So first of all, let's say I use the basic method of counting. I'll say if I approach these digits and ask them, how many choices do you have to be, to get filled at this place? So they'll say that 0 cannot be there. So for this place, I have 3 choices. And for this place again, if let's say 2 appears here, I'm still left with 3 choices. For this place, I have 2 choices, and for this place, I'll be left with only 1 choice. So the total number of numbers that can be formed will be 3 into 3 into 2, that is 18. So first of all, if I talk about the sample space, it will be 18. Everybody got that? Now, the probability that the number is divisible by 5. So there are 2 chances, or there are 2 cases. One of the cases that, sir, if the unit digit is 0, or the other cases unit digit is 5, and both are possible there. So when the unit digit is 0 fixed, then what are you left with? You are left with 2, 3, 5. So nothing wrong with that. This place can be filled in 3 ways, and this place can be filled in 2 ways. This place can be filled in 1 ways. This is already filled with this one approach or one method. So 3 into 2, 6. Or means addition. Now what about this? Now here, if I have filled the unit digit by 5, for this digit, I am still having only 2 choices. Are you getting it? Now once this place is filled, I'm still having only 2 choices. Let's say this is put there. So I'm still having 2 choices, and for this place, I'll be left with 1 choice. So 2 into 2, 4 into 1, that's 4. So answer will be 10 by 18, which you all can simplify as 5 by 9. Option D, I would call it again one of the easiest questions. Was it really difficult? Everybody understood that? Can we move ahead from here? All these students. Here, let's try and solve the next question. This is a good one, a decent one. Here, this is what we need to work out. Let's focus on this question. It says f of x 1 upon 1 plus x 10x, where x is between 0 to pi by 2. Great. Revised with the given PDF. Black mystery, good to have you. That's brilliant. So with that, I think the only thing which is left is revise all the questions which you must have seen in the recent years, so that you can have a good idea of what is going to be there in the examination hall. And I wish you all the very best for your exam, first of all. Tomorrow you are having your maths exam. Good to have that feeling. I can have that nostalgia where I was writing my maths exam. So first of all, if I talk about maxima and minima, I need to find f dash x. Clear? So when I talk about f dash x, I can clearly see that quotient rule will come into picture. So square of the denominator, that is 1 plus x 10x whole, needs to be squared. Now in the numerator, or one of the methods is you can write it as raised to the power minus 1, and you can use the chain rule, or if I'm using the quotient rule, let me use that. So derivative of 1 is 0. So 0 into something will be whole 0 minus what I have now is derivative of 1 plus x 10x. So with that, if I differentiate this, I hope you're understanding, numerator into derivative of denominator. So numerator is 1 into derivative of denominator. So derivative of 1 is 1. So I'll be differentiating x 10x by using product rule. So x 10x, when x is differentiated, it becomes 1. So you're left with 10x plus x is kept as it is. And then derivative of 10x is sec square x. Give me a quick confirmation. Did you all get that? Or shall I repeat this part? Are you all there? Everybody with me on this? 10x plus x sec square x. Give me a quick confirmation. 1 plus x 10x whole square is there. Now this, when differentiated, 1 is 0. X becomes 1. 10x is there. And then x stays there, and 10x is sec square x. Everybody understood that? Now here, if you pay attention to this particular part, I think one thing you all must have seen, that I could use an identity. Which identity? Because I want to talk about maxima and minima between 0 to pi by 2. So if I could see how many critical points I'm getting, I think I'll be in a better position to work out something. So 10x plus x sec square x. Sec square x I can write as 1 plus 10 square x. So will that help us? I don't think so that would help us. What else can be done? I hope we are doing this f dash x correctly. So if I put it equal to 0, this denominator doesn't help us in any way because it is a perfect square and this can never be 0. Definitely black mystery. Good to be a part of your journey. Good to be a part of your journey. Now, when do we see the numerator to be becoming 0? So we are having 10x plus x sec square x, right? Okay, let's keep that like that only. So if I put f dash x is equal to 0, I have this 10x plus x sec square to be 0, which means 10x should be equal to minus x times sec square x. I hope you are comfortably understanding this. Now, at what values do we see it happening, right? Sec square x I can write as 1 upon cos square x, and 10x can also be written as sin x upon cos x, but will that be helpful? Let me try and do that. So I'll be writing it like this only, 10x, which I'm writing as sin x upon cos x, and this one, x sec square x, I'm writing as x upon cos square x. I hope you're comfortably understanding this. And this is given with a plus sign. The catch here is between 0 to pi by 2, I'll say 10x is positive. Between 0 to pi by 2, 10x is positive. Between 0 to pi by 2, x is positive. And sec square x is anyway going to be positive. Are you listening and understanding? And this denominator is always positive. Everybody getting this? I hope you all are listening and understanding. So on those grounds, I'm saying that this expression is always positive. This entire expression is always positive, and with this negative, this is always negative. So this is a strictly decreasing function for me. This is a strictly decreasing function. And if it is a strictly decreasing function, I'll say option D needs to be marked. I need not find critical points. I repeat my part very clearly again. I'll say that here, what you need to understand is that denominator is always positive. 10x between 0 to pi by 2 is from 0 to infinity. This is 0 to pi by 2 sec square x, so again positive. So this again whole is positive, but negative of positive will always be negative. So negative upon positive is negative. So f dash x is negative for all the values of x which are between 0 to pi by 2. So if it is negative, I'll say fx is a decreasing function. I hope you understood that, and I'll classify it as easy again. Nothing much was needed to be done. I did not notice these points. I kept on thinking of maxima and minima, that how many critical points will I get. So I am not getting any critical point at all because of this f dash x being negative. Everybody got that? Now this question, the number of values of theta in this interval, minus pi by 2 to pi by 2, minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. Sir, after tomorrow exam, I'll watch this as a recording. Definitely black mystery. Take a good sleep, everyone. Take a good diet. Stay stress-free. Nothing is going to happen even if you score less in your board exam, even if you score less in your maths exam, nothing is going to change. Trust me. So just have faith in whatever you have studied, whatever you know so far, have faith in those learnings and apply those learnings with utmost integrity and sincerity. You will definitely get something good out of you. But if you get stressed, you will definitely ruin and spoil a lot of things. I do feel it with myself. Whenever I'm stressed, whenever I'm tensed, I cannot perform a lot of operations or tasks at my best when I'm not stressed. But it does not mean that you can be totally carefree or careless. No, I'm not asking you to be that. I'm still asking you to be focused, concentrated, but I'm not asking you to be stressed or tensed, because with tension and stress, you may ruin a lot of things. You will not be able to get what you could have gotten, the best out of your learnings. I hope you understood that. Getting back to the discussion here, the number of values of theta in this interval satisfying this equation. Okay, so let me try and do one thing. What I'm doing here is, this is root 3, right? This is root 3 to the power sec square theta. I'm not touching this. With this part, I am seeing an identity coming into picture. If I add 1 to it, so I got to subtract 1 from it. But if I write this 10 to the power 4 theta as 10 square theta whole square, so this is a square plus b square plus 2ab. That is a plus b whole square. So that is a plus b. B is 10 square theta whole square, and that minus 1 stays there. Everybody got this, or shall I re-explain this part? Now from here, all I'm trying to tell you is that we know 1 plus 10 square theta is sec square theta. So with this, this is root 3 sec square theta is equal to what? Sec square theta whole raised to the power 2, that is sec theta to the power 4 minus 1. If you are getting confused, I'll do one thing, that I'll write or replace sec theta by, let's say, k for a while. So when I do that, this is root 3 or rather I'll take sec square theta as k for a while so that you stay stress free. So this is root 3 to the power k is equal to this is k square minus 1. I'll say instead of thinking of solving it, try using hit and trial. This will be root 3 to the power k, which means this will always be positive, right? Because this is root 3. So whatever power you raise it to, it should always be positive, right? Which crash course video are you asking, Sushin? I'm not understanding it. So do try to be more specific with your requirement. We'll definitely understand and work it out if something can be done for that regarding that. So here I am suggesting that if I do hit and trial, can I say that k is equal to 2 does satisfy it with some hit and trial, with some observation? For remaining chapters, yes, we are releasing all the one shots. Before your JEE April attempt, all the one shots of physics, chemistry, and maths all will be released. You have my words, okay? Don't worry about that. But when you watch those one shots, don't just watch them for the sake of watching. Learn, try to imbibe, try to absorb, make notes, download those notes, the handwritten notes which we are providing for free. Revise through them, solve a PYQs, a lot of PYQs, solve those DPPs which you are providing so that you can do the real-time environment practice of those questions, the kind of environment which you'll be getting in your real JEE examination hall. Right now here we have understood that k is equal to 2 is satisfying it. So k is equal to 2 does satisfy it, which means root 3 to the power 2 is 3. K square is 2 square, 4 minus 1, 3. So k is equal to 2 does satisfy it, one of the values which I can see. So sec square theta is 2, which means sec theta can be plus minus root 2, and I think yes, that's perfectly fine because sec theta plus minus is possible, plus minus root 2 is possible because cos theta plus minus 1 by root 2 happens. So that is perfectly achievable value. This is greater than 1 and less than 1, less than minus 1. So yes, it is there in its domain. But let me talk about this part. Minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. So between minus pi by 2 to pi by 2, sec theta is found to be root 2 only, and that root 2 happens at only one point. That's where, sorry, at 2 points, because it is even function. Between minus pi by 2 and pi by 2, sec theta will not be minus root 2, but it will be plus root 2. And since it is even function, sec theta and cos theta, I hope you're understanding. So I'll be getting two solutions. You can see it graphically as well. And with that, I'll be marking option A is the correct answer. So again, easy, but you can call it moderate because some efforts will be required here at this stage when you do hit and trial. Everybody with me on this? Let me have a 5 minutes break. We'll resume in 5 minutes. It is 9 o'clock right now. We'll resume at 9:05. I hope you are fine with that. Let me have some water and then we'll resume our session at 9:05. I hope you're okay with that. Okay, so let us get started. Can you all hear me properly, students? Just give me a quick response, all the participants. Let me fix this mic. There is some issue, I think, here. Give me a quick update, students. Am I clearly visible? I hope I'm clearly audible. Just give me a quick update. I hope I'm clearly audible. Just write it in the comment so that we can get started. What does this question say? This question says Sn is defined by this. So the moment you see Sn to be like this, I have this crystal clear picture, sum of n natural numbers, which is n plus 1 divided by 2. So what is Pn? Pn is product of, pi means product of SR upon SR minus 1, where R is from 2 to n. Okay, so let us talk about, that's good. Let us talk about SR minus 1. Samyak, let's study here. So here, let's talk about SR minus 1. We have Sn. So Sn means what? We have SR. This will be R plus 1 by 2. So if I talk about R minus 1, it will be R minus 1. R minus 1 plus 1, that's R divided by 2. Now let's find this ratio, SR upon SR minus 1. So if I try and find this ratio, this is how you will get this ratio. Everybody listening, watching and understanding this. So I hope from here, I'll say this 2 and this 2 are cancelled. Even this R and this R is cancelled. I hope, am I not making any mistake here? I think we are going great. Correct me if I'm wrong. What do we need? SR. Yes, there is a small correction here. In this question, there is a correction. There is a typo. Let me make that correction first of all. Because if we follow this method, we'll definitely get an answer, but that answer will not match with the options. So there is a small correction. This minus 1 is not there in the postscript here. This minus 1 is being done from this entire SR. So this is that correction. This is this kind of minus 1. there is a small correction here. So with that correction, let me redefine SR and SR minus 1. I hope you're understanding the difference. So if I now define SR, R plus 1 divided by 2. Now what is SR minus 1? So SR minus 1 will be R plus 1 divided by 2 minus 1. When you simplify this, this is R square plus R minus 2 divided by 2. Splitting the middle term, R square plus 2R minus 2 divided by 2. So one of the factors will be R plus 2. Other factor will be R minus 1. So it will be R minus 1 into R plus 2 divided by 2. Everybody listening and understanding this? Now what I need is, this is your SR minus 1. Minus 1 is there. So if I take this ratio SR upon SR minus 1, what do we get? Let me write that part here. So if I'm taking this ratio SR upon SR minus 1, mind you students, this is how this question was, right? So SR is this, which is what? R plus 1 by 2. There is a by 2 here as well. So that 2 and this 2 will get cancelled. And this will be R minus 1 into R plus 2. Give me a quick confirmation. Did you all understand this? Can I move ahead from here, all the participants? Now what we need to do is, if you now pay attention to the pattern, sir, product is needed to be taken. So if I now talk about Pn, how will you write Pn? I need to begin with 2. So instead of summation, this is product. So multiplication will happen. So if I begin with R as 2, so in the numerator, it will be 2 into 3. And here it will be 1 into what? 2 we have done, right? So 1 into 4. R we are beginning with 2. So 2 into 3 and 1 into 4. Then product, because it is pi. When I keep R as 3, so when you keep R as 3, this is 3 into 4 divided by what? 2 into 5. So I hope you have seen the pattern. One more number let's have a look at so that you get the pattern here very clearly. Let's replace R by 4. So 4 into 5 in the numerator. And in the denominator, I'll have 3 into 6. I'll have 3 into 6. So now this is how this will go on. And final terms will be there. Let's not bother about them. Final term will be what? N plus 1 divided by N minus 1 and N plus 2. Everybody with me on this? Now let us start cancelling these terms. What is happening over here? Let's have a look at that. So if I now start seeing the pattern, how will I go? Shall I do it like this? I think that's the best idea. So I can see that this 2 cancels this 2. Everybody seeing this? And this 3 cancels which 3? Instead of that 3, let's keep that 3 here. This 2 cancels this 2. I hope you are understanding this. And this 4 cancels this 4. I repeat. This 3 cancels this 3. I hope you are understanding it. And this 5 cancels this 5. So from the first term, 3 and 1 will be left. I hope you are understanding. So this 4 and 6 will also cancelling something. So I hope the pattern you are seeing is that this and this 2 and this 2 are cancelling this and this, which means from the last term, this and this will be cancelled. Correct me if I'm wrong. From the second term, what have we gotten? This and this. So this and this will be cancelled. Everybody got that? So from the first term, I'll be left with 3 and 1. So the final product, final value of Pn, which you are getting is 3 by 1, which is 3. And there n by n plus 2. So this is n by n plus 2. Everybody got that. But what are we asked when n approaches infinity? So when n approaches infinity, I hope you are understanding. So if limit n approaches infinity is needed to be done, so infinity by infinity form, so the ratio of the highest degree terms, so 3 is to 1, because the coefficient here is 1, right? So 3 is to 1, that is 3 will be the final answer, which we are given in option A. Again, I'll say easy, but you may call it moderate because of some calculation, which is definitely not very heavy in nature. It is still easy. Can we move ahead towards the next question from here? This is a good question based on binomial theorem. 4 plus root 15 to the power n is said to be I plus f. Okay, great. N is an odd natural number. Okay, n is an odd natural number. Mind you, students, remember this. N is an odd natural number. Don't forget that. I is an integer. So this I is an integer and f is a fraction which is between 0 to 1. So which of these following is incorrect? So they are not asking you correct, they are asking you incorrect. So read these questions very carefully. Incorrect or correct, something like that. Here. First of all, look at this. We know root 15. What is root 15, students? Roots, it is less than root 16. Root 16 is 4. So root 15 is something very close to 4 but less than 4. So if I talk about one more, let's say value 4 minus root 15, will you not say it will be definitely be less than 1? Because it will be very close to 0, but it still be positive, but it will definitely be less than 1. This is what I can clearly see or say so. Everybody understood that? Now from here, I want you to understand that, let's say if this is going to be between 0 to 1, so this is also going to be a fraction, but one fraction f we have reserved for this. So can I say for a while 4 minus root 15 I can call as f dash, or let's reserve that f dash for a while. 4 plus root 15 to the power n is something. If this number is between 0 to 1, its higher power will also be between 0 to 1. So if I talk about 4 minus root 15 raised to the power an odd natural number, this will still be a fraction, and that fraction I'm assuming as f dash. That fraction I'm assuming as f dash, and for that f dash, I clearly know that this f dash also lies between 0 and 1. Because if this number is from 0 to 1, its higher powers will also be even smaller. Everybody understood that? I hope we have this much conclusion so far. Now, let's talk about these few results. I am seeing a result here. I am seeing a result here. We are asked odd or even. So let's talk about this. Okay. So first of all, can you help me with 4 plus root 15 to the power n, where we know n is odd number? And can you help me with 4 minus root 15 to the power n, the expansion, the binomial expansion? Then which sign, plus or minus, is needed to be used? We'll talk about that later. But here, if I could begin with that, basic binomial expansion is what I'll be using. Everybody listening and understanding that. So here, if I begin with that conclusion, I hope you understand. NC0 is what we do. I hope if I could remind you the binomial expansion, NC0, x to the power clearly 0, then y to the power n minus 0, or whatever way you wish to proceed it with. I hope you understood it. But I'm deliberately taking the power of root 15 here in terms of n, or I'm beginning with the powers of 15 in terms of n deliberately. So here, first term will be NC0. 4 to the power 0, that I need not write, but here root 15 to the power n will be there. Are you all there listening, watching and understanding? And when root 15 is raised to an odd power, that means this root 15 will not get resolved. So if I want something substantial out of it, I need to get rid of it. I repeat, the next term will be NC1. 4 to the power 1 will be there. That is not a matter of concern, but here the next term will be root 15 to the power n minus 1. So if n is odd, root 15 to the power n minus 1, which is even, will be resolved. So this will not be an irrational term, but this is an irrational term. So I'm trying to get rid of irrational terms. So if I'm willing to get rid of irrational terms, this must get cancelled. This must get cancelled. So if I wish to get it cancelled, can I not add both of these? Why am I doing so? Please pay attention to this. If I add both of these, if I'm adding both of these, please have a look at this. Clearly, you will see that this will give me this complete expression. But when I write this expression, when I'm adding this, first term will be NC0, but here it will be minus root 15 to the power n. And if it is minus root 15 to the power n, which means negative of root 15 to the power odd. And if it is odd, there will be a minus sign here. Everybody understood that? Why did I add these? So if this is negative, other will be positive, and that I want to be kept deliberately positive. Why? Because there I want minus root 15 to the power n minus 1. But since n minus 1 is even, so minus root 15 to the power even or root 15 to the power even, both will be same. So I think we have gotten something good out of this. What do I mean by that? Now if you pay attention that these terms are clearly identical. Which terms? The irrational terms, except for the sign. So I got rid of this. And when I got rid of this, I could see 4 into a rational term plus something into a rational term plus something into a rational term. So will I not say that, sir, you can clearly see, and 4 is there with its powers increasing. So the least term is there with 4. Second term will be having 4 square, 4 cube, and so on until 4 to the power n, the last term. So 4 is there. Of course, 4 to the power 2 term will not be there, but 4 cube, 4 to the power 5, and so on. So with this coming into picture, I can say that this will be 4 times something. This summation will be 4 times something. This summation is 4 times something. And that something is rational because all the irrational terms we have gotten rid of. So with that, if it is 4 times something, then I'll say it is going to be an even number. Everybody with me on this? But so far we are not given something like that. But now let me talk about these expressions about which we know few things. What do we know? 4 plus root 15 to the power n, we are told is I plus f. So here this is what we are given as I plus f, and this 4 minus root 15 to the power n we know is clearly f dash, and this we know is an even number. Now pay attention to this. This I plus summation of fractions is an even number. Now these are two fractions. This f is from 0 to 1. This f dash is also from 0 to 1. Will I not say if I add two values between 0 to 1, I'll get values from 0 to 2. So can I not conclude first of all that f plus f dash will be from 0 to 2? Now pay a very minute attention here, very basic idea you need to develop, that this is integer, this is integer. So this part should also be integer. And an integral value between 0 to 2 is 1. So can I not conclude that one thing very clearly, that f plus f dash has to be 1. F plus f dash has to be 1, which means I plus 1 is even, which means we know I plus 1 is even, that is I is even minus 1, and even minus 1 means odd. So first of all, I is odd, which is correct. What are we asked? The incorrect one. So when somebody says I is odd, we have figured it out. So incorrect one is I is even, and we are asked incorrect. Option B is answer. From here, we need not verify C and D. If you want, you can, but I think that is not needed. I minus F, we have just discussed. That C option also you can work out by yourself. Again, I'll say easy, but because of the length introduced there, you can call it a moderate one. But did you understand the concept? Kaviya Sai is saying that 4M formula revision class there tomorrow. I think we have released our formula revision sheet, the PDF. It is there on our WhatsApp channel. You can see the link to our WhatsApp channel in the description. It will redirect to our WhatsApp channel, and there the entire formula revision PDF is uploaded so that you can revise your entire 12th maths formulae for your exam tomorrow. And I wish you all the very best. Now, from here, when I go ahead, everybody understood this part? Domain of this definition. So this function is given. Domain is needed to be specified. So when you talk about domain, first of all, we know that denominator should never be 0. So I'll talk about x square plus x minus 2. Can we find its discriminant? So sir, its discriminant will be b square minus 4ac. b square minus 4ac. Correct me if I'm wrong. B square is 1 minus 4ac. So that is 4 into 1 into minus 2. So it is 9, right? So if its discriminant is found to be 9, which means D is 9. So that means it can be factorized. Yes. So can I factorize it as 2x minus x? So I was thinking that if D is negative, this can never be, 0. And through that, I need not worry about that. But it can be factorized. So there, if I talk about the denominator, fx in a better version will look like as x square plus 2x minus x minus 2, splitting the middle term. So x plus 2 and x minus 1 will be the factor. X plus 2 and x minus 1. So denominator becomes x plus 2 and x minus 1. Did you understand that part? Now let's talk about numerator. In numerator you must be seeing GIF. GIF is there in the numerator. Can you see that? So when you see the numerator, just give me a moment, students. Let me finish this. In the numerator, all I'm saying is that here we know in GIF, if there is an integer, that integer can be kept outside. So I'll remove this minus 1 from here. So I am having this numerator as log of something at base 4. What is that something? 5 minus fraction part of x minus of minus 1, that is plus 1. So plus 1 when done, it becomes 6 minus fraction part of x square. So this is how your numerator looks like in a simplified form. For a while, if I assume this 6 minus GIF of x minus GIF of x square, or replace it by something, let's say I solve this particular part. Which part? 6 minus t square, right? This is what I'm trying to solve. Everybody getting this? GIF of x I'm taking as t. So 6 minus t square. I'm trying to factorize it. So here, I hope no confusion on that. Everybody with me on this? Here, when you try to do it, I'll say that here, I think, what do we need? I can write it as minus t square minus t plus 6. That Are you okay with that if I do so? Minus t square minus t plus 6. That is what we have written. So sum of the roots should be minus 1. Product of the roots should be minus 6. Pay attention to everyone. So here it should be minus 3 plus 2. So it should be minus t square minus 3t plus 2t plus 6. Everybody with me on this? Correct me if I'm wrong. So with that, one of the factors here, when you take minus t common, I hope you are seeing minus t common coming out from this picture. Pay attention to the data. Minus t I'm taking common outside. So when you take minus t common outside, you'll be left with t plus 3. And here, when you take 2 common, you'll be left with t plus 3. So the factorization is 2 minus t plus 3. Mind you, you got to be very careful. It is not t minus 2. That is something that's where you need to pay a lot of attention. So 2 minus t plus 3 is what you get it as factorized. So here, this is log of something at base 4. And what is that something? That something is 2 minus t and t plus 3. So 2 minus GIF of x, that's your first factor, times the second factor is t plus 3. So t plus 3 means GIF of x plus 3. Yes. Now let us get back to this discussion. Basically, this was given inside a log. So if it is given inside a logarithm, that is, it is used as an input for a logarithm, do we not know that this expression should always be positive? Because we take logarithm of the positive values only. So if this needs to be kept positive, I'll use wavy curve here. Everybody with me on this? So please pay attention. The critical points can be said to be 2 and minus 3, but you need to be very careful here. If you ever get confused with the wavy curve, what you can always do is, you can always put certain values and check it. I repeat, I am going to check this expression, this 2 minus t and t plus 3. So let's say you don't know where will it be positive or negative. Take certain values. For example, any value greater than 2 you take. Let's say 10. So 2 minus 10, negative. 10 plus 3, positive. Negative, positive. So this will be negative. I hope you're understanding the reason why negative. Here, when you talk about the next region, powers are odd. It will be alternate. But still, if you get confused, 0. So 0 minus t. Sorry, 2 minus 0. 2, 0 plus 3. 3, so positive, this will be positive. So this region here will be positive. What about this region? Any value less than minus 3 you take, let's say minus 10. So 2 minus minus 10, positive. This is negative, positive, negative, negative. Everybody with me on this? This, instead of starting with plus, starting with minus because of this. I hope the whole picture is clear to you. So what do we want? We want this expression to be positive, which is there between minus 3 and 2. So one conclusion I come up with is that t should be from minus 3 to 2. So one conclusion I bring here is that t should be from minus 3 to 2. It cannot even be minus 3 or 2. We cannot include them. But what was t originally? T was GIF of x. So we know that GIF of x should be GIF of x should be from minus 3 to 2. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? We are going great. So this should be from minus 3 to 2. Minus 3 to 2, right? Now, let me solve them individually. Even if you get confused with this expression, take certain numbers, you'll get the crystal clear idea that what needs to be done here. When you talk about GIF of a number needs to be kept less than 2. So can I keep x as 1.9? Sir, if x is 1.9, GIF of 1.9 will be 1. Is 1 less than 2? Yes, it is perfectly fine. Can I take x as 2 or 2.1? Sir, if I take x as let's say 2.1, GIF of 2.1 will be 2. Is 2 less than 2? No. So I can take all the values which are less than 2. So from here, I'll say x should be less than 2. Everybody got this? Here, when I talk about these values, I hope now you are understanding it very clearly. Can I take minus 2.9? Sir, if you take minus 2.9, the GIF of minus 2.9 will be minus 3. And we need a number less than minus 3, so you cannot take that, which means minus 2.1 can also not be taken. Can I take minus 2? Yes, because with the minus 2, GIF of minus 2 is minus 2, which is greater than minus 3. So I'll say that x should be from minus 2 to 2. Everybody with me on this? Everybody with me on this? But there is a small catch, that if you are saying that numerator will be taking all these values acceptable from minus 2 to 2, but I need to talk about denominator as well. The denominator can never be 0. That means I cannot have x as minus 2 or 1. So minus 2 we were anyway not including, but we cannot include 1 as well. So I will take all the values of x from -2 to 1 and then from 1 to 2, which means option D is the final or correct answer. Was it not something really easy, simple and doable? Everybody understood that. Can I move ahead from here, students? Everybody got that idea? Now, from here, this particular one. This parabola divides this area of this circle into two parts. Okay. The area of the smaller part is equal to, okay. So let's try and solve this question. Again, easy, basic, simple. If you know the standard things, if you know the basic things, what do I mean by that? This is going to be your x-axis and y-axis respectively, first of all. So there is a circle. Now, if I try and draw that circle, standard circle, center at origin, having radius √5. So this will be that circle. Let's say this is that circle centered at origin. Comfortable with that? Now, we are told this is the parabola y square is equal to 4x. So if it is the parabola y square is equal to 4x, this may go somewhat like this: y square is equal to 4x. Everybody understood that? Now the area of the smaller part, so this parabola is dividing. So when I draw this entire parabola, the complete parabola, I can clearly see two regions are getting created. This first region and this second region. I hope you can see these two regions. So I can clearly see the smaller part is this. So this region's area is what we need to figure out. So if I could use symmetry, I'll say this region and this region. Give me a moment, students. This region and this region will be symmetrical, absolutely congruent. So I'll double it. So first of all, when I'm interested in finding the area, I'll say double of. Now, here I need to find this point of intersection, because so far this will be the area below the parabola, and here this will be the area below the circle. Everybody with me on this? So here this point we need to figure out. So if I replace y square by 4x, it is x square plus 4x minus 5, right? When you simplify this, minus 5, I think plus 5 minus 1, yes. So it should be x square plus 5x minus x minus 5. Correct me if I'm wrong. And with that, one of the roots will be minus 5, other root will be plus 1. Minus 5 it cannot be, so it should be plus 1. So this point of intersection over here will be plus 1, 2. This we need not find. So from 0 to 1, I'll integrate this parabola, the upper arm, which is going to be 2 root x, positive 1. So from 0 to 1, double needs to be done. That double I have already taken. So from 0 to 1, the upper arm of this parabola, which is 2 root x, needs to be integrated. First of all, give me a quick confirmation. Did you get this? Now this point here is √5. Everybody getting this? Because this circle is having radius √5. So this point will be √5, 0. I hope there is no confusion on that. So from here, from 1 to √5, we have circle in picture. So I'll have 1 to √5. And when you talk about circle, the first quadrant version, which is going to be under root over 5 minus x squared, the positive one. That's good. Tech Lecha. If your name is Tech Lecha, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So with that, I'll have 5 minus x square dx. Now from here, can you not do it by yourself? I'll say it was moderate because of some calculation, because there is still some calculation. Special integral formula will get applied here. First of all, this is something you all can do. But if I talk about this version where you are solving this particular part that you are asked to solve under root over a square minus x square, then I hope you remember it. It is always x upon a times under root x square minus a square plus a square by 2, and this is basically sine inverse. I hope you remember it. So sine inverse x upon a, it is not x upon a, I'm really sorry, x by 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is x by 2. And I hope no other correction is needed to be done, plus c. So this formula will come into picture. Great, great. Thank you so much, Akanksha, for the score. So coming back to the discussion, I hope you have understood it. This particular part is something really easy. And for this part, a square under root over a square minus x square. And remember, a will be √5. So that you apply and get the final answer. This particular part I'm not solving. Calculation is there, which you can do by yourself. Sir, better to remember it. Yes, it's better to remember it. It's actually better to remember it. Always. Now, let's talk about the next question. It says sine mod of x plus alpha, sine this. A lot of things are there. Now, if you just pay attention to this part and observe it for a while, I'll say try and find f dash x. Try and find f dash x. Why? Because I hope you know, for determinants, we know how to find the derivative. For determinants, I hope you know how to find the derivative. I did not understand your concern. Tech lethal, right? Tech lethal, yes. So here, I'll do it row wise. So if I'm differentiating first row, and if I'm not concerned about modulus sign, because f of 4 is what we are talking about. So I'll say that sine x plus alpha will be cos x plus alpha, cos x plus beta, cos x plus gamma. But second row is also identical. So that first determinant will be 0. What about the second determinant? Now I'll be differentiating the second row. I hope you are understanding. I'm doing this differentiation row wise. So minus sine x plus alpha, minus sine x plus beta, minus sine x plus gamma, which is again similar to this if I take that negative sign common. I hope you're understanding it. If I add both of the rows, it will be 0, 0, 0 in first row, let's say, for a while. So that will again make the determinant 0. And now when I differentiate the third row, this is constant, this is constant, this is constant. So 0, 0, 0. So that will also be 0. So what have we achieved here? That, sir, f dash x is 0. Sir, what is the point of stating that? I think you got the idea. Sir, I was asking about the integral of root over a square minus x square. Is it all right, sir? I'll remember it. Yes, I think so. Now from here, when I go ahead, we have shared a formula sheet, a complete formula sheet for your 12th revision. A complete formula sheet. In this video's description, you'll find a link. That link will redirect to you to our WhatsApp channel where the complete formula revision session is uploaded for you. The entire PDF for your 12th board mathematics. We have uploaded the entire sheet for your all the formula of mathematics for your 12th board. You are having the exam tomorrow. So you'll find all the formula. You can revise them from there. All the formula are mentioned clearly there. Now, from here, when I go ahead, f dash x is 0. So if f dash x is found to be 0, we are told f4 is 7. So if f dash x is 0, when the derivative is 0, we know that f of x, we can claim, is going to be a constant function. Everybody with me on this? Now, if fx is a constant function and if f of 4 is 7, then I'll say f of x will be 7. We are asked summation of f of k from k 1 to 10. So f of 1, f of 2, f of 3. I hope you know that f of x is 7. So 7 plus 7 plus 7, how many times? 10 times. So it will be 7 into 10. That is clearly 70. Did you get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. Now let's try and solve the next question for the day. Give it a try, students. Let's see what do we get from here. But before I solve this, give it a try and then we'll discuss it together. I hope you develop the idea very simply here. We are given a parallelogram. If you haven't, great. Yes, I know that. I wish you all the very best for that, tech lethal. Here, everybody pay attention to this. We are given a parallelogram ABCD. So let's talk about that parallelogram here. So this is that parallelogram for a while. Let's assume that. So this is A, this is B, this is C, this is D. We are given vector AB, right? So this is vector AB, let's say phi for a while, and it is having its modulus as A. So this distance is A. This AD, we are given this distance as B. What is happening over here? So this we are given as B. And vector AC, so if I could rejoin this particular line, this vector AC, so this we are given as C. So the best thing which I could do is, if I can take A as origin 0, 0, this will be A, 0, this will be, I hope you're understanding. In terms of magnitude, it is A, so it will be vector A, position vector of B will be vector A, position vector of D will be vector B, and position vector of C will be vector C. Everybody understood it? If I'm taking the benefit of doubt, where I'm considering A to be the origin. So all these points can be defined, all these remaining vertices can be defined, or rather all 4 vertices, 0, 0. I have been understanding origin we are taking it as, so this will be vector A, vector C, vector B. Don't get confused by the nomenclature. Now, from here, what do we need? I'll say what do we need is dB.AB has the value. So dB.AB is what we need to find. So if I am asked the value of dB, so this will be dB. This is going to be dB dot AB, right? So first of all, let's go ahead with some assumptions. We are taking AB vector as vector A like this, AD vector like this, and this is your AC vector with vector C. I hope you're comfortably understanding it. From here, I now need dB. Everybody paying attention to that? So vector law of addition you could have used. Everybody with me on this? So can I not say, sir, AD plus dB will be AB? So first of all, I'll say AD plus dB. I hope you all are seeing AD plus dB will be AB. Vector law of addition I'm using. Give me a quick confirmation. AD plus dB will be AB. Now from here, I'm trying to crack dB. So dB vector from here is going to be AB. What is AB, sir? AB vector is A minus AD. What is AD? AD vector was B. Just give me a quick confirmation on that. A minus B is what I'll get. Everybody got that? That is your vector dB. So we have defined vector dB as well. Now let's talk about AB. So I think we already know vector AB, that's vector A. So from here, if I want to take their dot product, I'll say their dot product is going to be dB, which is vector A minus B, and their AB is vector A. So this is what we need to find. So A dot A is mod A square, mod A is A. So this will be A square. Then minus B dot A is what I need to find. I need to find B dot A. So if I'm talking about B dot A, this could have helped us. But if I look at the options, in all the options, C vector is also introduced. So instead of talking about this, can I not say that, sir, if this is B, this vector here can also be said to be B? I hope you're understanding. Basic idea I'm using here. And if this vector is A, this vector will also be A, because I'm using these vectors freely. And if it is a parallelogram, this is B, this is B, this is A, this is A, with the directions. Now, if this angle is the angle theta between vector A and vector B, so I'll be writing it as mod B mod A cos theta dot product. So I'll be writing it as A square. I'll be writing it as A square times mod B I'm writing as B, mod A I'm writing as A cos theta. Now let's try and find cos theta. But if I find cos theta from here, I think I'll be in a loop. So if this is theta, this will be pi minus theta. Can I use cosine rule here? I hope you know solutions of triangles, properties of triangles. So if I use cosine rule, I hope you remember that. With the cosine rule, I'll say cos pi minus theta for this triangle BDC. It is given by, I hope you remember, A square plus B square minus C square. So that will be A square plus B square minus C square divided by 2AB. Everybody with me on this? And we know cos pi minus theta is minus cos theta. No, STP and VTP are not there in your JEE Main syllabus. So with this, I can say that this is minus cos theta. So this value of minus cos theta is substitute here. Everybody listening and understanding that. So with that, I get a good conclusion, which gives me A square here minus here. If I club this AB with this cos theta, so I'll have minus AB cos theta, and the value of minus AB cos theta will be A square plus B square minus C square upon 2. So this will be A square plus B square minus C square upon 2. From here, I'm hoping that it will simplify and get the answer. Answer will be having 1 by 2 first of all. So 2A square minus A square should be plus A square minus B square plus C square. Option A will be the final answer. Everybody understood that, or shall I re-explain this? I'm really sorry. It will not be option A. I'm really sorry. This will become positive because it is minus AB cos theta. So it will be 3A square. So with 3A square plus B square plus C square, you should mark option D. Everybody got this, or shall I re-explain this part? I'll say that is again an easy one. With some calculation involved, you may have called it a moderate one, but this is still not a tougher one. Everybody understood this. Now let's talk about this category of questions, which you all must have done a lot many times, with the telescopic coming into picture, VN method coming into picture. Do you remember that? So ITF, this particular version, is used a lot many times with that VN method, with that sequence and series concept. How do we use it? Let's try and apply this. Forget the whole question. Let's look at this tan inverse of 1 upon 1 plus n square, right? So now I'm trying to simplify tan inverse of 1 upon 1 plus n square. This is what I am interested in simplifying, right? This is 1 plus n square. So can I not write it as tan inverse of 1 by 1 plus this n? If I take common, I'll be left with n plus 1. Everybody understood that? And in the numerator, instead of this 1, can I not write that 1 as n plus 1 minus n? Can you not see something? Are you seeing something? tan inverse x minus y upon 1 plus xy is tan inverse x minus tan inverse y. Your job is done. The question is done in the next step. So here I'll be writing it as tan inverse x. What is x? So that is n plus 1 minus tan inverse y, that is tan inverse n. So this is that expression, and with that Vn method, the telescoping summing comes into picture. Now forget this cot, we'll talk about this cot later. Let me try and simplify this. So we know that this is cot of summation, right, of this expression where n is ranging from 1 to 50 of tan inverse of, I think n plus 1 was the first one. Let me check it, n plus 1 then n. So it is tan inverse n plus 1 minus tan inverse n. Although when you look at this expression, you should be able to write the final answer, but even if you are getting confused, you can see the pattern. Now I'll begin with n as 1. So when I begin with n as 1, I get cot of, when I try n as 1, it is tan inverse 2. There you have tan inverse 1. Then when I replace n by 2, it is tan inverse 3. And I hope now you must have started seeing the pattern. You must have started seeing the pattern that the terms are getting cancelled in this manner. So the second term from the first term and the first term from the last term will be left. So I am now left with cot of what? The first term of the last term will be this with 50. So it will be tan inverse what? 51 minus second term of the first term, that is tan inverse 1. Can you not do it from here? Can you not do it from here? Is it not something easy? So always remember, these questions are some really simple ones, decent ones. If you know this basic idea of Vn method or telescoping sum or the conversion of this, sequence and series, this kind of expression, then you can always crack them. So whenever you see tan inverse with the summation, then try to think like this. If you could convert it into that formula, tan inverse x, tan inverse y, your job is done. Your question is done actually. So I hope from here you know how to do it. It will be cot of tan inverse of, again, x minus y, that is 50 upon 1 plus xy, that is 1 plus 51. I hope from here, if you are a JEE aspirant, I need not tell you the final answer. Will you do it by yourself from here and you can mark the correct option? Everybody with me on this? Here, let us solve the next question. What do we see in the next question? In a certain strange language, words are written with letters from the following 6 letters alphabet: A, G, K, N, R, U. Okay, so we have these 6 letters only. None of the letters repeat. Each combination of these 6 letters are written in this language. So they are asking you Kangur. Kangur will be having what rank as per the dictionary? If you are following us, I think we have discussed the short trick on it, I think 100 times so far. So I think we'll be using that short trick. Atharv, I could have watched the match, but the students who are watching it right now, I'm grateful first of all that leaving that match and you're still here. And Atharv, I'll be really happy if you are online, post the score. I'll be really happy if you could do that for me. I'll be really obliged. Now, the short technique for finding the rank of a word as per the dictionary, we know that. Let us find the index. So first of all, if I follow it alphabetically, I'll say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U. This is what you do. Do you remember that short technique? Now from here, what you do next is that look at this 3, and on the right of 3, how many numbers are there which are less than 3? So I'll say, so less than 3, there are 2 numbers. Write that 2. Less than 1, how many numbers are there on the right of 1? 0. On the right of 4, how many numbers are less than 4? I think only 1. On the right of 2, there are no numbers which are less than 2. On the right of 6, there is only 1 number. And on the right of 5, there are no numbers. Everybody got this? 70 on 4 New Zealand score. How many overs, Mrunal? Can you help me with that as well? So I write 0 factorial here. I write 1 factorial here. I write 2 factorial here. 3 factorial here. 4 factorial here. And 5 factorial here. And then you multiply this, and this, and this, and you add all these results. So I need not bother about this 0 into something, 0 into something, 0 into something. So 1 into 1 factorial is 1 plus 1 into 3 factorial is 6, 6 into 1 is 6, and then 5 factorial is 120, 120 into 2 is 240, correct me if I'm wrong. So these many words will be there before the word Kangur. So Kangur will be having rank this plus 1. So 247 plus 1, 248. Option A should be the final answer. Thank you so much for reminding me that, Akanksha. Thank you so much for that. Let me have some water, then we'll resume. So this is our next question for the day. You look at it, try to solve this, and then we'll do it. Thank you so much, Mrunal, for the score update. So by the time I'm having the water, can you tell me who's winning today? Of course, India, but still, any other opinion? Because it is cricket. The game is not over until it is over. The last ball is bowled. Then we consider it to be over. Can you help me with the prediction, students? Who is winning today? The World Cup final. Let me have some water. We'll be resuming in a while. This is something simple and easy. If you look at the question, it is clearly not a very difficult or a tough one. Why am I saying so? Because look at this equation. If I simplify this, or if I look at a pattern here, x cube minus 3x square plus 3x, right? If I could introduce a minus 1 here, why am I saying so? Yes, if I could introduce a minus 1 here, deliberately I'm doing so. So with that minus 1, of course you couldn't do it, but if I have done it, I got to add 8 here, because 8 minus 1 will make it 7, and that 8 I push on the other side. Can we do so, first of all? That's good, Akanksha. So I think India is winning, and before I ended this session, India might have closed the match. It will be very unfortunate that we are not watching this live, but if you lose something, you gain something. There is always a gain when you lose something, and there is always a loss when you gain something. So vice versa. Gita, you all must have studied or read at least. Gita, I'm talking about the Gita which was delivered by Krishna. So here, a cube minus b cube minus 3a square b plus 3ab square. Can you not see that? That is a minus b whole cube. So the LHS can be written as x minus 1 whole cube, and that is minus 8, which I can now write as minus 2 cube. Everybody comfortable with that? Complex roots will come into picture. Everybody listening and understanding. So I'll say here x minus 1 will be, first of all, the real root will be minus 2. The other root will be minus 2 omega, and the third root will be minus 2 omega square, because cube root of unity will come into picture, because it has 3 roots, alpha, beta, gamma. I hope they have hinted omega. So I hope this is what I'll do. Now what do we do? I'm really sorry. This will be the value of x minus 1. So it has roots alpha, beta and gamma. So from here, if x gets replaced by alpha, I'll be having alpha minus 1 as, let's say, 2, beta minus 1 as, let's say, minus 2 omega, and gamma minus 1 as, let's say, minus 2 omega square. I think our question is done if you pay attention to the expression of which we are asked to figure out the value. Alpha minus 1 upon beta minus 1. So this upon this. Minus 2 upon minus 2 omega, that is clearly 1 by omega. Beta minus 1 upon gamma minus 1. So minus 2 omega upon 2 minus 2 omega square. So this is omega by omega square. That is again 1 by omega plus gamma minus 1 upon alpha minus 1. So minus 2 omega square upon minus 2. So that's omega square. And we know that omega and omega square are reciprocal of each other. Do you remember that? So omega square can be replaced by 1 by omega. I hope there is no confusion on that. So this gives you 3 by omega, which we get in option A. Sir, 5 wickets, 83 run and 9 over. Thank you so much for the update, Rahul. Rahul is our studio person in charge, who is sitting outside and is posting the update. Thank you so much for the update, Rahul. 5 wickets, 83 run and 9 over. That's good. So we are hoping that India is possibly winning this. I'm very sure, but let's see what happens. Now, how do we solve this question? If I talk about previous question, amazingly easy. I hope you wouldn't even call it moderate. Can you say something about this? This is a good question. A good question. How? Have a look at that. First of all, let me try work on I2 here. So if I try and work on I2, I will be writing I2 in a better version as the limit is, of course, 0 to 1. I'll be splitting this x plus 5 to this and this. So when I do so, this is x upon x plus 5 whole raised to the power 7 2. I'm deliberately doing it. Have patience for a while. Then I'll have 1 minus x upon x plus 5 whole again raised to the power 9 by 2. But sir, x plus 5 was having power 10 only. But if that is so, just give me a quick confirmation. Am I clearly audible and visible, students? Let me get an update. Just give me a moment. Just give me an update, students. Am I clearly audible and visible? Can you all hear me? Because I am seeing some error on my screen. So quickly write it in the comment box. Actually, I'm not seeing the browser as well. There is some error. It is getting refreshed. So write it in the comment box. Am I clearly audible? We don't speak Hindi. We do speak Hindi, boy. But this is PWJE English. We are supposed to teach in pure English. 5 more questions, Akanksha. With that will be over. So I think the next 15 to 20 minutes, most probably it will take. So I have done this x plus 5 to the power 9 by 2 plus 7 by 2. So 9 plus 7 is clearly 16. 16 by 2 is 8. But I had power 10. So I'll introduce 1 by x plus 5 to the power 2 here dx. So this is how I'm deliberately writing it as. Everybody with me on this? Now from here, what I do next is I am assuming this x upon x plus 5 to be t. So when I assume x upon x plus 5 to be t for a while. So if I differentiate it, what I get in the denominator is x plus 5 whole square. Derivative of x will be, of course, 1. So I'll be left with x plus 5 minus derivative of x plus 5 will be 1 and there will be x. So this will be this dx is equal to dt. Everybody listening and understanding? So there you are left with 5 in the numerator. And that 5 if I take there, it will be dt by 5. Everybody listening and understanding this? Now from here, if I rewrite this expression with the updated limits, I hope you're understanding. When x is 0, this is 0 by 5. So the lower limit still stays 0. For I2, I'm writing it as the lower limit still stays to be 0, but upper limit 1. So 1 by 1 plus 5, that is 1 by 6. So upper limit becomes 1 by 6. Few more changes will be there. X upon x plus 5 we have assumed as t. So this will be t to the power 7 by 2. This here will be t to the power 7 by 2 times. This particular part I'll talk about later, but when I talk about this dx, so 1 by x to the power 1 by x plus 5 to the power 2 dx is basically dt by 5. So I am supposed to introduce this 1 by 5 here with a dt. But what do we do with this particular expression, which is this? Now let's try and solve this particular part separately. When I say this particular part, right? So one of the methods is that I directly substitute the value of x here, or the other method, which I think could be a simpler one, that I write this 1 minus x. This particular part I'm simplifying. 1 minus x upon x plus 5 as 1 upon x plus 5 minus x upon x plus 5. So x upon x plus 5, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So 1 upon x plus 5 we have already assumed as t. So this will become t. Now let's try and work on this. I hope you all are there listening, watching and understanding it very clearly with no confusion on that. So here if I add a 5 to it and subtract 5 from it, I think the job will be done. So here with this expression, I am adding 5 to it and I am subtracting 5 from it. I hope you are comfortably understanding this. So this x plus 5 upon x plus 5 will be 1. So this is 1 upon x plus 5, which I am substituting by t. Then minus x plus 5 upon x plus 5 is minus 1. So that is minus 1 plus, because of this minus and this minus, it will be plus 5 upon x plus 5. So 5 is 5, but 1 upon x plus 5 is t. So this is t. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2t minus 1 it will be. Correct me if I'm wrong, because this is 1 upon x plus 5 that I'm replacing or substituting by t. Then I added 5 and subtracted 5 from it because it was minus x. So minus I kept outside. So it was x plus 5 minus 5 I did. So x plus 5 upon x plus 5 became 1, but minus 1. And minus 5 upon x, oh really sorry, it should be 5t. I'm really sorry, I did not notice this. This should be 5t, right? Plus 5t it should be. Everybody got this? So 5t plus t, that is 6t. So it is 6t minus 1. What am I now talking about? We are now talking about which expression, students? I hope it is 6t minus 1. right? So this particular expression is 6t minus 1. Give me a quick confirmation, all the participants, right? So this particular expression I'm substituting by 6t minus 1. So this becomes 6t minus 1 whole raised to the power what? Whole raised to the power 9 by 2, right? Now, I am trying to make it look like I1 because I need the ratio of I1 is to I2, but this still does not look like that. So what change do I bring here? If I do one more thing, what is that thing? If I could, first of all, give me quick confirmation, will it be 60 minus 1 or 1 minus 60? It was 1 minus x by x plus 5. So we did 1 by x plus 5, that was t, minus x by, so I think we are going great. 60 minus 1 is what I'll be having, right? Any confusions on that? I hope we are going great. Now from here, this is what we have received as I2. If I do one more thing, what is that thing? If I substitute 60 by something, so if I do that, I'll have x minus 1, but we are having here as 1 minus x. It is having power 9, which is odd, and square root is being taken. So I need to be more careful. Let me just cross check this part because there is something wrong with this part. Let me cross check this part, right? 1 minus x, 1 x plus 5. So 1 by x plus 5 minus x by x plus 5. So I'm adding 5 to it, subtracting 5 from it. So this is 1 by x plus 5, which I'm substituting. This is not what I can do. Yes, I got it. Yes, I am making a mistake here. And all of these students who are watching it online are not even telling this. Are you all there? All the participants, why did you not notice it? I repeat my part. 1 upon x plus 5 is not t. Why are you not paying attention to it? So here it is 1 upon x plus 5 minus x upon x plus 5, right, students? So x upon x plus 5 will be t, but I need to talk or I need to do something with this expression as well. So here the best thing which I would suggest is let's try and write x in terms of t. So here I'll get it as, if I simplify this, x I receive as tx plus 5t, or when I simplify it further, x minus tx I get as 5t. So when I take x common, it will be 1 minus t, which goes there. So x becomes 5t, x becomes 5t upon 1 minus t. Everybody understood that? X becomes 5t upon 1 minus t. Let me just cross check it once again. Tx plus 5t. We took tx here, x minus tx, x was taken common. So 5t by 1 minus t. So this is what we have received. Everybody comfortably understanding this? So this x, 1 upon x plus 5 is what I'm interested in, right? So if this part, if I try to get, I'll be saying 1 upon x plus 5, right? So 1 upon x plus 5, although we could simplify it as x by t, because I hope, sorry, t by x, because here, if I want to have clarity upon 1 upon x plus 5, will it not be t by x? Now what is x? X is this. So t by x will be t by this 5t upon 1 minus t. Everybody listening and understanding this? I hope you all are there. So this 1 minus t gets removed from the denominator and goes to the numerator. So this becomes like this, and this t are cancelled. So this becomes 1 minus t by 5. This becomes 1 minus t by 5. Which part, students? This part. Everybody with me on this so far? I hope there is no confusion on that. So 1 upon x plus 5, 1 upon x plus 5 is t by x, and that we have received as 1 minus t by 5. Actually, I'm making a lot of mess here, but I hope you're understanding. This is 1 minus t by 5, and this x upon x plus 5 was t. So this was t, so this is minus t. Give me a quick update on this particular part. I hope everybody is with me on whatever I've done so far. It is not getting confusing. It is a good question. It is a really good question, the best question of this paper. Now, this is a question which you should avoid attempting. Now, from here, if I simplify this 1 minus t minus 5t, so it should give me 1 minus 6t by 5, right? So this is 1 minus 6t by 5. So here, the correction here will be that it is 1 minus 6t by 5, that is raised to the power 9 by 2. So that 5 to the power 9 by 2, I'm bringing outside. So I'm already having 5 to the power 1, 5 to the power 9 by 2. So that is 9 by 2 plus 1. That is how much? 11 by 2. So this 1 by 5 outside will be having the power 1 upon 5 to the power 11 by 2. Got this particular part, students? But this still does not look like what we want in terms of I1. X to the power 7 by 2, 1 minus x to the power 9 by 2. So one thing which we could think of doing is, sir, can we substitute this 60 by something? If I could do that, I think my job will be done. So now I'm doing one more substitution. 60 I'm replacing by k. So I hope you're understanding. 6 dt will be dk. So dt will be dk by 6. First of all, give me a quick confirmation on that. Now, sir, why did you do it? I am doing it because I2 now turns out to be this 1 by 5 to the power 11 by 2 is already there. Now 1 6 will come from there, so that 6 is also there. Now what about some limits? When t is 0, k will be 0. But when t is 1 by 6, k will be 1. So I think we have gotten the limits back, the limits for which we were looking for. Now here, pay attention to this part. 6t is k, so t will be k by 6. So if t is k by 6, it is k by 6. So it is k to the power 7 by 2 by 6 to the power 7 by 2. So here 6 to the power 1 is already there, 6 to the power 7 by 2 will also come. So it will come cumulatively 6 to the power 9 by 2. So this here will be 6 to the power 9 by 2. A very quick question it is. Everybody with me on this? And here now this will be 1 minus 60 is getting replaced by k to the power 9 by 2 dk, because that dk by 6, that 6 we have already introduced. Now I hope now you are looking at this. This is clearly nothing but what? I1. Can you not notice it? This is clearly I1, but with I1 there is 30 as well. We don't bother about that. We'll talk about that. No worries in that. So if let's say there is this 30 as well, no worries on that. If in that I1 there is this 30 as well, so if I divide it by 30, I need to multiply it by 30. So this entire expression is your I1. Everybody got that? So I have gotten I2 is equal to, let me write this part here. I2 is equal to this 30 upon 5 to the power 11 by 2 and 9 by 2, 5 to the power 11 by 2 into 6 to the power 9 by 2 times I1. I hope you all can see this. This is your I1. Now let us go back to the question. What are we asked? We are given I1 by I2 is something. So I hope from here, can you not do it by yourself? If I1 by I2 is given to be something, then this entire expression comes here. So it is 5 to the power 11 by 2, 6 to the power 9 by 2 and divided by 30. That 30 also you can write as what? 5 into 6. So 5 to the power 1 into 6 to the power 1, which when you simplify, this 1 goes in the numerator. So this is 5 to the power 11 by 2 minus 1. That is 5 to the power 9 by 2. This 6 to the power 9 by 2 minus 1. That is clearly what? 6 to the power 7 by 2, which is what was there. I think from here, the question is absolutely done, because when you compare it with 5a cube times under root a, you can get the final answer and mark the correct option. Can you or will you do it from here by yourself? Did you understand the whole approach? One of the best question of this paper. Of course, it was somewhere the best question of this paper. Largest value of this non-negative integer a, for which this is 1 by 4. Okay. So if I take a common from here, if I take a common from this and this, it will be leaving me with, I'll say, can I take minus a common? Deliberate reason is there. So sin x minus 1 is already there. But if I take minus a common, I'll be left with x minus 1 in the numerator. And when you talk about denominator, I think it is very much sorted. Sin x minus 1 is already there and x minus 1 is already there. Perfect. The power, if I talk about a square minus b square, we can use, because 1 minus x will be 1 plus root x into 1 minus root x. So that 1 minus root x gets cancelled. So in the power, you will be having 1 plus root x. Can you all see that? Now from here, what are we told? Set the limit x approaches 1 is given. One last thing which I do is I take x minus 1 common from the numerator and denominator. So this gets divided by x minus 1. There you get 1, which means a only. This again gets divided by x minus 1. And this again becomes 1. Everybody understanding this comfortably? Now when x approaches 1, this becomes 1, this becomes 1. I hope you are understanding sin 0 by 0. So 1 minus a in the numerator divided by 1 plus 1, that is 2 in the denominator, and this is 1 plus 1, that is 2. But this is given to be 1 by 4. From here, can you not find a? And once you have found A, of course, you will be getting two values of A. You need to write the largest value, non-negative integer, right? I hope you'll get the answer from here. It's not a tough task. The next question, the value of this expression. Shall I give you a hint or the entire solution? All you need to do is multiply it by 1 minus 1 by 3. Your job will be done. Why am I saying so? Because when I multiply it by, let's say, instead of this part here, I am here multiplying it by 1 minus 1 by 3. So with that, what will happen here is, pay attention to that part. Of course, sir, when you multiply it by 1 minus 1 by 3, you got to divide this expression by 1 minus 1 by 3. So when you wish to divide it by 1 minus 1 by 3, which means what? 3 minus 1, that is 2 by 3. So you got to divide it by 2 by 3. That means, can I simply multiply it by 3 by 2? Can I, hold on for a while, multiply it by 3 by 2? So it is still balanced because it is 3 minus 1, 2 by 3 into 3 by 2, that is 1. I hope no confusion on that. But sir, what have you achieved by doing so? Pay attention to this. This a plus b into a minus b will be what? A square minus b square. So this 3 by 2 stays outside. But here I get a square minus b square, which means 1 square minus 1 by 3 square. Everybody got that? I think the question is done, because with this, I'll have the second factor, which is what? 1 square plus 1 by 3 square. So that again gives you a minus b, a plus b. This gives you this, and so on. Everybody with me on this? So ultimately, if let's say the last term is what? If you keep doing it and the last term, the nth term is 1 upon 1 by 3 to the power n. So if 1 minus 1 by 3 to the power n comes into picture, so the power will get doubled. So ultimately 3 by 2 will be there outside, but the last term will be having 1 minus 1 by 3 to the power 2n. Give me a quick confirmation on that. Will it not be there? Now this value is there for n, but this is going till infinity, which means here in this expression, n is approaching infinity. So when n approaches infinity, this is infinity, this is 0. 1 minus 0 is 0. So your answer is 3 by 2. And once you get 3 by 2, you do what is asked and you get the final answer, which is something easy. The next question here. Coefficient of variation. So coefficient of variation is always given by standard deviation upon mean times 100. With that, you'll get the answer. Why? Because for the first observation, for the first distribution, CV1 is 50, and for the second distribution, the coefficient of variation is 60. Their arithmetic means, so x1 bar is 30, x2 bar is 25. Now from here, you can clearly find their standard deviations, because here, if I could rearrange it, so coefficient of variation into x bar, that is arithmetic mean divided by 100, will be sigma. I repeat, sigma here can be defined as coefficient of variation into x bar, this is x bar, mind you students, divided by 100. So for the first one, the answer will be 50 into 30. 50 into 30 divided by 100. And for the second one, this is sigma 1, let's say, and sigma 2 will be what? 60 into 25 divided by 100. And you need to find that difference. Can you not find that? I hope this is something really easy. Sir, can you please take a marathon class covering all important theory plus PYQs? Raj, we have already done that, unfortunately. If you visit our channel PW English Medium, 2 days back, I conducted a marathon where we revised entire class 12 board mathematics. Although this is our JEE channel where we teach JEE in pure English, but on that channel, we did a revision for your 12th so that you get or fulfill that 75% criteria for your ITJ to be eligible to get selected into to be considered for ITs or NITs. And right after that session, that live, we conducted the PYQ session as well, where we discussed all the PYQs, the most probable questions. So 2 marathons we conducted yesterday and the day before yesterday. So if you are still having that stamina and strength to watch those lectures, go and watch them. But don't ruin this entire night so that you don't stay focused for the paper tomorrow. And third thing, all of this you'll find on our channel, PW English Medium. The third thing which we did was, we have provided you a formula revision PDF as well of all the formulae of your class 12th maths. We have provided you all the formula in that PDF. So how to have that PDF? In this video's description, you'll find a link to join our WhatsApp channel. When you click on that link. You'll be following our WhatsApp channel. On that, we have uploaded the PDF, which you can have access, to which you can have access, and you can download it and revise all the formulae which you are going to need in your lecture, in your paper tomorrow. So I hope I have tried resolving your query or concern, Raj. We did a marathon already. Can I now move ahead with this question? We have already done this, so let's solve the next question. Two circles C1 and C2 both pass through the point 1, 2 and 2, 1. Okay, so there are two circles, right? So they both are passing, let's say, through the points 1, 2 and 2, 1. Fine. So their radical axis will be this, which means the common chord. And this is passing through what? These 2 points, which is, let's say, 2, 1 and 1, 2. And these points are given by 1, 2 is given by A and 2, 1 is given by E. Did you all get that? And touch the line. These two circles touch a line. Great. So there is a line which touches both of these circles. So let's say this is that line. And that line's equation is given by what? That line's equation is given by 4x minus 2y is equal to 9 at B and D. Okay, cool. So this point here is B, let's say, and this point here is D. The possible coordinates of a point C such that the quadrilateral ABCD. So one change I'll do here is, although you need not do that change. So quadrilateral ABCD. So I'll be forming a quadrilateral ABCD. C I'll choose, of course. This is AD. Now, please understand, if you want to ensure that ABCD is a parallelogram, that point C will be chosen on this line only. In this manner, then only it will be a parallelogram. Can you all not agree on this? First of all, give me a quick confirmation on that. So to find C, I'll say that the diagonals of the parallelogram bisect each other. So if I could apply that, this point here and this point here is the midpoint of B and D, and this here is the midpoint of A and B. So let us try and find this midpoint. Which point is the intersection of this common chord and this line? So this line's equation we already know. Can we find the equation of this common chord which is passing through 2, 1 and 2? So its equation will be y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to y2 minus y1. So 2 minus 1 is 1 upon x2 minus x1. So from here I get the equation as y minus 1 is equals to 2 minus x. So the equation is x plus y is equal to 3. And the other line is 4x minus 2y. The other line is 4x minus 2y is equal to 9. So if I double it, it will be 2x plus 2y is equal to 6. And if I add these, I'll have 6x. This gets cancelled, is equal to 15. So if 6x is 15, this will be what? 3, 2, 5. So x will be found to be 5 by 2. X will be found to be 5 by 2 means this point's x coordinate will be 5 by 2. If it is 5 by 2, the x coordinate, I'll push this 5 by 2 here. So y will be 3 minus 5 by 2. So that is 6 minus 5 by 2. What is 6 minus 5 by 2? That is 1 by 2. So here we know the diagonals bisect, which means if I wish to have C, I will say that, sir, this point is the midpoint. So double of this minus this will be this. Are you understanding the language? So double of 5 by 2 is 5. 5 minus 1 is 4. Double of 1 by 2 is 1. 1 minus 2 is minus 1. So this is your point 4 comma minus 1, which is A comma B, and accordingly you can mark the correct option. Again, something really easy, simple. If you know the concepts, you can crack it within seconds. Everybody understood this. Can I move ahead from here? So we have done the revision, the analysis of Rank Booster 7, the mock for your JEE preparation for the April attempt we are conducting on our PWJ English channel. If you have any other queries or concerns, do post them. Otherwise, we'll call it a day. I think we can call it a day here. Thank you so much, students. You have been a great audience. Take a good care of yourself. Good night, everyone. Just tell me whether India has won the match or not. Write it in the comment. Has India won the match?